Sorry, little technical difficulties here. So we left off with we're just going to start at proponent, opponent, and neutral. So first, proponent. Good afternoon, Treasurer. Don't you miss this?
Listen, I do. At times I certainly do, you bet.
You've been here all morning, so it looked like it.
Yeah, true. Well, thank you and good afternoon, Madam Chair Linehan, Vice Chair Von Gillern, and all members of the Revenue Committee. My name's Tom Breeze, T-O-M-B-R-I-E-S-E, and I'm here in support of LB1. It's great to be here today. I first of all want to thank the committee and Chairwoman Linehan and the governor for their leadership on the issue of property taxes. It means a lot to the people of Nebraska, and here to do what I can to support you in your efforts. Over the years, while serving in the legislature, I introduced numerous property tax bills, and oftentimes a refrain from an opponent or someone sitting on the fence was, well, Breezy, is this enough then? If we vote for this, will you be happy? You're going to keep introducing bills. And I might have lied a little bit at times and said, no, this will be enough, but it never was. But let's look at LB1. You look at LB1, this is a game changer. This is a different animal here. I would submit to you that you adopt LB1 and take over K-12 funding, you will have solved the property tax crisis in Nebraska. I think LB1 creates a stark choice here between solving the crisis versus prolonging the crisis. And that's why I support LB1. That's why I support taking over K-12 funding in Nebraska. Now, we've heard from people this morning. We're going to hear from more people later today talking about the sales tax base expansion, and they're claiming that's a tax increase or a tax shift. I say baloney. It's revenue neutral textbook tax reform, and it's much needed revenue neutral textbook tax reform. You compare what we collect in property taxes in Nebraska to what we collect in sales taxes in Nebraska, and it's very obvious that we need tax reform. So I make no apologies for being a proponent of a sales tax base expansion. It's much needed, it's long overdue, and it's time for this, for the state to step up, get this done, meet our obligations under Article 3 of the Constitution, and do what needs to be done here. Obviously in the bill, there's not a lot of detail about the school funding proposal. I think we heard from some folks this morning expressing concerns about how school funding is going to work, but it's not rocket science. You know, we use the community college model as an example. We find the base year that we want to use, a base year of funding. You increase it by a set percentage, and then you also increase it or modify it based on various needs, whether that be growth, whether that be LEP growth, poverty growth, whatever the case may be. Because we recognize that we're not going to leave schools hanging. We're going to protect the Benningtons of the world and the Elkhorns of the world, and the Gretnas of the world that are growing. We're also going to protect those schools that have growing poverty numbers, LEP numbers. We're going to have to. If we don't, we're going to get sued, and we recognize that. And so schools will be protected. If I'm the education community out there, I think I would be reasonably comfortable in what we will end up with here. I would like to see us get this figured out during the special session. I think it could wait until January if need be. Personally, I'm confident that this bill represents the right path forward. It's a blueprint for solving the problem. And I know a lot of folks, a lot of career politicians, lobbyists, special interests, going to throw up a lot of dust trying to knock us off track here, knock us off balance. But I think we need to keep our eye on the prize, and that is takeover of K-12 funding, and that solves the property tax crisis in this state. Thank you.
Thank you, Treasurer Breezy. Are there questions from the committee? Senator Merman.
Yeah, as education chair, I got to ask you just a little more about what can we do to give the schools the assurance that the local control will be protected, other than what we're already doing with bonding?
Yeah, that's a great question. The school boards will still be in place, or that's I think the vision of everyone on this committee and the vision of the governor. The school boards will still be in place. They'll make the decisions as to who they hire, what programs they have, what they do. So they will have local control. It's just that the source of funding is different, and it's going to be an ever increasing amount of funding. and they ought to take quite a bit of reassurance in that. And if I'm in the education community, I'd just as soon get this target off of my back on the property tax issue. And all of a sudden, they're not going to be the bad people anymore when it comes to property taxes, because the states, they're not going to be collecting property taxes except in limited circumstances. I'd also like to point out that Governor Pillen has indicated in his town halls that local districts would, under his vision, would retain the ability to levy property taxes, to increase programs or to move programs forward, I think with a 60% public vote. But if our funding falls short, they can increase it with a 50% funding vote. But if they simply want to add something and access property tax dollars apart from our funding falling short, they can still do that. So they'll be able to add programs if need be. But again, the model should be a base amount of funding increased by an annual rate, whatever that rate is, and then increase there to reflect the growing needs. Again, poverty, LEP, student population, other things as well. So we're not going to choke off public education in Nebraska. We can't. And if we would try to do that, we would get sued and we'd lose.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator Merman. Are there other questions from the committee? I have a question. You were here, you were in the legislature when 1107 passed, right?
Yes.
Does this conversation sound any like the conversations that were happening at that time?
Yes.
Because the same people who are against LB1, not same people, same groups, it's almost identical, isn't it?
Yes, I would say so.
So the reason we got 1107 done, it's kind of a miracle, you and I know that, was because the business community wanted the Imagine Act.
Yes.
And they could not get to 33
Yes.
because property taxpayers wanted something on property taxpayers.
Yes.
So there was an agreement made that we would get to 33 on the Imagine Act, and we would do the 1107 tax credit.
Yes.
And then the next year, I think, we had more money. And there was an agreement made that we speed up the income tax cuts and put more money in both the first and second property tax credit fund.
Yes.
What we couldn't foresee is without any lids, what happened to all the money we set aside for property tax credits.
Tends to disappear.
Because taxes went up 1.3 billion and the relief we afforded was $1 billion.
Yes.
So do you think anything will work if we don't have hard caps?
No, I don't. What we will put in place will slowly disappear. It will, I shouldn't say dissolve, but it will be diluted, any relief we put into place. I think hard caps are a necessary part of this proposal as well.
You worked on the cap that we put in, I forget which bill, it was one of yours, we managed to figure out a way to address growth, did we not, when we came to the school funding?
Yes, the school cap that we had in LB 243, we had a factor in there for student growth, a factor in there for LEP growth, a factor in there for poverty growth. And I think it's those type of factors that I would envision putting into something like this to ensure that schools experiencing growth in those categories, that their needs are met.
Okay, thank you.
And
Any other questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you very much for being here.
Thank you for having me.
You're welcome. Opponent.
Good afternoon, Chairman and members of the Revenue Committee. My name is Bill Ellerbe, B-I-L-L-E-L-L-E-R-B-E-E. I'm the president of Lincoln Industries, and I'm here testifying today on behalf of Lincoln Industries and the Lincoln Chamber of Commerce in opposition to LB1. Lincoln Industries is a manufacturer and metal finisher of products that serve many industries, including agriculture, heavy truck, construction equipment, and power sports. We're a third-generation business founded in 1952 right here in Lincoln, Nebraska. We have approximately 650 people working at our 4 facilities in Lincoln, We also operate facilities, production facilities in the state of Minnesota and the state of Wisconsin. We sell our products throughout the US, Canada, Mexico, and Australia. We compete with manufacturers across the US as well as globally. Our customers are very large, sophisticated businesses that have the capability to source their goods all over the world. Therefore, we have to compete globally. LB1 would hurt the ability to continue to grow our business here in the state of Nebraska and in manufacturing. We spend on average in excess of $10 million in capital expenditures on equipment on an annual basis. Currently, we are in the final stages of planning a large capital investment right now that over the next 18 months will produce 50 well-paying jobs right here in Lincoln. If LB1 were enacted as written, Nebraska would be the only state in which we operate that taxes capital equipment. Further, the proposed tax increases on capital equipment and the S-Corp apportionment recapture in LB1 would amount to 146% of what we currently pay in property taxes. Therefore, imagine if we paid no property taxes, we would be more uncompetitive, or we would have a negative competitive impact by these increases. We're fortunate to be a growing company, and we make decisions throughout the year to determine which of our sites new products and new projects are located. Nebraska is always our preference. This is our home. However, we must be competitive domestically and globally. Obviously, you all have a very difficult, many very difficult decisions ahead of you relative to tax policy. We would ask you to please consider the impact that manufacturing businesses have on the economy here in the state of Nebraska. Thank you. Any questions? I'd be happy to try and
Thank you
answer.
very much for being here. Do we have questions from the committee? Did you say construction equipment? You built construction equipment?
We do. So off-road construction equipment for people like John Deere and Caterpillar, heavy equipment.
So nothing you make has sales tax on it?
Some, but very little.
So some of it does have sales tax.
Yes, sir.
No other questions from the committee? All right, thank you very much for being here.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll go back to neutral in case there's anybody here that wants to do neutral. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the Revenue Committee. My name is Ron, R-O-N, Quinn, Q-U-I-N-N. I'm here representing Nebraska Energy. We're a company based in Omaha that provides energy services across the country. We see the need for property tax relief. We see the need for what the legislature is trying to accomplish in this bill. But wanted to highlight and express concern about one particular provision of the bill. To keep it short, I provided a one-page summary sheet summarizing the facts of our position. But most of this bill deals with property taxes and sales taxes. There is a provision that deals with income taxes that would change the method by which owners of S-Corps and LLCs, which are currently treated the same as C corporations, would be treated differently. And right now, all three of those types of businesses use an apportionment method of income taxes based on sales in Nebraska versus outside of Nebraska. For headquarters companies like ours that are based in Nebraska but do a significant portion of their business outside of Nebraska and are organized as subchapter S LLC type companies, this change would negatively affect the method by which owners are taxed in ways that owners and of such companies and the companies would be incented to consider locating elsewhere or relocating elsewhere or not being based here, and it would discourage this kind of activity in the state. We believe it's important to have headquarters companies in the states. We think taking action that would change that is not helpful. And in any case, because of it, the revenue that's projected from it would not be realized. So in addition to all the benefits of the headquarters companies like ours being in Nebraska, it's important to note that we employ a lot of people, provide significant employment taxes, payroll taxes, sales taxes, property taxes, and all that could be lost if those companies weren't based here. And I would also note that companies like ours provide a lot of civic support in the form of volunteering and nonprofit organizations, supporting activities, schools, and significant philanthropic support. Thank you for your time. I'll keep this short. Be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Quinn. Are there any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Oh, wait a minute. I know, he changed his mind. So put that down. Just straighten it out. He changed it. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. My name is Ben Muraskin. That's BEN MURASKIN. Thank you, Senators, for taking time today to talk about property tax. So I'm a tax attorney by trade, but many years ago I moved away from tax law and got myself involved in residential rental real estate. And today I am the owner-operator of Nebraska Lifestyles, and we manage just under about 500 single-family homes in Omaha. We have about 20 employees. Unlike many property managers, we focus not only on what's best for our clients, but what's also fair and reasonable for our tenants. I'm here today to talk a little bit about how property taxes affect rents. So first off, I would say property taxes in this state, as we all know, are very, very high. I think we also know rents for tenants have increased dramatically over the past few years, and I had an opportunity to listen to some of the testimony this morning and yesterday, and so I'm not going to go through sort of the hardships that tenants have suffered over the last few years, but it has been very significant. So rents have gone up a lot. There's a lot of factors that go into setting of rent prices, but I think it's very clear that property taxes, as they go up, rents trend up. And it is also very clear that tenants bear a large portion of property tax increases. How do I know that? Well, I talk to landlords pretty much every day I go to work. I talk to landlords who have been landlords, people who are wannabe landlords, people who are current clients, and I get a lot of phone calls when tax bills come around every year, demanding that rents go up to pay for increased taxes. So what would happen if we have a significant property tax reduction? Well, I think one of the things is it's hard to know because we haven't had that very often in the past. But I will say very clearly to me, when property taxes go down, when costs go down, supply goes up, rents go down. Okay, and I would say there's landlords aren't going to just come to me and say, well, let's reduce rents, because my costs have come down. They will, as supply goes up, I will be calling them and telling them, hey, listen, vacancy times are going up. We need to be more competitive and have prices come down so we can get your property rented quickly. I mean, vacancy costs are very significant costs to landlords. So the thing I want to state most clearly is a reduction in property taxes will benefit tenants. And I've heard some of the discussion where that's not been very clear. In my opinion, it is very clear they will benefit.
Thank you. Thank you for being here. Are there questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you very much. Opponent?
Good afternoon, Madam Chair Linehan, distinguished members of the Revenue Committee. My name is John Cannon, Joncannon. I'm the Executive Director of the Nebraska Association of County Officials, also known as NACO, here to testify today in respectful opposition to LB1. First, I'd like to thank Senator Linehan, the governor, and his team for having put together and had very comprehensive conversations about what we do about the property tax issue in our state. It's something that's bedeviled us for a long time, and I certainly don't want to minimize that by appearing in opposition. and I've had a variation of this conversation with a lot of people in this committee. Tax policy does not have to be difficult. There are a number of guidelines that I think get us to a result, and I'll share them here as I have a couple of times before. But I think that having guiding principles in mind, as opposed to we want a result, is probably going to be a more effective and cohesive strategy as far as achieving what you're trying to achieve. For me, when I look at tax policy, I ask myself 4 basic questions, and you've heard this before. What do we need to pay for? On the county side, you've heard me say it: roads, bridges, law enforcement, jails, courts, and elections, and the administration of the taxation system. That's what we have to pay for. How much do we need? We need every single cent. We're not putting gold plates on the road graders. We're not mixing diamond dust in with the gravel. What we pay for is the lowest cost that we can get, and we don't always get the lowest cost of anything. The next question is who do you want to pay for it? And what we've determined as a state is that those items that are of a peculiarly local nature should be borne by the people that are local. Now, the thing about the property tax, and the Supreme Court has said this a couple of times, is that a lot of the things that we have at the local level, roads and bridges, for instance, they're part of the statewide transportation system, but they are primarily local because it's the locals that usually drive on them. Law enforcement, jails, and courts, those are the sorts of things that, frankly, we're enforcing state laws, not county laws, not city laws. But again, those are things that affect the location, the locality. And as far as the administration of tax, that is borne by the local taxpayers. As far as elections are concerned, those are federal, state, and local elections that we're administering there. So there's a fair mix of local and state purposes that are going on there. And the last question I always ask on tax policy is, how do you want people to pay? And so what we decided a long time ago is that the most stable form of revenue that we have for the local government is the property tax. We could do an income tax. McPherson County, population 399, probably not going to generate a heck of a lot of activity. And if we could do a sales tax. In Banner County, which has a cafe as their sole retail establishment, probably not going to generate enough funds to carry the infrastructure for Banner County. But as you answer all those questions, it really kind of gives you a guiding, a lodestar, a guiding point for where we want to go as far as our tax policy is concerned. Obviously, NACO's here because we're in opposition to the caps that have been proposed. Caps generally don't work; they become a floor. And also, the cap that we have is, I'm out of time. Since this is an important policy consideration, I would dearly love a question to continue having this dialogue with the entire committee. No one's volunteering. Darn it.
Senator Albright,
Chair.
reasonable time.
Yes, ma'am.
Reasonable time. And you're talking about your responsibilities, and you are the ones, you personally go out to all counties and help them with all of these things you just talked about, correct?
We provide guidance, educational seminars. You participated in a few once upon a time when you were a Circuit County board member.
Yesterday, we had the commissions, that 2% commission. Did you happen to be able to take a look at that and provide us anything you were asking about?
So the
commissions, yes.
The 1% commission, we've got a lot of fiscal note requests. So our research team is working overtime on those.
And I'm just going to ask another question. I know homeowners are not only strapped with property taxes, but our insurance costs have gone up exponentially. And that's just another thing that cities and counties and state government, everybody needs to look at. Are you, as a NACO body, looking at helping with that cost by maybe asking people to pay a larger deductible? Or, that's what happens when we have to cap these things for a lot of different reasons. But are you all looking at anything to do with insurance?
Yeah, actually, and great question, ma'am. I appreciate you bringing that up. So NACO administers a pool. Actually, Blue Cross Blue Shield administers a pool on behalf of certain Nebraska counties. Not all of them are members. We dearly like to get all of them in there, but that's not going to happen. And every year, our insurance committee, goes through what the actuarial tables are, what the change in the experience has been over the prior year, and generally speaking, we're told by our vendors, hey, here's what the rate increase is going to be. This last year, when we were going through it, the initial rate increase is going to be over 20%. And we worked with our vendor and our carrier, and we worked that down to a roughly 13% increase on insurance costs. And to your point, there are a lot of things that we had to do as far as offering different plans, higher deductibles, and those sorts of things. So NACO is involved in that sort of thing on behalf of its membership. Yes, ma'am.
And what were you going to ask to continue to talk about? Just a couple things.
Oh, yeah. So, the cap that's been proposed is 0% or CPI, whichever is greater. Our feeling is last year when we were talking about a 3% or a CPI cap, we kind of grumbled and gnashed our teeth, but we said as long as 3% is that cap, we could accept CPI as a proxy for the cost of government, the increase in the cost of government. The issue that we have when you're at 0% is that CPI isn't really an accurate measure of the basket of goods that county government is buying from. We're not buying eggs, milk, flour, shaving cream, those sorts of things. And when you look at the other indices that are out there, there has to be a more accurate one. I don't know if it's GDP, I don't know if it's Producer's Price Index, but something that actually measures what the increasing cost of government is. We've had a number of, and the way the County Purchasing Act works, we don't get to negotiate directly with a lot of our vendors. And you're aware of this. You got to do this when you're on the Sarpy County Board. We don't get to negotiate directly with our vendors. We put something out for bid, we receive the 3 sealed bids, we open it, and then they make a decision. And so, it's a bit different market for us as counties when it comes to determining how we control our costs.
Thank you, Senator Albright. Other questions from the committee? Senator Duncan?
Thank you, Chair Linehan. Thank you for being here, Mr. Cannon. So you were talking about the hard caps just briefly. I think it's helpful to drill down into what the actual tangible outcomes of these things are. Based on your training and experience, do you have any idea as to what the actual tangible result would be of a 0% cap or CPI, whichever is greater?
Yeah, sure. And so there are some folks that are going to come behind me. Sheriff Cardenas from Morrill. He drove all the way out here from Morrill County. I think he's 2 behind me, so we'll hear from him soon. And Holt County Supervisor Bill Tilkey. He's got some great examples of that. But at the end of the day, when we know for a fact that a 12-inch box culvert has tripled in price in the last 4 years alone, way outstripping CPI, right? A 0% or CPI cap is going to mean we're going to put in fewer box culverts. So roads and bridges and box culverts and the sorts of things that we do that are independent of the consumer price index, we're going to be providing less of that to our constituents. And the one thing I can tell you is that one of the commissioners in Jefferson County, Mark Shanerock, he's taking his property tax statement with him and saying, well, here's what we pay for. Here's what the county is doing. And he asked the questions of his constituents. What do you want us to pay less for? And the conversation would, according to him, and so this is hearsay technically, right? But the conversation invariably ends in, we like what the county is doing. Don't stop what you're doing. As a matter of fact, we don't want less, we want more.
Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you, Senator Duncan. Senator Cal.
Thank you, Chair Linehan. It'll be quick. So you're worried about the caps, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
So, but if you go to a vote of the people and they're happy with what you're doing and they want more of it, doesn't that kind of take care of that problem?
So I'm glad you mentioned that, ma'am. I appreciate the question. So a vote of the people, we'd only be able to do that during a primary or a general election. Those are in May and November by definition. We are doing our budgets in the middle of the summer. So May is too early, November is too late. The other issue with putting on an election is that they cost a lot of money. So in order to say we'd like to increase your property tax, we'd like to increase it a little bit more so we can have an election to find out if you want us to increase the property tax. But at the end of the day, in a Republican form of government, we elect our leaders to make those sorts of decisions for us, because not everyone is going to know. Not everyone in Douglas County or McPherson County, the smallest and largest counties the largest and smallest counties respectively in the state. Not everyone is going to know that, hey, in order to oil Highway 92 out of Tryon, or in order to provide, the services that the Douglas County Sheriff's Office needs, they're not going to know all the particulars, and they shouldn't be expected to know. And that's why we have a Republican form of government, is so that we have people that are in those positions that are able to look through a budget request that's being given to them and make those determinations. Yep, thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Senator Cal. Any other questions from the committee? Why do you think local government spending has gone up 1.3 billion in the last 8 years?
Well, I I don't want this to be political, which is a sure sign that someone's going to take it that way. When in the last several years, when you inject several $1 trillion into the monetary supply of the United States, costs are inevitably going to go up. And so as far as spending is concerned, I don't see that as anything that's wild or reckless or an insatiable appetite. And as a matter of fact, when you look at spending, I've got a couple of examples here. Spending, if there was the appetite for spending, you would see this very gradual increase, and it'd be a steady increase. When I look at Lancaster County, the change year over year, 5% from 2018 to 19, 6% from 19 to 20, minus 1% from 20 to 21, 27% from
Are we
21 to
talking about
22.
tax taking or levy? What are we talking about?
Talking about the request, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Pardon?
Talking about the request. Yes, ma'am.
Request, okay.
Yeah. You look at, say, Thurston County, minus 19%, 6%, 4%, 9%,
Okay,
10%.
I don't know how that answers my question.
Well, I guess what I'm trying to get at, ma'am, is that spending is going to be dependent upon highly localized issues. For instance, in 19, we had flooding.
So locals needed 1.3 billion more
I'm only here to
now than
represent,
they did 10 years
I'm only
ago.
here to represent the counties, ma'am.
Okay. Do you, one county told some of us that they pay 80% of retirement costs for their employees who can retire at 55. Not the retirement costs, their medical insurance for employees that retire at 55. Is that standard county?
I don't believe that to be true. Not standard, no. No, ma'am.
You think it does happen though?
It can happen, sure.
So there are counties that pay 80% of their retirees' health insurance cost and they retire at 55. I'd have to look into that, ma'am. That's Okay.
really unfamiliar
I'd
to me.
appreciate if we knew what that was across the state.
Sure.
That's all I have. Any other questions? Oh, I did have one thing. If property taxes went up 1.3 billion and you get 1%, because I know your fiscal office is busy, that'd be $13 million increase in that fee, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Over the last 10 years. Okay, thank you.
Yep, thank you, ma'am. Do you still want the information? I mean, 13
Yes,
million.
I still want the information.
Okay. All right.
Thank you.
Yep, thank you. Have a great day.
Mhm. Proponent.
Good afternoon. My name is Merlin Nielsen, Merlyn Nielsen, and my residence is Seward. I appreciate being able to visit with the Revenue Committee today, and I greatly appreciate all the hard work that Chairman Linehan and other senators have worked on, as well as the governor and his staff in preparing LB1. I'm speaking as a proponent. For years, I have come before this Revenue Committee to support various bills that would reduce reliance on property taxes to support education. The legislature and the governor have solved that problem for community college funding. Now we hope to solve this problem for K-12 funding. Usually, I am here promoting continued use of local real property taxing to support K-12, but limiting that to real property on only homes and apartments, the only real property that puts us all on a common basis as all our citizens. In fact, in 2022 and 2023 sessions, Senator Merman was kind enough to introduce bills to address this. But today I see we have a much better solution before us. Simply remove taxing to support most of the basic education costs for K-12 schools from real property taxes and transfer that to the state, thus allowing Article 7, Section 1 of our Constitution. As an agricultural producer, I believe we should be careful when we look at anything related to business inputs and whether we put a tax on that or not. As I read the bill, I believe the condition has been reasonably met. I have no problem with the 2% tax on ag machinery purchases. I have for years paid a full 5.5% upfront on machinery purchases so that I could take the full deduction the first year and never pay a real property tax on that in the subsequent years. So I see no problem with the 2% tax on machinery. Governor Pillen, in my opinion, has shown clear concern for Nebraska citizens in proposing to dramatically change our taxing system. My guess is that he does this at future political risk. But this is the form of leadership we need to set Nebraska up in the future for our children and our grandchildren. Thank you much for letting me appear before you and share my position on LB1. And I hope you will advance this bill to the full legislature.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions from the committee? You've said this before, but we all know you and you're kind enough and care enough to be here frequently. Give us your background a little bit. You were a professor.
I spent 41 years as a UNL professor of animal genetics, and I farm and raise a few cows now.
So
And I grew up in Nebraska.
Yes, you're a lifelong Nebraskan. You're a professor at UNL,
Yeah.
and you're an ag producer. Thank you very much for being here. Anyone in neutral position? Are we out of neutral? At least for right now. Okay, opponent.
Good afternoon, Chairman Linehan and members of the Revenue Committee. My name is Scott Peterson, SCOTTPETERSON, from Kilgore, Nebraska. I'm appearing before you today on behalf of Nebraska Cattlemen, where I currently serve as the chair of the association's taxation committee. Nebraska cattlemen producers are united in their concern that property taxes in Nebraska are too high. As a policy organization, Nebraska Cattlemen has appeared before the legislature on countless occasions to advocate for property tax relief and reform, and is that a policy adopted by our members that guides my comments today. Although we appear in opposition to this bill as drafted, we stand ready to work with the legislature and Governor Pillen to find a solution that provides relief for Nebraska taxpayers. Nebraska Cattlemen supports the Property Tax Growth Limitation Act portion of the bill, putting limitations in place for local government spending. These caps on growth fulfill the cattlemen's long-term goal of slowing the growth of government spending. We encourage the committee to consider similar caps for other taxing entities. Nebraska Cattlemen has long supported property tax credits as a mechanism for property tax relief. Our organization has always strongly supported the Property Tax Credit Relief Fund as a means of providing tax relief for all real property. This fund has been created over a long period of time with strenuous negotiations with business groups in which ag real property has been provided additional relief to offset other credits for business groups historically and sometimes other property taxpayers. LB1 would decrease that fund in 2026 and beyond. Our organization believes that that would be an unacceptable event, and therefore we oppose decreasing the property tax credit relief fund and would rather it continue to grow as currently prescribed in statute. Nebraska Cattlemen does not oppose repurposing of the LB 1107 tax credits, so long as the relief received exceeds the LB 1107 credits now, or as they're proposed in the future. These taxes have been a key to tax relief. These tax credits have been a key to tax relief realized by property owners since their passage, and repurposing them is only effective if it creates new additional relief. While we support broadening the sales tax base and support many of the provisions taxing services in LB1, we oppose imposing a sales tax on new and used agricultural machinery and equipment. Machinery and equipment is an input to agricultural business, and we are opposed to taxing true business inputs, which will result in higher costs to producers. Eliminating the personal property tax on the equipment is valuable, but based on the numbers that we have reviewed, there would still be a net increase in taxes for ag equipment and machinery, and therefore we stand opposed today. Finally, we have a concern that LB1 is not clear in its long-term direction for delivering relief proposed, especially with no consideration for changes to the existing school aid formula. Nebraska Cattlemen would support incorporating provisions of LB9 by Senator Hughes, heard before the committee yesterday, that would lower ag land valuations to 42% and ultimately reduce levies to 25 cents. These two things combined deliver meaningful tax relief to ag property taxpayers and could be incorporated with the provisions in LB1 to create a better solution for the tax issues before us. Nebraska Cattlemen appreciates the work of this committee and the governor on such a complex issue, and we stand ready to work with you to find solutions for everyday Nebraskans to realize property tax relief.
Thank you. Are there questions from the committee? you sounded more neutral than opposed. So you like about half of it, but not all of it.
It was a hard discussion for our board to determine what position we were going to take. But we felt that the machinery portion and the impacts on the property tax credit fund were sufficient enough that we would stand in opposition.
It's only new equipment, not used.
Is it only new equipment? That
And
part's
it's
been unclear.
understandable because it went through lots of changes.
Right.
Okay, and then the stories come out, but in the bill, it's only new, right? No, it's new and used. I'm sorry. The chair doesn't even.
New and used, 2 or
Okay.
4.
Right.
We don't know what the
Okay.
story is.
Okay, but besides, so the tax on equipment and protecting the first property tax credit. When the first property tax isn't just a wash?
I don't know
Because they
that
wouldn't, they're just taking, I think, the way I read it,
they're
skimmed
taking.
it, it's just taking the 60% for the schools. It wouldn't touch the other. They don't take it all.
So I don't know that it's a wash because ag has a advantage.
Yes, I
in-
know. Don't say it.
Yeah. Yeah,
Yeah.
there's been long negotiations over a period of time that have
Yes,
made that fund what it is. And
yes, because it's paid out on valuations.
Yeah.
Yeah, I get that.
Yeah.
Okay, any other questions in committee? Thank you very much for being here.
thank you.
Proponent? I think you have to wait for a proponent. We're going, oh no, we're going, well, I don't know, we might be. Yeah, okay. Proponents. Plus, if there are any other proponents here, please come and sit in the front row. I'm sorry? Okay, move around to the front because I won't be able to manage, okay? Go ahead.
Hello, good afternoon, Revenue Committee. My name is Luke Mosier, Lukemoser. I live in Valentine, Nebraska, and I'm here to testify as a proponent of LB1 today. I have the privilege of leading my family's refined fuels business in which we operate 51 convenience stores and employ over 500 Nebraskans. When I first learned of Governor Pillen's plan to reduce property taxes by as much as 40%, I was skeptical. But as it seemed like too big of a legislative feat to accomplish. But as I learned more about the plan, I quickly began to realize that this is a very attainable task if we just keep it simple and commit to getting this done together as a state. As a business owner, property taxes are one of our largest expenses. Each year, a significant portion of our revenue is allocated to paying these taxes, which limits our ability to reinvest in our business, hire additional staff, and contribute to the local economies in which we operate locations. High property taxes place a heavy burden on businesses, making it challenging to remain competitive and sustainable in the long run. LB1 offers a practical solution to this issue by reducing the property tax burden on businesses and homeowners alike. By lowering property taxes, this plan will provide immediate financial relief to business owners, allowing us to redirect these funds towards growth and innovation. This could mean expanding our operations, upgrading our facilities, and also increasing wages and benefits for our employees. Furthermore, property tax relief will have a ripple effect throughout communities. With reduced tax expenses, businesses can be more competitive and offer more competitive pricing to consumers, attract more customers, and ultimately drive economic growth in our state. This in turn creates a more vibrant and prosperous community for all residents. So in conclusion, I wholeheartedly support LB1. It represents a crucial step towards creating a more favorable economic landscape for Nebraska businesses and ensuring the long-term vitality of our local communities. I urge you to consider this positive impact this plan will have on business and lend your support to LB1. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for being here. Are there questions from the committee? Senator Meyer.
I just have one. So as an operator of convenience stores, you have no problem collecting the sales taxes that other convenience stores think are so objectionable. You're fine with doing that.
Well, the only thing I would offer up on that is just don't make it complicated for us because, you know, we got people standing at the cash register and whether or not this iced tea should be taxed or this one shouldn't because it has sugar in it, you got to solve that, right? But other than that, I see the benefits for the state and sometimes kind of to the governor's point, we're all going to have to take a little pain if if we want to fix this, right? And so, no, I don't have, me personally, I have friends in the room that are probably going to have a different point of view. But me personally, I have no trouble with some of the pain that comes to my industry if it accomplishes really 40%, right? Now, if you come out with these taxes, then, well, but we're only going to reduce it 10%, but then it's like, yeah, I don't know if the, whatever, the juice is worth the squeeze, right?
Yeah.
So, thank you. Welcome.
Thank you, Senator Meyer. Thank you very much for being here.
All
Appreciate
right,
it.
sounds good.
You came from Valentine?
Yes.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Madam Chairman and members of the Revenue Committee. Thank you for giving me some time to voice my opinion here. My name is Milo Cardenas, M-I-L-O C-A-R-D-E-N-A-S, and I am the Morrow County Sheriff and also serving as the President of the Nebraska Association. I'm here to testify in respectful opposition to the current draft of the LB1. This is my first time testifying in front of our legislature. While I appreciate your service, I don't envy your jobs. The language in LB1 only permits a 6% budget increase each year, and only for the purpose of hiring positions to alleviate understaffing. Understaffing is but one of the many problems that Nebraska's law enforcement agencies face. The language does not address equipment needs for law enforcement agencies. I think several may have personal examples to share on this here. One example is for equipment on vehicles, small departments. Vehicles, as you guys probably know, jumped from 2 years to now. We were able to purchase vehicles for $40,000. Now we're up to $52,000. That's just the vehicle, but to equip a full vehicle for law enforcement, we're looking at $80,000 to $85,000. The language does not address needs to meet previously negotiated collective bargaining agreements. The language is simply too inflexible. Different agencies in different areas of the state have different needs because the community they police have different needs. Policing Morrow County is different than policing Scottsbluff County, Dawes County, Sarpy County, Douglas County. Ensuring public safety is a basic function of the government, and this budget restriction will impair agencies' ability to fill the role. Related, subjecting anything else in county government to a stricter cap still affects public safety. In a profession where seconds literally mean the difference between life and death, a bridge being out or a road being closed is critical. Rising insurance costs contribute to our understaffing troubles. Jails is another big issue that we deal with inmates and all that. If we put a cap on not just for the salaries and all that, if there's a cap for the other stuff, we have issues with, just like in my job, I run a small facility. One inmate can go over my budget in 2 days. I have a small jail. I know Sarpy County, Buffalo County have a bigger facility and all that, but inmates, as we all know, the county pays for any medicals, expenses and all that. If we put a cap on any of the expenses for medical, for jails and all that, is going to hurt us a lot. Just for example, last year, I have a small budget for medical, $25,000. 2 inmates took care of that in 2 months. Thank you for your attention. I'm happy to answer any questions if you guys have any for me.
Thank you for being here, Sheriff. Other questions for the Sheriff? Senator Albright.
Thank you, Chair.
Yes,
Thank you for being here and thank you for driving so far.
yes, it's a pleasure coming
How
down
long
here.
have you been with the department?
I have been in law enforcement for 24 years. I've served in the Marines for 5 years. So I've been serving the community and the country for pretty much all my life.
Well, thank you for your service. The reason I ask is, did you have the pleasure of working with Senator Erdman?
Yes, he was one of my commissioners. We had our ups and downs, but we managed. We all did.
We all have. Just kidding. You know, I've worked with him here for 8 years and I was a commissioner as well, and I can feel your pain. But, you know, I do believe you have to support law enforcement. And quite frankly, if there was something going on in your department, I really don't think your board could deny you of what needs to be taken care of. My understanding.
Thank you.
But on another note, when it comes to, your negotiations, I mean, I really believe, and I supported Senator Bostar's opinion of giving the 6% over and above to the counties and cities, because it is important that you have the right equipment and that you need to do what you need to do. So I appreciate you coming here to testify in front of us. It gives us a better look at what it is that you're suffering with. So
Thank you.
thanks for coming.
Thank you. Senator Albright, any other questions from committee? Senator Duncan?
Thank you, Chairman. And again, thank you for being here. So I just want to clarify this, as it's currently written, I guess part of the concern that you have is that the 6% above the budget only can go towards salaries for
correct.
understaffed agencies.
Correct.
So if you needed to replace a vehicle that was beyond the budget, or if you needed new body cams or updating any other kind of equipment, that could potentially butt up against that hard cap and you wouldn't be able to exceed that without a vote of the people, right?
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
So that's the problem, is sort of how that's worded in there, right?
Yes, and
Okay.
that's how, the Nebraska Sheriff Association, that's why we're opposed, is just the way it's written.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Duncan. Any other questions from committee? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank
Safe
you very
going
much.
home. Neutral, do we have anybody neutral? Proponent, any proponents? He got here after the instructions.
Good afternoon. My name is Deb Kelly. I'm from O'Neill, Nebraska, and it's a pleasure to be here. First, I want to say that I know people call you when they need something from you or when they're mad at you about something. And I do want to thank you for your service. You have a hard job to do. My family and I are urging you to vote in favor of LB1. Soaring property taxes are crushing homeowners and small businesses. I'll forgo the majority of my speech. It's already been said with regard to, there's a lot of those tax exemptions that have to go. We are willing to pay our fair share on whether it's new or used equipment, on seed, fertilizer. We know there's going to be a trade-off, but the property tax crisis has to be solved. I don't know how many of you have taken a call from a landowner. We rent the majority of our pasture. When that landowner calls you, the very first thing they tell you when the rent's going to go up is it's because of property taxes. Every time it goes up, that is the reality of the situation. So I'll save all of that. I want to also say we support the increase on broadening the sales tax. There's 450 miles of interstate across our great state. There's 80 exits off of it. We share the love of the state. We can share the tax on the services those folks stop and buy as well. In our family company, we use a 3 C's approach to our daily work. It helps to keep us focused on the big picture. It helps to protect our relationships with each other and the people we work with. And one of those 3 C's is a reference to don't worry about who gets the credit. It seems today with a number of your constituents, if the idea didn't come out of my sandbox, by God, it's just not a good idea. And people will automatically oppose it. I wanted to start out saying that there's a number of people probably here, definitely out there, no matter what Governor Pillen says, they aren't going to like it. They might as well take a nap, because nothing that I can say here, they're so entrenched in believing that. I get tired of people saying that if I support LB1, that I'm flushing education down the toilet, because we have 3 daughter-in-laws that are teachers. As a former nurse, I also taught a dual credit class. We have 11 grandchildren living here in Nebraska, and we do care about our schools. Just asking people to focus on what's good for the whole playground. That kind of leadership does more for your constituents than about anything else you folks can do. And you know why? Because it models compromise. It models cooperation. It takes the wind out of wars with words. And God knows if we ever needed that modeled, it's now more than ever. It means, ladies and gentlemen, you can move the mountain. The last sentence is just that. If you can get real property tax relief accomplished, I think you'll move Nebraska the good life to Nebraska the better life. And you guys can take all the credit.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions from the committee? Thank you. Thank you for coming. Appreciate it very much. Now we go to opponents. Okay.
I've been here since 9:30 this morning.
Were you not here when I gave instructions?
I know, because I had to go to a county attorney's advice.
Okay, we're gonna let him go. You can be mad at me. Go, and then we'll go back into line.
No, I left at 1 to go to the county attorney's standards commission that I'm on.
That's fine.
My name's Don Klein, Kleine. I'm the Douglas County Attorney. I'm in my 5th term as the Douglas County Attorney. I'm here as lead law enforcement officer in Douglas County, also a representative of the Douglas County Board and the Nebraska County Attorneys Association. The first thing I would say is that we appreciate and applaud the efforts of Governor Pillen and the legislature to solve this issue of the property tax problem statewide. And opposition seems like a strong word here because we're just talking about exceptions. And I want to clarify that there's an exception for law enforcement in the bill. And I think that needs to be there. We oppose it as written because we want to make sure that, again, I've been involved in state government and county government for a long time. I've always said the county taxpayers get the best bang for their buck from county government. And as county attorneys, we're on the front line in what citizens care most about, and that's public safety. No one gets charged with a crime except through the county attorney. And I think that when we're talking about law enforcement, I think that exception needs to include county attorneys and really even public defenders. The criminal justice system, law enforcement does their job of making an arrest, but the people that go through the system are through the county attorney, and the public defender serves a great purpose there. So I think when you talk about law enforcement, it should be the entire people that are involved in criminal justice. I really believe that. And so that's what I'm here for is that exception or the cap. When we talk about law enforcement, make sure you include, and I think the definition should be made pretty specific, that includes county attorneys and public defenders in regards to law enforcement. I really don't have anything else. I could say a few more things, but I don't want to take any more time than I need, but I wanted to make sure the point was made that exception, when you talk about law enforcement, needs to include county attorneys and public defenders also. And obviously the law enforcement agencies where it's a sheriff's office, in my case, Omaha Police Department, Valley, Ralston, all the different agencies that I deal with on a daily basis. So I think it's very important that everybody understands that the county attorneys are the ones that lead that law enforcement agencies in their community. And that's where, when a crime gets charged, it's through the county attorney. So thank you for listening to me, and I'll be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you. Are there questions from the committee? Seeing none. Just to be clear, guys, if you have a position like that, that could be a neutral position. Just, if you're for the bill except for this, that's as much neutral as it is opposed.
That's why I was trying to express that there's a question there, whether we're really, I know the county board probably is opposed to all the caps on county government. Me specifically, it's just about the law enforcement exception and making sure that includes county attorneys and public defenders.
Thank you. Okay. Any other questions? See none. So we'll start again with proponents. And again, I'm going to remind people there are white sheets at the back of the room. And you can put your position down and it will be in the record. Go ahead.
Thank you. My name is Dennis Baumert, Baumert, from Scribner, Nebraska. I have lived and farmed in Dodge County all my life. In the 60 years that I have farmed, it's the first time I've felt compelled to appear before a revenue committee. 2 of my children, 3 of my grandchildren are involved in operation now. I am still a partner with them, but I take no salary out of the operation. Property taxes are a severe problem for us when we have Iowa and South Dakota for neighbors, and their property tax are half of ours. I really believe sales tax is a much fairer operation. I understand your problem. I am sure there are a lot of high-powered interest groups beating on you, believe in the fact that the only good tax is one that you and I pay and they don't. I'm only asking that you try to be fair so my grandkids and other young farmers can farm. Farmers buy a lot of equipment, and we expect to pay our fair share of sales tax. As a consolidation of farming is happening, rather than large corporations buying up Nebraska farmland, let's try and keep our young farmers competitive. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions from the committee? Thank you very much for coming, sir.
Thank you.
Opponent.
Good afternoon. I am John Cederberg, John Cederberg. I'm a accounting consultant living here in Lincoln, and I'm representing myself. I struggled with how to sign in, and based on Senator Linehan's immediate definition, I guess I should be neutral, because I have no objection to LB1 in general. I think there's more in it that I support than otherwise. My purpose here was to come and urge the committee and the legislature not to make a change to the apportionment of sub-S income that is proposed in sections 52 and 53 of LB1. I would make, and unfortunately Senator Kauth had to leave, but I would make one comment on sales taxes. I'll leave sales taxes otherwise to everyone else. If the committee and the legislature decides to go with taxation of professional services, you can't just say it's taxable, because that has never been part of our tax law since 1967. We have no infrastructure for implementing the tax. Sure, we can say it's taxable, but we need an infrastructure for implementing it. And the only available infrastructure which I am aware of, and I think I'm right, would be South Dakota. South Dakota is a tax in a state with no income tax. I've been told by numerous attorneys that I've worked with in South Dakota that that was an early compromise. But the other problem is I am familiar with South Dakota's sales tax on professional services. It's very complicated. If we really decide we want to go there, I'll volunteer my time to help, but I would discourage you going there. Otherwise, my entire testimony is wrapped up in the first sentence of my letter. I believe that the present apportionment is fair to Nebraska residents. It treats residents and non-residents identically, and it treats the pass-through income and corporation income identically. And so I believe it should be retained. The rest of my letter basically is to share with you the living history that I went through, that I've been through with this provision since 1987, late 1986 when I first wrote it. And so I thought that I might be coming to the end of my career, and it would be fair to share that history with the committee. I will make one observation in addition. The governor said anything that is taxed in or is not taxed in any adjacent state would not be here. That provision shouldn't be in there. Iowa uses our system. They have a different mechanic, but Iowa uses our system. Interestingly enough, I don't think a lot of people are aware of that, but they do. With that, I'd be willing to answer any questions. I do have some institutional history, and I used to be a professor when I was a youth. So.
Thank you very much. Do we have questions from the committee? I did appreciate your letter, and I do I'm old. I do remember those arguments from way back when, but thank you very much for being here. Appreciate it.
Mm-hmm.
Do we have any neutral? Okay, let's go back to proponents. You look startling familiar.
Just a little bit. Thank you, Senator Linehan and members of the Revenue Committee. My name is Kenny Zoller. That's KennyZoeller, and I serve as the Director of Governor Palin's Policy Research Office, and I'm here to testify in support of LB1. I've passed out 3 items I'd like to go over. First is a chart showing an overall tax cut for Nebraska that LB1 provides. Second, an article showing the individual impact that out-of-control property taxes have on everyday Nebraskans. And third, a chart showing the total property tax relief by school district. First, when this plan is fully enacted in FY 26-27, Nebraskans will be paying $1 billion less in overall taxes than fiscal year 23-24. For historical context, on page 2 of the first handout, taxes increased in Nebraska during FY 14-15 to FY 22-23 by $3.7 billion. The lion's share of that increase was due to property taxes, nearly doubling the next largest increase to other taxes. To be blunt, Nebraska has lost its opportunity to make incremental progress on the property tax issue or fix the problem through valuation controls alone. To put it on an individual perspective of why we must take decisive and substantial action immediately, I'd like to quote Connie Vaught, a single mom in Lincoln, trying to put her 2 sons through college. And I quote, "They sent me a letter that said my mortgage was going to be almost $700 more a month than it was before. They said it had to do with property taxes and increased valuations and all of that. It just seems like every time you try to get on top of it, there's another blow. I'm trying to be the best mom I can be, and I just can't do it anymore. There has to be some relief because people just are scrapping to get by at this point." Connie has until August 14th to come up with the money to pay her property taxes, and unfortunately, she has resulted in setting up a GoFundMe to do so. This is unacceptable in Nebraska. That is why we must have immediate reform and relief. In LB1, we do just that, putting revenue controls on 95% of a person's property tax bill, meaning the out-of-control property tax increases will never happen again. This bill also ensures immediate and significant relief. The third handout I provided shows that the average district and taxpayer will have a 70% reduction in school taxes owed when fully enacted, ensuring that Nebraskans on fixed incomes will be able to stay in their homes. There's a lot packed into LB1, but the simple description of it can be best summarized by the following statement. This cuts a homeowner's property taxes in half and provides more money and revenue certainty to public schools in Nebraska. With that being said, I would be happy to try to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions from the committee? Oh, Senator Brandt.
Thank you, Mr. Zoller. You mentioned in your final remark there about funding, the school funding issue. What would your feedback be regarding control? Is PROs, the governors, the state really looking to take over control of local public schools?
I don't believe that the governor has any want, nor does the legislature have any want to dictate on a day-to-day basis what happens to K-12 education. There was a member of that community that testified here earlier, and I found it interesting. She mentioned the discrepancy between year to year of what happens in their budget. Some years they have to increase by 1%, some years they have to increase by 7%. I'm not a math major. I think that averages about 3.5%, which is what we have in the bill. The other thing I want to point out is this provision in LB1 only touches what is owed to districts by property taxes. We will still have an equalization formula. There will still need to be work to be done in the 2025 session, but the complications of district to district can and will ultimately be equaled out through a new state aid formula.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator Von Giller. And other questions? So it's in the bill, 3% increase annually, or 3.5%?
I believe we have 3%
3%.
currently. Yep.
Yeah. Okay, no other questions? Thank you very much for being here. Next opponent. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. My name is Rhonda Robson. That's RHONDA and I'm with the YMCA in South Sioux City, Nebraska. I'm here on behalf of my YMCA, but also on behalf of the 14 different YMCAs across the Nebraska, because I'm also the chair of the Nebraska Alliance as well. Although I don't oppose, and I was considering being a neutral party too as well, I don't oppose the entire bill. I do express today a deep concern regarding the proposal of the elimination of the fee and administrative sales tax exempt, which affects all of the services and programs that we provide as a 501c3 organization, nonprofit organization. For over 152 years, the YMCA has been the cornerstone of strengthening the foundations of the communities we serve in Nebraska through youth development, healthy living, and social responsibility. Again, like I said, 14 associations across this great state of Nebraska and 38 facilities, not including the various different school sites that we also operate, as well as manage city municipality type programming like the city pool that I manage myself in South Sioux City. I shouldn't say myself, right? It's like our team. Each year we raise funds to provide more than $4 million in scholarships, financial assistance to ensure that no one is turned away due to the inability to pay. The Y provides program and services for more than 250,000 individuals every year, and more than half of those individuals are under the age of 18. The Y also subsidizes a lot of the costs for and being lower than market rate for many essential programs, services, including swimming lessons and chronic disease prevention programs, childcare, after-school programs, just to name a few. Additionally, we rely on 16,000 volunteers every year to help us statewide carry out our mission. And I had a volunteer here today, this morning, but he had to leave, or he would have also talked today, but it will be in the information that we provide. The nonprofit sector plays a crucial role in Nebraska's economic and in an intricate part of the fabric of our society. The YMCA is the largest provider of childcare and out-of-school care, enabling hardworking parents to remain employed. We create jobs. We are the largest nonprofit employer of youth, providing teens their first jobs and developing them to be the next generation of our leaders. And we uniquely are qualified and positioned ourselves to improve the health of our communities, mitigating health and chronic disease issues that could become very costly to the state. I realize that my time is up, but if this exemption is removed, Nebraska could be the only state that fully taxes YMCAs and nonprofits like ourselves. And Kentucky faced this similar legislation in 2018. And it was reversed the very next year because it recognized the negative impact on the communities it serves.
Thank you. Thank you. Other questions from the committee? You said, I just have one quick. You are the largest child care provider in Nebraska?
And in the United States. Yeah.
So what about Nebraska?
I think out of school care for sure. I'm not exactly sure about child care. So it depends on what you classify as child care, whether you classify that early learning or all the way through kindergarten or all the way up through 5th grade. So but we are
child care in the old fashioned sense, like
in the old fashioned, like babies through. I wouldn't know the answer if that we are the largest in that, but we are one of the biggest providers in the state of Nebraska. So this exemption would tax that.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you. Proponent. Do we have any more proponents?
Everything I was going to say has been said.
Well, what that happens when the other side leaves, then that'll be a conversation. If you're
I
here,
just need the white paper for the proponent.
you don't want to testify.
No, I'm for the bill, but I think I don't need to reiterate everything's been said. I guess.
Thank you. You're very kind.
God bless you.
Yeah, yeah. So does anybody else that's here want to testify versus signing the white sheet? Nobody else wants to testify
Is there
proponent?
no white paper back there? Is that what you're saying?
There's no white paper back there.
Oh, my goodness gracious.
Are they
It's yellow?
Yeah. Okay, now it's yellow.
Swear, didn't they say white paper?
Yeah, we did.
That's what we were told. Oh. Okay, the yellow paper's in the back. If you're here and somebody's already said what you said, if you sign it and put John in your position, it will go on the record. Okay, opponents.
All right. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, state senators, and thank you for serving our state and doing a great job. This is a tough issue, so we really appreciate you tackling this. So my name is Mike Evans. I am fortunate and honored to be the mayor of the wonderful city of Gretna. Today I'm testifying on behalf of the city of Gretna and also the United Cities of Sarpy County in opposition to LB1. Oh,
Mayor, this will seem silly, but can you spell your name, please?
It's MikeEvans.
It just helps the guys that have to type all this
Right.
out.
It's a tricky name. So anyway, I'm here to testify in opposition to LB1, specifically on addressing the public safety provisions. So LB1 currently as drafted lacks clear definition and kind of a workable exclusions for public safety. Ensuring public safety for our citizens goes beyond just mere workforce. It involves, police, fire, emergency services, corrections, emergency communications. And, any legislation advanced by this committee really should include those safeguards to allow political subdivisions to meet both operational and capital expenditures. During the 2024 session, the Sarpy counties were advocate for the inclusion of language from Senator Day. She had AM 3473, which went to LB 388. And we also expressed support for Senator Bostar's bill. I think it was LB 1216, which, proposed excluding public safety services from the calculation of those base limitations. We continue to support this approach as seen in your bill LB 28. So thank you. Now, it's critical for the city of Gretna. Every city is different. And in the city of Gretna, we have a volunteer fire department. So they made over 1,500 calls last year, which included traffic accidents on I-80, stroke and heart attack victims, which literally every second makes a difference. These guys are heroes in my mind, and we had to support them. So because of that, we're transitioning to full-time EMS. That includes adding 12 EMS employees. That was about $775,000, which doubled our current budget on our fire department. So while that was good, this year, it looks like we're going to have to add another $1 million for, a fire truck at some point. So the scale and to be able to keep that with just 6% budgets and votes every other year on growth is really not sustainable and not a great way to manage your city. I will say, we hear about fortunately, we're in Gretna, we have a lot of growth. I talk to so many people that say they moved to Gretna because they're from Colorado, they're from Connecticut, Nevada, Minneapolis. They move here for a quality of life, not because it's the cheapest place to live or not because we have mountains, but they move here for a quality of life. And I'm afraid by not supporting our public safety initiatives, we start giving some of that away. Lastly, along with my testimony, I've submitted language incorporating the changes recommended by the United Cities to our delegation following some recent discussions. We urge the committee to include these recommendations at LB1 and advance those. I'll take any questions.
Thank you, Mayor. Any questions for the mayor? Senator Albright.
Thank you. Thank you for being here. Great city. That's where my kids are. So you're saying you're just representing the Sarpy cities, right?
City Gretna and yes, United Cities of Sarpy County.
Okay. And with the growth that you get to, have as a part of your bottom line or what you get to add on to everything, are they really suffering on the police side? I mean, are you low on people? Are you?
For sure.
Have they asked for equipment?
So I saw the yellow light streaming, so I wanted to kind of be.
However.
Yeah, so, currently we use Sarpy County Sheriff
Yes.
as our law enforcement. They do an incredible job. They
Yes.
really do. But they're under the exact same pressures our fire department is under.
Right.
So, we continually ask for services, new resources. At some point, maybe we have to add a police department, and I don't even know how you even accomplish that within these, guidelines.
So, Don Klein was just here for Douglas County.
Yeah.
Would you also agree that the county attorney's office and the public defender should be included in that?
It's not my lane, so to speak, but I do know they do fantastic work. Without them, the whole system is frail. So we're only as good as our weakest link. So if, they felt that's needed, I would probably support that, but I'm not an expert.
And one more question. Are you understaffed in Gretna? with
For sure.
officers?
Yeah, we're a
And
small town.
firefighters?
And so when we grow, we don't grow at 3%, we grow at 75%, we grow at 10%, then we grow at 100%. So our community is really under a lot of pressure, and our staff we're short people, but we're fiscally responsible. It matters to us. I pay taxes too. So I know what it means to pay too much in property tax, and I want them lower as well. But we also need to serve our community, equally.
Thank you for being here.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Thank you, Sarah Albright. Sarah Boster.
Thank you, Chair Linehan. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I appreciate your perspective on recognizing the importance of providing an appropriate level of exemption for public safety services that is absolutely essential to our communities. I guess my question for you is, do you plan to come to the hearing tomorrow?
I do not.
You should.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for that advice.
Thank you.
Look at my schedule. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Boster. And I'm not saying, the committee will take it after all the hearings. We'll decide where we're going. But you just said you grow 10% a year?
No, I think if we don't grow at a standard pace,
Right.
1 year we'll grow 0. 1 year we'll grow 35%. The next year we'll grow, I think we grew 110%.
When you say grow, what are we talking about?
Population and population. Not valuation as much, because the valuation depends on, do you get commercial property? Do you get residential homes? So valuation doesn't always track residents. And sometimes the valuation exceeds the residents, but
Right, but any of these, whether it's any of the caps we're talking about, it's plus growth. So it wouldn't be 6%.
in valuation, not population, right?
Right. It wouldn't be 6%. It would be 6% plus your growth, which would go up and down, but it'd be significant.
Okay.
And then the other question I have, because it's interesting to watch Sarpy County because your rules are, I drive through Gretna every day. You get 4 cities. Bellevue.
5. Springfield.
I forgot Springfield, I'm sorry. Springfield, sorry. Do you have regular meetings about how you're going to address policing and public safety in the future?
So there's a lot of commonality. I believe we work with the sheriff directly, and just as a whole, the Sarpy County group and the mayors and the administrators meet continually on all topics.
So you're not, because you said something about you might have your own police department. So do you all have your own police department?
Yes.
Yes.
So, but for Gretna, we are jumping to that answer because the sheriff is doing a fantastic job. And if there's a way to save taxpayers money and continue to work with the sheriff, we'll do that as well. So we don't, we really look, I believe it's like Papillion and La Vista share a fire department. So we looked at ways to save money and kind of collaborate whenever we can.
Okay. All right, any other questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you. Have a great afternoon.
Yeah.
Good afternoon, Chairperson Linehan and members of the Revenue Committee. My name is Jason Buckingham, Jason, Buckingham, and I'm the superintendent of the Ralston Public Schools. I appreciate the opportunity to appear before you today to speak on behalf of the Greater Nebraska Schools Association, STANCE, and the students, staff, and the Ralston community. I appear before you today in partial opposition to LB1. As an organization, we're supportive of the concept of the state taking on a greater portion of the cost of funding our public schools. The changes made to the school funding formula during last year's session allowed our district to drop our general fund levy down from $1.01 down to 91 cents, offering some amount of property tax relief for our patrons. In an ideal situation, we would allow the current formula to run through more than a one-year cycle to see the long-term impacts before making substantial changes to how we fund public schools. We appreciate the efforts of LB1 to help fund an even greater portion of our costs, but we have some concerns specifically about the distribution method involved in LB1 in its current form. LB1 in its current form calls for property tax relief credits or property tax relief to be distributed to each county based on the percentage of property valuations compared to the overall valuations of the entire state. The county funds are further distributed to the school districts based on the valuation of the property inside each district. There is no component in the distribution formula accounting for student population or current property taxation rates. A district that is property tax rich but serves less students would get a greater allocation of property tax relief than a district with a relatively less amount of property but a higher amount of students. As an example, by way of comparison, my district has a valuation of approximately $2.3 billion for the current year and a student population of a little over 3,400 students. Humphrey Public Schools, by way of comparison, has a valuation of almost $1.03 billion and a student population of 319. Our general fund levies for the 23-24 year were 91.61 cents and 34.86 cents, respectively. Under the distribution model currently proposed in LB1, Humphrey School District property owners would receive almost half the amount of property tax relief as our district, even though they serve less than 10% of the students we serve and currently have a levy of 57 cents less than ours. As you can understand then, our concern with the proposed distribution model and our partial opposition to LB1. Unfortunately, this model has the unintended consequence of creating winners and losers initially. I understand the property valuation, the general fund valuation is slated to go to zero, but it temporarily creates winners and losers with no consideration into providing property tax relief for those patrons living in districts with higher levies. While we appreciate the efforts of the governor to more fully fund public education at the state level, we want any new proposed property tax relief to be fair and equitable across the state. Thank you for your time, and I'll try and answer any questions you may have.
Thank you very much. Doctor.
Just Mr. Sorry.
Okay, Mr. Buckingham. Thank you very much for being here. Senator Albright.
Buckingham, Mr. Buckingham.
Yes,
thanks for
Senator.
being here. Can you tell me how many option students you have enrolled in?
About 1
Ralston?
in 4 of
How
our
many?
students, about 1 in 4, 25%.
1 in 4.
Mhm.
And why do you suppose you have so many?
So we were a district that the metro area has kind of gone through different life cycles. Generally, people have moved west as the metro area has expanded. At one time, our district supported 6 full elementaries, a middle school, and a high school. Populations changed. We had a lot of our residents that no longer had children that lived in their houses, but we still had those buildings and we still had staffing. We thought that it was best for our district to be able to fully have a full enrollment in each of those areas so we could avoid the necessity of having to try and close down some of those schools and have to reduce staffing. So we think that we provide a valuable service in the metro and that we provide an option.
So where are they mostly coming from?
Omaha Public Schools.
OPS?
Mhm. And more specifically, South Omaha.
And how much would that add to your bottom line?
As far as,
The 1 in 4 children that come?
okay, so we collect money in option enrollment. That option enrollment number is just around 4 million or so for us. So it is a benefit to us financially, but again, we think that we are more efficient. And if you look at our statistics, we're one of the lowest spenders in the state. We are allowed to run more efficiently because we have that number of students in our district.
And with option enrollment throughout our state, do you have any idea what that number is?
I did at one time. I could get that for you, Senator. I can tell you in our district, it's about 4 million.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Albright. Senator Meyer.
Thank you, and thank you for coming in. I guess as I look at this, at your testimony here, and we as state senators have to look at what's good, best for Nebraska. I guess personally, I'm quite disappointed with the comparisons you make picking out Humphrey
Okay.
compared to Ralston.
Mhm.
And so you're cherry picking one example.
Sure.
Because of where they're located and their number of students, a decreasing farm population, and comparing their situation to yours. And as state policymakers, we really can't do that. So I appreciate your testimony. I don't agree with it. And maybe there's other folks who are going to represent that same point of view. But as a state senator, I want you to know that we have to look at the state as a whole, and cherry picking one instance and comparing yourself with that district is just not helpful. So thank you for being here.
Can I respond to that, Senator? Is that okay? So as we look at the data, yes, I did provide the most stark contrast that we had in data looking at it. I can go through and I'd be happy to send out the information. This isn't exclusive to Humphrey School District alone. We have several of our rural partners and we value them as well, but they don't operate as efficiently as what we do. We have higher levies because we've had to in order to make up the difference of what we lack in property valuation per student that some of our rural districts have the advantage of having. That being the case, if we have a system that is put in place in LB1 where we're going to offer property tax relief, my opinion only is, shouldn't we look at those taxpayers that are paying the highest rate of taxation? And that's what we have, and that was the purpose of my comparison. When we have our patrons paying 91 cents in general fund, and we have other districts that are paying a much lesser amount than that, aren't those the people that need the highest amount of property tax relief, the ones that have the highest levy?
But LB1 is going to change that. So why would you be opposed to one?
I'm
Because
opposed
in
to the
3 years,
distribution
We're
of
going to
it.
be even.
Correct.
Which is what I've been involved in education for 30 years, and that has been a real head scratcher that you can have property on one side of the road that's 42 and on the other side of $1.05. So we're trying to change that over a 3-year period. So could you maybe just look down the road a little bit further than 1 year?
We could, and I would agree with you, Senator. Unfortunately, in my previous life was a business manager, and we've gone through several iterations of attempts to make changes to property tax relief, and unfortunately, it never seems to come out the way it was intended.
So this is one time we're trying to do that.
I hope so, but I wouldn't be doing my due diligence if I didn't at least express concern on the way the distribution model is listed currently.
Thanks.
Thank you, Senator Meyer. I appreciate you being here and you bring up very good points. So your evaluation per student is about, if I did the math right here, about, and there's others that got a lot more and some with a lot less.
Yep.
But yours is about 676,000 per student. I divided 2.3 billion by 3,400.
Yeah, that's about right. Now, keep in mind, that's by formula student and not actual student.
Oh, so it's actually higher than that.
Yeah, so for example, you take your pre-K kids, as you well know, are only counted at 0.6 a person. So.
Right. So, and 25% of your kids are option kids, and you can keep your costs. I mean, the same thing that Miller does, right? You fill every seat you can.
Yep.
With option students. Okay. Do you, and you've been a business manager, so this is excellent. The way that, I know everybody says they hate TIOSA, but the way that need side of TIOSA works, do you feel that it's basically fair? I mean, everybody would tweak it a little bit this way or that way, but is it felt amongst schools that the need side, the funding, we all know is problematic.
Well, if I'm being honest, we'd always want more if more was available, but there are components and things I think that were well thought out that are currently in the system. When you look at things like the poverty allowance that's in there, and when you look at things like the LEP, those are things that don't necessarily have to be in the formula, but we think that they're critical, particularly in our position. We're a minority majority school district now, and most people don't realize that. When you think of Ralston, you think of a suburban school district, and our demographics have changed tremendously. So to answer your question, there are components of TIOSA that we very strongly support, and if LB1 was to pass, we're going to have to revamp the TIOSA formula. Those would be components that we hope carry on to whatever the new school funding formula would be.
So if you could somehow save the need side, but change the funding side.
And that's what we indicated. We're supportive of the state taking on a larger portion of that. So if the state is willing to take on and, like the $1,500 we received in foundation aid, that was a good step in the right direction for us. That allowed us to drop our levy. That allowed us to drop some of the property taxes we collected last year. We did collect less in 23-24 than we did in 22-23. So it did turn into some property tax relief, even though our valuations went up over 7%.
Thank you. Any other questions? Thank you very much
Thank
for
you for
being
your time.
here. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. My name is Ed Swotek, E-D, S-W-O-T-E-K, and I'm here today speaking in opposition to LB1. I currently serve on the Board of Directors of the Nebraska Association of School Boards and serve on the Board of Education for Malcolm Public Schools. I also have the distinct privilege of serving as one of 2 NASB representatives on Governor Jim Pillen's School Finance Reform Committee nearly 18 months ago. As Nebraskans, it is our moral and economic responsibility to provide for the educational needs of our children. Last year, Governor Pillen and the Nebraska Legislature took the bold step to create the Education Future Fund, which immediately leveraged over $1 billion to strengthen public school funding, boosted funding for our special needs children, and in nearly every corner of the state led to direct local property tax relief. We are very grateful for the governor's and the legislature's collective leadership and commitment toward K-12 public education and believe we are on the right track to ensuring sufficient funding for our schools. While LB1's intent is to reduce the tax burden on local property owners, it does so at the expense of local control of public community schools. Everyone agrees the heart and soul of Nebraska communities and a source of pride and economic vitality lies within its locally controlled school. And there is no better example of local control anywhere in Nebraska than your local public school. There must be a nexus between the local taxpayer and the place where those taxes are being spent. LB1 removes that nexus and thereby the accountability that Nebraskans deserve. Centralizing funding decisions for each unique public school district to a body of 49 state senators in the legislature, rather than your locally elected and accountable school board, cannot realistically address the multitudes of unique needs and the intricate complexities among 244 individual public school districts. Every month, school boards make tough decisions in facing a litany of uncertainties centered around staff compensation, rising health insurance costs, increased utility and maintenance expenses, rising transportation and fuel costs, rapidly growing special education expenses, and the list goes on. What school boards don't need is the added uncertainty as to what the state may or may not fund. The loss of local funding control of public schools has many potential downfalls, including making them possibly vulnerable to state-mandated forced consolidation, not having the flexibility to increase salaries for teachers, and being responsive to growing program needs to meet community expectations, and many more. Likewise, in the event of an economic downturn in Nebraska, allocated dollars to public schools, the largest user of state funds, could experience sizable cuts, thereby forcing local taxpayers to consider making up the shortfall with either supplemental property taxes or face staff reductions and program eliminations. The destiny or fate of a school district should lie in the hands of local stakeholders and the free market system, not in the chambers of the legislature. I urge you to oppose LB1 as it is currently proposed. Removal of local control runs counter to the very ideals we as Nebraskans cherish, especially as it relates to our children's education. Nebraska Association of School Boards stands ready and would welcome the opportunity to have an open dialogue to find reasonable and equitable solutions to our property tax problem in this state, while also preserving and protecting local control of our public community schools. Thank you.
Thank you. Other questions from the committee? Senator Brandt Gillern.
Thank you for being here today and testifying. I'm sure you're aware that the language around this topic very closely mirrors the language with regard to community colleges that moved forward last year. There was a lot of angst over that, a lot of fear and so on. But it appears after a year or so has gone by that most of those fears are assuaged. What do you see different here than what the community colleges feared and now no longer, at least in my knowledge, appear to have a problem with?
Senator, very good question. First of all, we have 244 public school districts in this state. Very unique needs from one district to another. And we as school board members need to be responsive to those individual needs. Community colleges serve a much larger and broader audience than individual school districts do. And we're closest to the issues in our respective school districts and need to be flexible to adjust to very, very localized needs. And that's what local school boards can do.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Van Gillen. Senator Albright.
Thank you, Chair Linehan, and thank you for being here. I'd just like to ask, are you still working with the governor at
Pardon me?
all? Are you still working with the governor? You said you were on a task force.
Yeah,
18 months ago.
we met initially after the governor was elected. It was a great group of people. NASB hosted that discussion. We also had representatives of Omaha Public Schools, Lincoln Public Schools, other smaller school districts, and a number of other organizations throughout the state. And it was based on those series of discussions that the Education Future Fund was created, and we did support that.
So let me ask you a question. Were you there when he asked the schools to hold the line
Yes.
on their levies?
Yes.
How many of them did? Or did
I don't
not?
have a specific number
There was
for that.
188 who chose not to.
Well,
that were sitting in the room.
what a lot of
I
those
just wanted
did.
to ask you another question. How about mandates? Are you aware of any mandates that he's asked the schools, superintendents and the schools in the state of Nebraska now with this new program that we have coming to get rid of as many mandates as you need to make it work?
I know that the governor has talked about removing any state mandates where they're expense related and don't, and many school districts do that. And they try to keep it as tight as possible.
Do you have any angst with the mandates that are in your school?
Yes.
Malcolm? How many would you say you have?
I don't have the specific number, Senator, but if some of those barriers to doing what we do could be removed, that makes it better for everybody.
Good. So make sure that you get your mandates put together for us before we get finished with this bill.
Yes.
It would be very helpful. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Albright. Any other questions? Senator Dungan.
Thank you, Chair Linehan, and thank you again for being here. Just to make sure it's clear on the record, there were a number of schools, it sounds like 188 that voted to exceed that cap, but not all of them actually utilized that additional authority.
Correct, Senator, and I wanted to interject that earlier. But
Do you know how many did ultimately exceed that authority?
I don't. I can find that information out for you.
Okay, if you could,
But
that'd
it
be
was a
helpful.
fraction of that 188.
I
or whatever
appreciate
it was.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Dungan. Senator Merman.
Yes, thank you for testifying. You listed some things that local boards would have trouble doing with the state taking over the funding. Increased utility and maintenance expenses, rapidly growing special education expenses. 2 years ago, we did pass the bill to reimburse 80% of special ed. You're aware of that.
Yeah.
You do still have the bonding authority for building schools.
Correct.
QC Puff for doing some of these things, special building fund for also doing many of these things. So you still have local control in every way except raising the funds from property taxes.
Well, Senator, that's not entirely correct. When you have rapidly increasing costs associated with healthcare insurance, and we all know what fuel costs have done in up and down and all over the place, we don't have control of that. We have to find ways in order to fund that. And what we're saying, we are closest to it. We understand it. We understand it better. And that's what local school boards want to be able to have the opportunity to control.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Merman. Other questions? Thank you for providing written testimony. It's always helpful. you said you'd be vulnerable to state mandated force consolidation. Aren't you vulnerable to that now?
That is left up to the local people.
No, but the state could consolidate you.
I don't, well, I'm sure the state could do pretty much whatever they want.
Right, exactly. That's why this argument is a little bit like.
Well, no, it isn't, Senator, because nobody wants to force consolidation on any
That's
school
true.
district.
Nobody wants
And
to.
let's stipulate to that. But if the economies don't work, then the local districts, the people in the local districts collectively make that difficult decision. And there are examples of that around the state.
I'm not arguing any of that, but I'm
The
just
local
saying,
should
I
have
don't
the
know
control
why
of
this
that.
would make you more vulnerable,
Well,
because you're vulnerable now.
if you don't control the purse strings of your district, then somebody else does. And school boards want to be able to have the control of controlling their own purse strings and their destiny of that.
So it also says that you may face, and I don't think you're from an equalized school, right?
Pardon me?
Are you an equalized school?
Yes, we are.
So you have to deal with that now, don't you? Make shortfalls because the formula, your valuations go up, your equalization aid drops. Don't you have to every year, like figure out, oh, wow, we don't know how much money we're getting from the state?
Well, we try to accommodate what we think the state may do, but
there's no guarantees.
There's never any guarantees on anything.
Right,
so.
right. So here's just the last thing, and this is for all of you that are still here. I know that insurance costs go up and fuel costs go up, and that it's tough and you have to sharpen your pencils, but so does every Nebraskan. That's not unique to government. Like when gas goes up to over $4 a gallon, you got 2 cars and maybe kids driving, heating bill goes up.
Right.
What
But
do
you,
they-
you get to make the decisions in your own household on how to make adjustments for that.
But I don't get
And
to
we
make
as
the
school-
decision of how much I could charge taxpayers.
Pardon me?
I don't get to make decision on my income.
No, you don't.
Okay.
But
Senator Merman.
Yes, and one more thing about those expenses, that you do have the ability to go to the taxpayers and ask for more funding also. Is not true
correct.
with this bill. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator
Again,
Murray.
that is for building funds, QC Puff, that sort of a deal.
I think it's, you can go anytime. You can go
Yeah,
anytime.
it's true that you can.
Well, you can, yeah.
Yeah, for
Yes,
50%,
you're correct.
or 60%.
Then you're dipping into, right.
Dipping into,
Well, you're asking your taxpayers to do even more. So.
okay. All right. Okay, any other questions? I think I'm okay. All right, thank you for being here. Yeah, but it's not. Hi.
Hi. Before I start, I just want to thank your staff for all their work. They've been very attentive. We appreciate it.
Okay. Especially since they're very thin. I mean, they're very, we're short 2 people on the revenue committee, so.
Well, they've
it's
done a
tough.
good job today, so.
Thank you.
My name is Jessica Coulterman, JESSICA KOLTERMAN. I serve as the Director of Administration for Lincoln Premium Poultry, Costco's wholesale poultry company. We're located in Fremont, Nebraska, where we have 1,200 team members and a grower network of approximately 100 farm families. Our complex includes a processing facility, a feed mill, and a hatchery, as well as the farms. Costco's initial capital investment was approximately $550 million. And then the farmers themselves added an additional $500 million, which is about $1 billion to the tax base. At the time we built, it was projected that our annual economic impact in the region would be approximately $1.2 billion annually. We're currently in the middle of a study that's being done by the University of Nebraska to look at that as a look back to see what the actual projections were. That'll come out later this fall. I wanted just to comment on a few things. From a tax policy standpoint, we share the concerns that have already been expressed about the shifts, and we're specifically concerned about inputs into manufacturing. Specifically, the equipment is the largest concern. I want to share an example that I think might be helpful to illustrate this. So when you buy a chicken from Costco, it's a rotisserie chicken, it's trussed. For those of you who don't know what that is, my dad told me I had to explain it. It's when the bands hold together the legs and the wings, and it fits in the oven just right with that. So that is a difficult job. It's a tedious job. Currently, up until recently, it was all done by hand. We have finally found robots to do it. We've ordered those robots. They're from New Zealand. You're all welcome to come and see them. They're really cool. It's a great new toy in our facility. It was only invented in the past few years, and we are going to be the first poultry processing facility in the United States to be all robot driven with that procedure. Those robots are very, very expensive. So we estimated if we had this in place, it would probably have cost us for the installation and purchase an additional $1 million. Everyday companies like ours are looking to decide where they're going to place facilities like this. In the past 8 years, we poured our heart and soul into this and trying to make this the best place we can for the people who work for us. I'd like to see future opportunities like this for Nebraskans, and therefore would urge not putting that specific thing in this legislation. Happy to be part of the conversation, though.
Thank you. Are there questions from the committee? Wouldn't that fall under the Imagine Act?
We actually, you mean if we were to expand or anyone were to come in,
If
or?
you buy a whole bunch of new equipment?
No, that's just considered a capital investment at this point. We're under Advantage, so we're
Okay.
still under Nebraska Advantage.
So you're not going to apply to manage, and even if you're expanding your,
Well, first of all, there's not any intent to expand. I'm just saying in general, if any specific company wanted to come in, any company like ours, with us specifically.
but when companies come in and they build a plant and they hire people, isn't that what the Imagine Act is for?
I can't speak to the Imagine Act because we came in under Advantage. But
So
generally
under
speaking.
Advantage, which is
Yes,
not
yes.
totally different than Imagine, when you have a big expansion like that, isn't there a program
So
for?
this is part of our current facility, and that capital investment is separate. So it's like, let's say you have, you need new equipment in your facility, even though you're not.
Okay, here's my experience as chair of the revenue committee.
Okay.
We have things we put sales tax on. This has been specifically obvious in ethanol. And because they didn't pay sales tax on yeast, because they were under the Advantage Act, when they come out from under the Advantage Act, they were then paying sales tax on yeast. So that's why I'm confused.
Well, my understanding in talking to my accounting department last week about this is if the initial investment fell under Advantage, but when we change things in the facility, that does not, was the understanding that I have. So.
Well, it can go under Advantage because that's no longer exists. But I find it hard to believe there's not a place for Imagine to work.
Well, we're not building a new facility. We're not adding jobs.
But you're investing, and what you said, a lot.
Mm-hmm.
Isn't there one of the things that's just for investment?
We've been looking at some of the grants through the Department of Economic Development with some of the workforce things because you're changing your workforce.
My question is, in the Imagine, because you worked that, I think, in the Imagine, isn't there one of the 5 or 6 qualifications that's just investment?
I'll have to take a look at it. I can certainly take a look. I don't have an answer for that.
Okay. Senator Cal.
Thank you, Chair Linehan. Hi, how are you?
Good.
You said you're moving to all robots. How many jobs will be displaced because of that?
We absorb those jobs into other departments.
Okay.
Ultimately, it'll be about, I think, between 70 and 80 in that range.
Okay, and will they be staying long-term? You're finding other things for them to do?
Yeah, we never eliminate people.
Okay.
So what happens is you say, okay, some of you are going to now advance and need to learn how to run these robots.
Yeah.
And so they become then more skilled labor. The others we absorb into other parts of the facility.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Senator Cal. Other questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you much for being here.
Three more.
I'm just going to ask a question. How many are here that are still planning on testifying? And do you actually really have something to say that's not been said? All right. Well, that's a lot fewer hands. So again, if you sign the sheet, you'll be in the record as being here and being opposed or being for. You don't have to talk. Because so you know, we have 3 other hearings following this. You are not the only deal today. So, and it's sometimes, a lot of business people, you've heard the term of diminishing returns, right? Okay. Go ahead.
Good afternoon. Chairwoman Linehan and members of the Revenue Committee. My name is Shannon Booth, SHANNON, space BOOTH. I am the chair of the Nebraska Broadcasters Association and the vice president and general manager for several local television stations across Nebraska. This includes KOLN 1011 in Lincoln, KSNB Local 4 in Hastings, serving the Tri-Cities, and KNOP News 2 in North Platte. I'm here today urging you to oppose LB1, a sales tax on advertising would have significant negative consequences for our local NBA member stations and personnel. I care greatly and deeply about the viability and success of all Nebraska stations, radio and TV alike, but today I'm before you laser focused on the unfair playing field that an ad tax would create right here in the capital city, and at the detriment of one of my stations, KOLN 1011, Lincoln's longstanding local CBS affiliate. I'm honored to lead this great station. I love the broadcast industry. I'm passionate about where we are and where we're going. I love going into work each day. Broadcasters are driven, aggressive, and competitive. But at the end of the day, it's about service and how we've made a difference for our local viewers and listeners and our local advertisers. I'm sure our competitor and local ABC affiliate in Lincoln, KLKN, would tell the same story. Local journalists working on local stories every day, local meteorologists working all hours of the days and nights to keep viewers up to date on all platforms, especially during life-threatening events, and I could go on and on. We are FCC licensed to do this work in our communities. KOLN and KLKN, same license, same focus, same goals, yet owned by different companies. The problem, as written, LB1 would impose a tax on advertising sold by KOLN 1011, but not for advertising sold by KLKN. That's because KOLN 1011 is owned by Gray Media Group, which owns more stations in our state across the country and therefore has more gross revenue as a group than the company that owns and operates KLKN. If we truly do not want to pick winners and losers in your tax reform efforts, the $1 billion threshold clause in this bill does not work. KOLN 1011 cannot be asked to tax local businesses while KLKN is not. This does not make business sense and has absolutely nothing to do with how we operate our respective stations right here in Lincoln. We take our commitment to our viewers, users, and listeners very seriously. Local broadcasters are the counterweight to the national narratives. There's a reason why local news is the most trusted source and news, regardless of age, race, political ideology, etc. It's because we are local and understand our local communities, and local broadcasters live here and truly care. All of these commitments take significant funding, and that's what led to this conversation today.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions from the committee? Senator Dunn.
Thank you, Chairman Hand. Thank you again for being here. I know when we were talking about LB 388 and the advertising tax, there was some concern, I guess, or just conversation surrounding how this kind of tax would ultimately be passed on to local businesses. Can you, I guess, explain in a little bit more detail how that process would work and how if this tax were to be levied, what that would mean for what you would charge local businesses for doing advertising, or how does that ultimately get passed on in that way?
Sure, yeah. So, if you just think about, again, KOLN and then, similar processes in the selling process, we have all transactional or advertising that comes in the door pulled off of our local sales reps. So everybody's out 100% focused on serving those local businesses here in Lincoln and throughout Nebraska. And you would ask specifically about the process, the billing of it would be, advertising on billing day would, pass that ad tax on to those customers. Now, You take the ones who are maybe we're just getting started producing a new commercial for them, perhaps getting on, these small businesses that we're partnering with and helping. We're just getting them going with their marketing and their advertising, and then to ask, to put that on top so you can see where it would perhaps come back on the broadcaster. And of course, our funding, our investments in those dollars would be taking away from our investments in our journalists and our technology.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Duncan. Any other questions? Thank you. I guess we do, because people have rotated in and out. Is there anyone here wanting to testify in neutral or proponent? Just, okay. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Senator Linehan, members of the Revenue Committee. My name is Bill Hawkins, Hawkins, BILL. I'm a lifetime Nebraska resident. I'm a poor organic farmer and herbalist, and I am very thankful I'm not an accountant or a revenue person and having to deal with this that you're having to deal with. I've been a watchful citizen in this body for over a decade, and I just happen to be a property owner. I have a piece of property outside of Lincoln, and I also have a retail building here in Lincoln. Just this tax protesting season, my property taxes went up 25%. No reason, no improvements, no comparable sales or anything. They could not give me a reason for raising that other than you're going to cap them and they want to get as much money out is the problem. So this is a problem that we have in the state that I've seen and have many revenue committees discuss how to fix it, and it hasn't been fixed. So however you do it, I am here as the director of the Nebraska Hemp Company to offer you a sustainable revenue source that is already here, and that's the use of cannabis. And so we have 2 recreational cannabis bills here introduced in this special session. Missouri has produced $1 billion in revenue. Maryland did. There's several dozen states that have recreationally legalized cannabis. The use is here. If you don't support that, then you support the black market that also supports human trafficking and opiate and fentanyl use. So by putting it in sustainable local businesses, you take it away from the black market. So I'm just asking you to consider that as an alternative revenue source. It would be $1 billion of infrastructure build out just to build out the warehouses, storefronts, and greenhouse facilities across the state. Then it would be $1 billion worth of revenue sustainable every year. Once Congress reschedules to Schedule 3, it opens up banking and interstate commerce. Then Nebraska, in the center of the country, will have interstate, multi-state operators in the state shipping it coast to coast on our pipeline. So I thank you very much for your time, and I'm here all session for any questions you may have.
Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
Are there any questions from the committee? Seeing none.
Thank you for your
being
time.
here. Announcement, when you go in and out the doors, don't hold them open because it makes it very hard to hear up here if there's noise coming in. So just go out, close the door. If anybody comes in and you're not an opponent, please make sure the clerk, the clerk knows that you need to testify.
Good afternoon. My name is Deb Peters, DEB PETERS. I am a recovering state senator from the state of South Dakota and former president of the National Conference of State Legislators. I've lived and worked in Nebraska, and my children were born here. I am a certified public accountant and finance professional with an extensive background in state tax law. I am here today representing the Americans for Digital Opportunity, an organization that's supported by the Association of National Advertisers, testifying in opposition to LB1. I'm also here and testifying on behalf of E Creamery and Caspian Creats. They were two small Nebraska businesses that actually had to go back to running their businesses and they couldn't be here any longer. So I apologize for adding them to the list. I understand this bill, and specifically tax on digital advertising, is part of a larger tax package proposed by the governor, but that does not make the concept any better or more palatable or even more legal. This is the bottom line. There are multiple legal challenges which Nebraska will face if this bill is passed in its current form, therefore jeopardizing this entire tax package, since one of the main revenue streams will not be implemented as you all intend. And to be very concise, because time is long here. This bill violates the U.S. Constitution's dormant commerce clause. It blatantly sets two separate standards, which you've heard from the previous speaker from the broadcasters, two separate standards between similar businesses, large and small, and in-state and out-of-state. And it also excludes local businesses from administering the tax, and therefore unconstitutional is discriminatory. Two, it violates federal law, PITFA, the Permanent Internet Tax Freedom Act, which Congress has passed expressly prohibiting states from imposing discriminatory taxes on electronic commerce versus non-digital or non-electronic tangible personal property. That's something to pay attention to. And finally, it violates the First Amendment. With news media exemptions and making the tax on digital services content-based distinctions, the tax will be subject to strict scrutiny and found to violate free speech. There's a reason why advertising is not taxed in the United States. This is not simple. And over the past decade, nothing has leveled the playing field for small businesses and mom and pop shops across your state. Digital advertising allows your local farmers and your Main Street businesses to compete with global brands and consumers. And I will just close that. Please don't be like the blue state of Maryland, who has been losing in court on this very same issue on digital ad taxes. And they're still in litigation, and it's been over 3.5 years. So with that, I would please have you pull the advertising services tax out of your tax package. I'll stand by for questions.
Are there any questions for the committee? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Good afternoon, Chair Linehan, members of the Revenue Committee. Number one, thank you as always for your hard work and your engagement on this issue. As you can see, lots of folks are very concerned about this bill. I'm here in opposition. My last name is spelled S-I-L-K-E. I'm an attorney and lobbyist.
We need it spelled first and last
Oh,
name.
V-A-N-E-S-S-A-S-I-L-K-E. I'm the attorney and lobbyist for Brickway and Cut Spike in Omaha, and also Kincaidor Sideshow, which has locations throughout the state of Nebraska. Also represent Distillery Group that is now formed to address page 24 of LB1, which modifies statute 53-160. To your point about making sure that we're addressing new items that haven't already been addressed, Mr. Zach Treimer, who is the owner of Cut Spike and Brickway, was unable to be here. He's testified on nearly every alcohol bill for the last decade. I've also been there along the way as the attorney and lobbyist to assist in this very highly regulated industry. This is not a slush fund or a special interest group. This is a group of small business owners who for the last decade or so have grown their businesses right here in Nebraska. That's why they oppose LB1. So before I read this quick statement from Mr. Treimer, I just want to highlight that I'm here if you have questions. Regardless of where we started with legislation over the years, I and my clients have worked so hard with the legislature to arrive at bills that are ultimately passed that help grow this industry. And none of these clients are exempt from tax. And we're not asking for an exemption today. So with that, I'll hop in here to Mr. Treimer's statement. Mr. Treimer is founder and head distiller of Brickway Brewery and Distillery in Omaha's Old Market and Cut Spike Distillery in La Vista. He's in opposition of LB1. After I completed my master's degree in brewing and distilling in Edinburgh, Scotland in 2006, I returned to Nebraska and worked with senators to adopt the craft distilling bill. It was signed into law in 2007. In my testimony to the General Affairs Committee at the time, I promised we would increase jobs, state excise tax payments, reliance on Nebraska-based agricultural and payroll taxes. We've successfully done just that. We now have approximately 12 Nebraska craft distilleries and more in planning. We're in a place that craft breweries were a decade ago, and they are poised for growth. A decade ago, craft beer had about 12 licensees. Now they have over 77. Unfortunately, due to our size, economies of scale are a challenge. We'd love to be able to ask for a premium for a price because we are local. However, we have learned over years of practice that the typical buyer will support local provided the price isn't much more than national brands. A tax increase to $14.50 per gallon will most certainly end their ability to stay in business here in Nebraska. They will absolutely look at other states like Missouri and Kansas as a location to grow instead.
Sorry, you're like,
And I'm happy to finish this last facts that he has if there is a question for Mr. Trimer.
I think that we're probably moving past that if there's another question. So just 3 minutes, guys.
I understand.
Okay.
He wasn't able to be here and he does employ 41 people. So I wanted to make sure that his statement was in the record for the benefit of the senators.
Do
as
you have a
consider
written
this.
statement?
I can forward that on, but again, with the timing for small business owners, he couldn't get it in before 8 a.m. this morning and was absolutely adamant that I make the record for him. So I appreciate your time.
What I'm saying is many people who testified today brought a written statement.
Yes.
Did you bring a written statement?
I can print it and distribute it.
Yep. Just give it to the clerk.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Senator Linehan and members of the Revenue Committee, my name is Steve Hupka, STEVEHUBKA, Interim Chief Financial Officer for the City of Lincoln. I'm here today in opposition of LB1 on behalf of the City of Lincoln. I'll spare you some of what's in the written testimony, but it mostly has to do with our ability to fund a growing community and the services that government provides. More than 50% of the tax funded portion of our budget goes to public safety. LB1, as it currently is proposed, jeopardizes our ability to ensure public safety, build new infrastructure, and incentivize housing development. One important example of potential reduction in public services would be the challenge of providing resource increases, including employee compensation for police and fire department, which also includes numbers of essential non-uniform personnel, which is something that I don't think was previously mentioned, that there's a lot of civilians that work in the police and fire departments. With mandated comparability for employee compensation and rising costs of living, hard caps would limit the city's ability to compete for and retain talent. Without a broader public safety exemption, it would become more difficult to meet essential operational and capital requirements for police, fire, emergency, medical services, and emergency communication. We're strongly opposed to a hard cap, but we understand that you have a tough task at hand, and we'd be willing to continue the conversation as to what could be done to provide some necessary exceptions to provide for public safety. We do appreciate the fact that the governor is removing the restricted funds lid and making it a little more easy to use sales tax revenue. That part of the bill we definitely support.
Is that it?
That's it.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank
you. Think I'm getting red. Not right. You'll- Welcome.
Well, good afternoon, Madam Chairperson, committee members. My name is Rick Nelson, RICKNELSON. I'm the general manager at Nebraska Rural Electric Association. And as I sit here without my glasses, I'm going to try to make it through here.
Readers?
Yeah.
Do you want to?
I'll see if I can.
You look funny in polka dots, maybe, but I have extras, actually.
No, I'm kidding.
You might like those better.
No, I literally can't see.
There you go.
There we go. Thank you, Senator. Oh, so much better. So I'm testifying in opposition to LB1 on behalf of the Nebraska Power Association. And by the way, when I look up, you all get really fuzzy. So I just noticed that. And the Nebraska Rural Electric Association, the NPA includes all of the Nebraska utilities. Specifically, I want to bring up 3 quick issues to your attention on LB1. Some of the tax exemptions that are stricken within LB1 were not really tax exemptions to begin with at all. There were clarifications and had practical reasons for their implementation. Page 60, line 9 strikes language pertaining to the personal generation or program we call net metering. Net metering customers are currently only charged charged sales tax on their net energy used each month. A bidirectional utility meter only shows the net use at the end of the month. The meter simply runs backwards when they're selling it to us, and runs forward when we're selling it to them. Second, line 28 of page 60 removes language regarding the taxation of lease of electric power structures or facilities owned by political subdivisions of the state. So in 2019 and 2020, as a result of a Department of Revenue opinion, utility poles and lines were personal property, determined personal property. And we brought together several bills to fix that and make it real property instead of personal property. Mainly because it hadn't been taxed that way previously. We're still evaluating the impact of LB1, but it may impact public power districts and electric cooperatives differently. Finally is public power, I got a red light. You want?
Finally, public power does pay taxes, yes.
Yeah.
Late tax, right?
Yeah, so there's in lieu of tax, in lieu of property tax, kind of those taxes, one of the. Yeah.
We got it.
Okay.
Thank you. Are there any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you very much. I'm sorry, what?
You really want these?
Wants glasses back.
If I had them on, I wouldn't be able to walk.
I know this. Go ahead.
Thank you, Chairwoman Linehan and members of the Revenue Committee. My name is Cody Schmick, CODY-SCHMICK. I'm the managing partner of Sideshow Spirits at 1630 P Street here in Lincoln. We are Lincoln, Nebraska's first ever legal distillery. In growing this business, we have added jobs, bought 100% Nebraska corn, the main ingredient in bourbon, and paid taxes. I'm here in opposition to LB1. The proposed bill I know is a monster, but I'd like you to focus on the liquor tax portion. We are currently paying $3.75 a gallon, which is already higher than most states around us, and now $14.50 a gallon. Our budding industry is definitely feeling like some collateral damage in this discussion. This bill has spurred us to form the Nebraska Distillers Guild, with distilleries across the state to pool resources and give our industry the best chance possible to success. These folks have taken huge financial risks, have spent countless hours building not only their business, but the whiskey industry in Nebraska. We are gaining traction. Our hope is that if we keep our nose to the grind and work hard every single day, we can grow Nebraska craft spirits in the next 10 years the same way we've grown Nebraska craft beer in the previous 10. But we have to have your help with common sense legislation. This tax will kill off our industry before we get started. The Nebraska Craft Distillers Guild would like to work with the Revenue Committee to consider amendments to address harmful impacts to the small producers. Most importantly, I ask that we continue to work together to grow this industry in Nebraska. Recently, with the help of the legislature, we had made a distinction of small craft distilleries, stating that 100,000 gallons of production or less constitutes a small distillery. We also work with the legislature to define and establish a common sense tax rate for ready-to-drink cocktails, which you guys have seen more of. These efforts have grown our industry. In closing, Nebraska has better corn, better water, and better climate for making bourbon whiskey. Give us the chance to catch up with our neighbors in Kentucky, and with your help, we'll make that happen. Thank you, senators and committee, for your time. I'll be glad to take any questions.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you, senators, for letting me talk with you today. My name is Todd Rowe, Toddroe. Again, my dad and I own and operate Lazy RW Distillery in Moorefield, Nebraska. If you guys have a map, the population of Moorefield is about 22 people. We are truly rural Nebraska. We drove 4 hours to be here. I've been here since 9 o'clock. I didn't know how all this would work, but just to be quick with what Corey said. Something else more about me. I own cattle. We own land. I've been the chairman of our village board for 12 years. I've been on the village board for 15 come this December. I'm up for another re-election. I've worked through budgets. I've done this. My purpose here today to vote to be against LB1 is because it will crush my distillery. Lazy RW is clear out in the middle of nowhere as we are. We compete every month with being one of the largest producer of distilled spirits in the state. I'm telling you right now, if we go to 1450, we will be done in the next 3 years. There's no way I can compete. There's not the help, there's not the work, there's nothing, and this will drown us. And I'm on the record saying Lazy RW will not be in business in 3 years if it goes to 1450. It ain't happening. We don't get the perks that Iowa gets at 1410. We don't get the perks that Wyoming gets being an enclosed state. You know, they sell it direct. They take all their profit and that goes towards their excise tax. Iowa does the same thing. Missouri's $2. Kansas is $2.38. We're already $3.75. Yes, South Dakota's $4.28. But if you take us to 1450, our homegrown, my dad and I started this 9 years ago in a shop, and it's developed into one of the largest producers in the state. And I'm telling you right now, it will shut it down. Any questions?
Thank you very much for being here. Appreciate it. Any questions from the committee? Senator Dunn.
Thank you, Chairman Hannon. Thank you for being here today. I really appreciate that. You drove a long ways. I appreciate your testimony. What is the production of your distillery? Like, how much do you put out?
How much can I, or how much do I average?
Both.
Okay, so we shoot for anywhere from 12 to 24 cases of whiskey a day. That's 288 bottles. We can do as many as 40 if need be to fill an order. We average probably somewhere around, I would say somewhere around 250 gallons a month. We've had higher months, lower months, but that's about the average.
And so if we were to tack on that 1450 per gallon, I'm bad at math, but that would be a pretty substantial.
The biggest thing is the 280 added on to the bottle when I sell it to wholesale. Right now, if I sell it at $16 a bottle to wholesale, then they sell it and they mark it up to $21, and then retail marks it up to $29, and it sits on the shelves at $29. And Western Sun from Texas can come in here and sell to wholesale at $9 because they have a massive distillery. Then here I am selling mine, and you're a novelty if you're too expensive. It's neater than, puppies if you got it down there where, oh, I got this for old granddad over Christmas. He loves that stuff. But we need to be a sustainable business. I want people to come back and say, I like Lazy RW. Well, it's $45 a bottle, or not that it will be that much, but that 280 is the make or break between them buying Nebraska, no matter how loyal they say they are. Everybody's loyal when you're sitting at Hy-Vee giving them a free shot.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So I'm telling you right now that everybody's loyal at that point, but will they come back when you're not there? So it scares me, and it's been tougher than woodpecker lips getting through 2023. It was the worst year I'd seen. People, they're running out of money. The free money's all gone. Credit cards are getting high. Groceries that cost $150 in 2022 or $425 for the same cart. That $25 bottle of booze isn't really going to be a priority for you, especially if it's a novelty or just because it's Nebraska, or man, I really like that Todd Rowe or whatever. They don't buy it. So we're finally growing back, and then this hits us. And I'll be honest with you, it's embarrassing. The worst thing in the world is to fail in business, but you can sit at home and be broke. There's no reason to work your butt off and do it. So if it's going to out-tax me, I'm gonna work with my cows. I'm an engineer by education. I'll stick with that. I'm not gonna work my tail off to bury myself financially because, by God, I'm gonna prove to our state legislature that I can make this tax work. I hate my property tax. It stinks. I have buildings, I have all kinds of things that keep up in value, and I'm not doing anything to them. But everybody sat here and said, a lot of people are paid to be here and say their little thing. This is affecting me directly. I sit as chairman of my village board in Brady, Nebraska, and I listen to these people tell us to keep the budget down. Don't raise this. We get $54,000 in property tax money to run our little village. For some reason, for a thing that never makes money, we have $1 million budget. And we bring in maybe 78,000, but we always write checks and they always cash. So for something that never makes money, we seem to always have it. And it's just, we sit here. The thing that drives me the most crazy is we have this beautiful idea to drop property tax. We're cutting property tax. Here are the taxes we're going to bring in to pay for it. It doesn't make sense to me. Like, you're cutting tax. It's like cutting one leg off a tripod. You got to add, you got to cut a little bit off each leg. Otherwise, it's going to fall over. You can't cut one tax and then raise a bunch of taxes like excise tax that everybody knows about.
Well, I appreciate your comments, and I really do appreciate
sorry,
your,
I know
no,
where
you're
you're
okay.
going.
It's okay. I appreciate your unique perspective. So thank you for coming in today.
Well, I got to go home now. So.
And you didn't bring us a gift.
Yeah, if I'd have thought harder to get up here earlier, I'd already be home. So. Is
Thank
anybody
you.
else? I guess I didn't.
Yeah, I think we're done. Any more questions?
Thank you.
Thank
Thank
you very
you.
much.
Well, that's a tough act to follow.
Yeah.
Good afternoon, Chairwoman Linehan, and members of the Revenue Committee. For the record, my name is Steve Albertson. That's SteveAlbertsen. And I'm the Director of Programming for the Nebraska Rural Radio Association. We are the only farmer and rancher-owned radio stations in the country. And we operate radio stations in Scottsbluff, Lexington, Cozad, Holdridge, York, West Point, and Broken Bow. And I'm going to attempt to skip past some of the items that have already been addressed. I'm here to testify in opposition to LB1 as the removal of the exemption of advertising from Nebraska's state sales tax code would be highly detrimental to the future of radio and television stations across the state. Even though, as currently written, on the surface, this proposal should not have any impact on our company as our annual revenue is far below the $1 billion level, this bill will have a negative impact on our company as we resell third-party digital advertising from companies that would be impacted by the bill. So it's not in the best interest of not only the media industry, but all the business across the state. As you look up and down the main streets of our small towns in particular, you'll see that there are many businesses that have closed their doors. The potential for the number of advertisers that we can help continues to get smaller and smaller. And this bill would cause unnecessary additional expenses for Nebraska businesses, forcing them and many of them to stop advertising altogether. This turns out to be a content-based tax on speech. A company can escape the tax if it is engaged primarily in news. A station like KRVN, which is in Lexington, been in operation for 80 years, provides a mixture of news, entertainment, and community interest. Now, all of a sudden, they have a decision. Are they compelled to program more content that can be classified as news, or continue with entertainment and community-based? It's a decision. And if they move that direction towards news just to avoid the tax, then what we've done is that we've let the programming to be driven by the government and not by taxation. And that's what the First Amendment is meant to prevent. So the bottom line is that this bill will cause Nebraskans employed in the media industry to lose their jobs. We rely on advertising income to operate our business. Without it, we cannot provide the news, weather, and sports coverage that rural Nebraskans depend on for us. We've been serving rural Nebraska for 80 years. We feel that we know best how to serve and how to be the local source for information that rural Nebraska deserves. And I urge you to consider rejecting this bill or at least amending it to remove this new tax, as it would only serve to worsen the hurdles that we must overcome to continue to be the rural voice of Nebraska. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Any questions from committee members? Seeing none, thank you, Mr. Albertson.
Thank
you. Next testifier.
Good afternoon, Vice Chair Von Giller, members of the Revenue Committee. My name is Jim Tim, Jimtimm, that does rhyme. I serve as President and Executive Director of the Nebraska Broadcasters Association. We represent the interests of Nebraska's free over-the-air radio and television stations licensed by the Federal Communications Commission. We oppose the Advertising Services Tax Act within LB1 because of the economic harm that it would bring to our industry. Most advertisers operate on fixed budgets and would inform stations that their total budget will remain static and must now include any state taxes, leaving stations with an immediate haircut of 7.5% off the typical gross revenue of your typical advertising purchase. This problem for our members is further compounded by taxing syndicated programming and some of the other business categories that would also lose their exempt status under LB1, raising the costs of routine business expenses such as accounting services, legal fees, building and vehicle maintenance and repairs, and so on. Advertising fuels our economy. It informs people about goods, services, and events, purchases people may want to make or sometimes have no choice but to make. Advertising is a business-to-business service enterprise and a necessary driver of economic growth. As we know, on July 22nd, Governor Pillen released his statement of principles regarding sales tax exemptions ahead of this special session. His sixth principle said, no sales tax on services or items that are tax exempt in all surrounding states. Not one of our 6 surrounding states taxes advertising. And don't forget that Florida passed an ad tax several years ago and had to call a special session to repeal it just 6 months later. Not only did it immediately harm their economy, it was nearly impossible to understand and administer. We urge you to reject any form of an ad tax and to oppose LB1 as currently written. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Any questions from committee members? Seeing none, thank you, Mr. Tim.
Thank you.
Mr. Finn.
Mr. Vice Chair, members of the committee, my name is John Zimmer, Johnzimmer. I'm an attorney with Klein Williams, representing the Nebraska Broadcasters Association, and I provide this testimony in opposition to the Advertising Services Tax Act contained in LB1 or any similar legislation. If enacted by the legislature, ASTA would violate the U.S. Constitution in at least 2 ways. First, it would violate the guarantee of freedom of speech in the First Amendment. Advertising is speech. Often it's commercial speech, which remains protected by the First Amendment. In an election year, much of this speech is political speech, which the Constitution affords the highest degree of protection. The U.S. Supreme Court has long held that attempts to tax news media are subject to scrutiny under the First Amendment. And while states have some authority to tax media in an even-handed and content-neutral manner, states cannot tax some advertising and exempt other advertising based on the content of the communications. ASTA would do exactly that. If enacted, it would tax all providers of advertising except news media entities, which it defines as an entity engaged primarily in the business of news gathering, reporting, or publishing articles or commentary about news, current events, culture, or other matters of public interest. In other words, whether a person is subject to the tax depends on the content of what they publish. This is a clear violation of the First Amendment. The First Amendment also demands clarity so that people know whether their speech is affected by state law. ASTA violates this principle because it's vague. To be exempt as a news media entity, primarily publishing various types of content, what does primarily mean? Is it measured in time, money? Is there a 50% threshold? ASTA doesn't say. What does ASTA say about current events or culture or other matters of public interest? Does the Tonight Show fall within these categories? ASTA does not provide an answer to these questions. This statutory vagueness is fatal to ASTA under the First Amendment. Second, ASTA also violates the Dormant Commerce Clause, which has been recognized by the Supreme Court as a limit on the state's ability to impose unjustified burdens on the free flow of interstate commerce. At its heart, this doctrine is concerned with preventing economic protectionism by one state against another. ASTA would protect local businesses at the expense of national providers of ad services because it would apply only to businesses with more than $1 billion in annual gross ad revenue. As a practical matter, it would not apply to any businesses which derive revenue solely in the state of Nebraska because they simply don't generate enough revenue to be subject to the tax. Thus, if ASTA passes, it will place some stations with affiliates in other states outside of the state of Nebraska at a competitive disadvantage to their Nebraska-based competitors not subject to the tax. This unequal burden renders the statute vulnerable to challenge under the Dormant Commerce Clause. Attempts in other states to tax advertising are already subject to challenge, and it's virtually certain that if passed, this statute would not result in immediate tax revenue because it too would be challenged. And if those challenges are successful, would not result in any tax revenue. What is certain is that litigating these constitutional issues will be costly for the state of Nebraska. I'm happy to answer any questions that the members of the committee might have.
Thank you. Any questions from the committee members? Seeing none, thank you, Mr. Zimmer.
Thank you.
Appreciate you being here. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Senators, and all your work you're doing on the Revenue Committee. My notes say good morning, but it's good afternoon. My name is Rusty Hike, R-U-S-T-Y-H-I-K-E, and I have the honor of serving as the mayor of the city of Bellevue. Today, I'm testifying on behalf of both the city of Bellevue and the United Cities of Sarpy County to express our opposition to LB1. First, I would like to acknowledge that all the mayors in Sarpy County recognize the issue of property taxes. We hear the concerns of our constituents just as you do, and we are committed to finding a workable solution. However, LB1 does not present such a solution. I would like to address two specific concerns: the timing of the bill's implementation concerning municipal budgets nearing completion and the provisions allowing for 0% growth. We respectfully request that the committee ensure LB1 is delayed in a way that it does not impact the 2025 budgets. Making changes to property tax assessment methods or budget development processes so late in the fiscal year would be akin to changing the rules of football during the 2-minute warning. Such timing would be disruptive and unfair, affecting plans that are already near finalization. Second, LB1's provision for 0% growth compared to the previously considered 3% is highly problematic. It does not account for the realities of managing rapidly growing municipalities. A zero growth cap would force cities like ours to consider drastic cuts to essential services, including roads, parks, sidewalks, code enforcement, economic development, and other critical functions. For Bellevue, as the oldest and third largest city of Nebraska with the state's largest military installation, these challenges are even more pronounced. We must maintain roads for national security and replace aging infrastructure, tasks that are costly and necessitate growth. The adage, if a city isn't growing, it is dying, rings true for us. Over the past decade and a half, we have worked diligently to foster growth initiatives like the NC3 project, the Good Life District, centered around 100,000 square foot year-round indoor water park. The future developments like a potential quarter horse track and casino are vital for positioning Bellevue as a destination for Nebraskans, our military community, and the surrounding states. I have included language with my testimony that incorporates the changes recommended by the United Cities following recent discussions with our delegation. We urge the committee to adopt these recommendations, particularly to ensure that no changes made during the special session apply to the budgets currently under consideration. Thank you for your time and consideration. I'll answer any questions. Actually, it's not read yet, so I'll invite you to the Arrows to Aerospace Day Parade, August 17th, and the Defenders of Freedom Air Show at Offutt Air Force Base on 24th and 25th.
Thank you. Are there any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Senator Linehan, members of the committee, my name is Lynn Rex, LYNN-REX, representing the League of Nebraska Municipalities. We're here today in opposition to LB1. With that, I'd like to just give you a brief reminder of a few things that have happened. We appreciate the fact that so many of you were in the basement of the governor's residence with us from August of 2023 through April of 2024, off and on. We appreciate negotiating with the governor's team to get to 3% for CPI, which is ever greater, which is in part of LB 388. Just as a bit of a reminder, since 1996, the 527 cities and villages across the state of Nebraska have been subject to the lid on restricted funds of no more than 2.5% from the prior year, plus growth above 2.5%, plus 1% on a supermajority vote. Of the 527 cities and villages in the state of Nebraska, half of them were up against the maximum levy limit, which also passed in 1996, but took effect in 1998, of 45 cents plus 5. And so for interlocal agreements. What's so important to understand is that half of those that are up against it, they can't even go ahead and get and raise the money to spend the extra 2.5%. So with that, I just wanted to underscore the fact that the League and NACO supported LB 388. We only dealt with the cap side of that. We did not take positions on how you raise the revenue. Our boards, both NACO and the League, I'm only here, of course, representing the League today, but I will tell you that we represented and supported efforts for additional state property tax relief. And without going into a lot of detail that we've discussed many times before, and I don't have my 5-page handout with me today to talk about the decades of exemptions on the property tax side, the sales tax side, which dramatically narrowed the base on which local governments rely. And LB1 would in fact basically take away significant portions of the personal property tax. That will have an incredible impact in terms of municipalities across the state. We oppose LB1 for a number of reasons. And in short, let me just suggest that, first of all, the 0% cap or CPI, which is ever greater. John Cannon already expressed the fact that CPI itself does not weigh our basket of goods. We don't get fire trucks at Walmart. We don't buy police cars at Target. So we've got to deal with that issue. But 3% was something that we negotiated. We hope we can get back to that. We appreciated working with the governor's staff to get exceptions to that cap. On the public safety side, I will tell you that we know that that language needs to be clarified. Had LB 388 passed, which we supported LB 388 on the cap side, we are prepared to, in fact, and we had worked with the auditor's office in terms of interpretation of what that language would be, as well as TIF. TIF is a critical issue. I wanted to underscore this point, whether it's LB 9, which you heard yesterday, which would lower the levy, or if it is what we prefer, frankly, but I understand also, you've got both choices to basically deal with property tax credits. I'll be very quick here, that bond counsel is prepared to draft language so that either way TIF would not be impacted, because that is huge in terms of economic development across the state. We, of course, also oppose the Keno tax being raised from 2% to 5%, and certainly the loss of local option revenue if it in terms of expanding the base. This would be the first time in the history of Nebraska you're bifurcating that. And there may even be constitutional issues with that. With that, I'm happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you. Are there any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your consideration.
Good afternoon, Senator Linehan, the rest of the group. My name is Bill Tilke, Billtielke. I'm a farmer rancher along with the Hope County Board of Supervisors. I've been a county supervisor for 22 and a half years. I'm a past president of NACO, represent Northeast County districts for NACO. I'm also on the NACO County Board. A couple of years ago, We hosted 4 town hall meetings in Holt County to hear from our residents about how they wanted their tax dollars to be spent. They told us mainly 4 things: keep up the roads, keep up the equipment, maintain the asphalt roads, and replace poor bridges. We followed their directives and would like to continue to do so, but under the hard caps proposed by LB1, it would be a challenge. Since 2020, the cost of gravel has increased from $10 a yard to $19 a yard if it is picked up at the pit. Holt County maintains 1,000 miles of gravel roads. The gravel, rock, dirt, and sand make up 11% of our budget. Asphalt has increased from $600 a ton to $940 a ton. We need 1,800 ton annually for maintenance. Liquid asphalt costs about 19% of our budget. The cost for a motor grader since 2020 has gone from $276,000 to $500,000. They have a useful life of about 10 to 12,000 hours. We buy 3 machines every 2 years to keep the maintenance cycle and prevent major overhauls. Dump trucks cost $270,000. They have a useful life of 10 to 12. We have 40 additional units: loaders, rollers, pickups, excavators that range in price from $50,000 to $350,000. The replacement cars are about 12% of our budget. We use 150,000 gallons of fuel annually. That makes up 5% of our budget. Price of culverts just since 2020 have tripled. A 12-inch culvert that cost $10 a foot in 2020 now costs $31 a foot. The price go up exponentially from there. Holt County has nearly 200 bridges to maintain. Maintenance and construction costs are over $1 million, and it makes up 15% of our budget. Equipment repairs amount to $400,000 a year. Pavement markings, $200,000 a year. Engineering is $260,000. Tires, bulk oil, and grease makes up $110,000, or those total up to about 12%. Along with our employees' salaries, make up 20% of our budget plus benefit package. Healthcare insurance continue to go up annually, sometimes by double digits. Holt County roads are the largest. Holt County roads are the largest service, but not only the service that the county provides. We are responsible for caring for the courthouse. We pay for public defenders, public provide representative for indigent defendants. We are the payers of the last resorts of general assistance for indigent burials. We run elections. We run the county jails, the 911, the courthouse annex. Holt County maintain about 15 different budgets that make up the overall budget, and funding comes primarily from property tax. We do our best to promote social and economic growth in the county and region. We strive to improve safety, create jobs, and attract workers. Overall, we want to improve the quality of life for our residents. A hard cap on LB1 would remove the flexibility we need in our county.
You need to wrap up.
Okay, that's it.
Thank you.
Yep. Is there any questions?
Are there any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you very much.
You bet. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair Linehan and Revenue Committee. My name is Kathy Gunlock, spelled Kathygunlock, and I'm the Tobacco Category Manager for Core-Mark. In this role, I work with our buying team to assure that we offer the right products at the right price. But most importantly, I work with our retailer partners to help them navigate the complexities of the tobacco category and ensure they stay informed of trends and new regulations. I do appreciate this opportunity to testify against LB1. I oppose LB1 because I feel it will hurt the independent and small chain convenience store business, and as a result, my business. I understand that property taxes are high, but taxing smokers to lower them does not make sense. Revenue from cigarettes and tobacco is not predictable, and it's not sustainable. Two seemingly important criteria if you want to provide long-term property tax relief. It's important to note that smokers are not typically motivated by convenience. They're motivated by price. They will drive several miles to save a few dollars. Currently, Nebraska is benefiting from its cigarette tax. With the proposed increase, Nebraska will have the highest cigarette and vapor tax in the surrounding states. Smokers from Nebraska will go to other states to buy more than just cigarettes. I'm sure you know that the percentage of people able to buy and afford to own their own home is down. Taxing gross real estate commissions, appraiser fees, and services of building contractors, along with many other items, while providing unsustainable property tax relief by increasing tobacco tax is not going to change that. Customers at Nebraska convenience stores will never experience that property tax relief. And finally, should this bill or any bill pass that removes the exemption on pop and candy, implementation will be a burden for the small and independent retailers. The definition of candy and pop is more complicated than it seems. It does not apply to all candy, but does apply to some granola bars and beyond what many of us think of as pop, like sports drinks. I see the results of this in our Iowa retailers. The small and independent retailer base simply has to tax all like items at the higher rate because they do not have the manpower or bandwidth to manage this at the micro level. This might not seem like a big deal to you, but it does put them at an unfair disadvantage against the competition. So I would ask that you please do not put Nebraska small businesses in this position of having to implement this complicated tax. That's all I have, and thank you.
Thank you very
Any
much.
questions?
Are there any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair Linehan and members of the Revenue Committee. My name is Sarah Linden, SarahLinden. As a Nebraska native and owner of Generation B and Grateful Green Dispensary, a vape and hemp retailer with 22 locations in Nebraska, I strongly urge you to strike sections 41 and 61 from LB1. This bill will impose a 30% sales tax. I feel like I need to repeat that. A 30% sales tax on the retail price of CBD and hemp products, as well as increases the current wholesale tax on vapor products by 300%. This would be devastating to hundreds of thousands of Nebraskans who rely on these products, as well as the hemp and vape industries in the state. The majority of our customers are lower to middle income. Most are blue collar, hardworking folks who simply cannot afford to pay 1/3 more for these products. Most are already struggling to get by. The amount of these taxes will place a high burden on an already disadvantaged population, many of whom cannot afford a home and will not receive the benefits of this property tax relief package. If this bill is passed, our customers will likely go to neighboring states, online, or to the black market. 80% of Nebraskans live within a 1-hour drive from one of our borders, where there are no excise taxes on CBD and vape products. Nebraskans will also be able to purchase CBD and vape products online or from the illicit market where there are no taxes, no age restrictions, no certificates of analysis, no regulations, and no assurance that they are using safe products. This will lead to devastating effects on Nebraska-based businesses and the local economy. These two industries combined contribute $314 million in revenue, 2,800 jobs, $118 million in wages, $22 million in state and local taxes annually. A 30% sales tax on CBD and hemp products is so much higher than any other sin tax in Nebraska. Alcohol is responsible for 1 in 8 deaths per year, yet is taxed a small fraction of the rate. When converted to a retail tax, beer is taxed at 3.8, wine at 1.4, spirits at 2.8. Even with the proposed increase on spirits, it's 10.7. Nebraska ranks 39th in our taxes on alcohol and would be number 1 on CBD and hemp products. Vapor products are the most effective method available to quit smoking, as they mimic the hand-to-mouth habitual aspects without the tar and carcinogens. Studies show that vapor products are at least 95% less harmful than smoking. Given that 480,000 people die every year from smoking-related illness, the legislature should be championing vapor products rather than taxing them to death and making it less affordable for smokers to quit. I kindly ask that you strike out these sections. I would be happy to collaborate with legislators on reasonable regulations or fair taxation. I'm happy to answer any questions that you have. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hi.
Go ahead.
Good evening, Chair Lina and members of the Revenue Committee. My name's Neelam Malatmal. That's NELAMMILLATMAL. And I appear in opposition to LB1. I work for the cannabis factory. My husband's one of the owners. We're a Nebraska-based business, and we've been fortunate to succeed in the last few years. We currently have 20 locations throughout the state of Nebraska. Omaha, Lincoln, Bellevue, Grand Island, Gretna, Kearney, Lexington, Norfolk, South Sioux City, Hastings, and Blair are some of the locations we call home. We have plans to expand to an additional 5 locations throughout the state. We currently are employing over 80 people at our stores alone. We pay our employees above minimum wage with the minimum of 16 to 20 per hour, not including any private tips our employees receive. Some of our employees have been with us since we opened our first store 2 years ago. In 2024, we've already paid nearly $500,000 in sales taxes to the state. We've expected to be paying over $1 million before the end of this year. If LB1 becomes law in its current form, we think it could and will have a significant negative impact on our business. 30% sales tax on hemp products is just an unreasonable amount. It will not be affordable for the hundreds of thousands of Nebraskans who currently rely on our products to treat various medical needs. Nebraskans are already struggling financially due to the high inflations in the recent years. Our customer base is low to middle income households. We fear if this law is passed, Nebraskans will only turn to alternative options to purchase their products, such as online shopping or our neighboring states, making the funds needed to provide for your property tax relief a lose-lose situation. I provided a chart where you can kind of see how this proposed 30% sales tax will compare in comparison to other states around us. It just doesn't compare or even come close. We'd be extremely high. I understand that this committee has been tasked with a difficult job. We realize property taxes are a problem. We're also homeowners and businesses owners as well. So we get the need to be able to provide that relief, but just implementing a 30% sales tax is not the answer on hemp products. I, along with other colleagues who have similar businesses, are willing to work with your committee and any other policymaker to amend the bill in a way where we can provide funds for the government so they're able to provide that property tax relief to its citizens without nearly eliminating our business as a whole. We're not opposed to the overall sales tax increase and becoming assistance to your overall bill, but we're not even opposed to an excise tax, but something similar to our, something that we can contribute to, but not be eliminated or effective in such a detrimental manner. I urge the committee not to advance the bill in its current form. I'm happy to answer any questions you guys might have.
Thank you very much.
Of course.
Are there any questions from the committee? Yes, Senator Dunn.
Thank you, Chair Linehan. So just to clarify, are you currently then already collecting sales tax on things that you're selling?
Yes, we currently collect it's about 7%. In some areas it's obviously higher. So we collect the 5.5 state tax and then depending on the city tax as well. And anywhere from about 7% to, I think the highest is Gretna, which goes to, I want to say 7.5 then at that point.
Okay. And you said you'd be willing to do something, you just think 30% is too high?
Yes, considerably. If you look at the comparing states, Louisiana is the highest, which is at 7.5 total, which that's where we're already at. But obviously we understand the need to contribute to our government to help in every aspect, but just 30% we think is extremely high and
Thank you.
unreasonable.
Thank you.
Of course.
Thank you, Senator Dunn. Other questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you very much for being here.
Thank you guys for your time.
Good afternoon. I guess it's afternoon. My name is Kim Adams Johnson, KIMABAMSJOHNSON. I've been a licensed massage therapist in Nebraska for 24 years. I served on the Nebraska State Board of Massage Therapy for 10 years and the Federation of State Massage Therapy Boards for 3 years. I'm asking you to please remove massage services from LB1. I have been made aware that the governor's intent is to tax luxury massage. I struggle with how that will work under our statutes and regulations. The revised statutory language that was just signed into law by the governor on February 13th, 2024 does not allow for wiggle room to say that one therapist is luxury and another is healthcare. The National Certification Board for Therapeutic Massage and Bodywork and the Federation of State Massage Therapy Boards have been trying to come up with definitions to delineate the two for decades and have not been successful. I have worked in spas, a rehabilitation hospital, in private practice, and numerous other locations. One thing that has remained consistent throughout all those venues is me, a licensed massage therapist who under the Nebraska state statutes and regulations is a healthcare provider. We have individual licenses and establishment licenses, neither of which differentiate between luxury and healthcare. My questions are, who decides and what are the parameters? I feel that there is a misguided perception of massage therapy. I have been attempting to change that perception for almost 2 decades. One of my first times testifying before the Health and Human Services Committee, I was told that massage therapists just rub on people, and that couldn't be further from the truth. All licensed massage therapists in the state are providing healthcare services regardless of the location. Please don't undo the progress that our profession has made through continued advocacy by implementing a tax as a luxury service. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Hello. My name is Brianna Cudley, BrianaCudly, and I am the Government Relations Chair for the American Massage Therapy Association. I am here to represent our members and our profession in opposition to LB 1, specifically page 62, line 23, and ask that you strike massage services from the bill. Unfortunately, we find ourselves with yet another bill miscategorizing massage therapy. LB 1 lumps massage in with professions of cosmetology practice, but this is incorrect. Like all healthcare professions, massage therapy has a standalone practice act and a state regulatory board. Ours is even overseen by the Office of Rehabilitation and Community Services at DHHS with PTs, chiropractors, athletic trainers, etc. Also in January, the legislature unanimously, thank you very much, passed a bill to update our definition, which I have here below. And it was signed by the governor in February. That is 5 months ago. And yet here we are dealing with taxation of a healthcare. Nebraska policy dictates that we do not tax healthcare in Nebraska. Massage is the only profession specifically listed in this bill covered by the VA, Medicare Advantage, HSA, Flex, Workman's Comp, personal injury, and other personal healthcare plans. Even though they aren't specifically listed in the bill, other healthcare professions with massage services within their scope would be included in this taxation. So according to the AMTA industry survey, most massage therapists are sole proprietors. And so not only does this bill propose to set a precedent to tax healthcare, it is targeting a small group of about 1,500 people, most of which are the smallest of small businesses. Taxing healthcare is against Nebraska policy, and increasing the tax burden on a small group of very small businesses will not yield enough revenue to alleviate property taxes. It will increase healthcare costs, limit payment options, and limit small business growth. We do not believe the intent of LB1 is to tax healthcare, but that really is what the impact would be. A targeted tax on one healthcare profession and an unintended impact of taxing all healthcare professions, providing massage services within their scope. We appreciate your time and your dedication to helping relieve property taxes while still meeting a balanced budget and helping our public schools. But this bill is setting a precedent of taxing all healthcare. We ask for you to strike massage services from LB1. We just don't tax healthcare.
Thank you. Are there any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thanks, guys. Have a good rest of your day.
Good afternoon, Chairperson Linehan, members of the committee. My name is Carol Bodine, CarolBodeen. I'm the Director of Policy and Outreach for the Nebraska Housing Developers Association, and I'm here today to testify in opposition to LB1. We're a statewide organization with over 70 members from all areas of Nebraska. Our members include nonprofit and for-profit affordable housing developers, other nonprofit organizations, local governments, housing authorities, bankers, and investors. This diverse membership is united in support for our mission to champion affordable housing in Nebraska. We acknowledge that a reduction in property taxes would be beneficial. However, we do not agree with the plan outlined in LB1. Specifically, the removal of sales tax exemptions for so many items that would have direct and/or indirect impact on housing development. These include engineering, accounting, architecture, well drilling, real estate title searches, painting, carpentry, electrical, siding, drywall, insulation, poured concrete, framing, plumbing, land surveys, etc. The immediate impact of increased costs, along with the uncertainty of future ramifications, would cause a disruption to our current and future housing development. We currently cannot meet the needs of our workforce with the state's existing housing stock. The changes in this legislation would further hamper our efforts to grow our economy and therefore increase our tax base. We would also like to see any, we understand that, that there is likely to be changes in the taxing system. If there are changes, we would like to see them implemented in phases to allow those affected to plan and adapt the transition. Potentially grandfathering clauses could be included. And then lastly, we would also like to see a solution in place to address the impacts from reduction in property taxes on current and future TIF projects. So bottom line, we just hope that the process could slow down and that there would likely be many innovative ideas and things that can be introduced, have already been introduced in this session and in future ones as well. So we have every confidence that working together, we'll be able to figure this out. And appreciate your consideration. Happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Are there any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson Linehan and members of the Revenue Committee. My name is Steve Carper, STEVCARPER, and I'm testifying in opposition on behalf of the Nebraska State Board of Massage Therapy. You have the statement there. A lot of what was just discussed earlier is similar, so I'm not going to go through and read the statement. Just hit on a couple key things again. Back in January, LB 78 was passed and signed by the governor to change the definition of massage as a healthcare service. With LB 1, as was stated previously, it's still included under personal service. So the board is just asking that it be struck from there and moved it back into the healthcare division, which would be exempt again, as it should be. That's basically, I don't want to spend too much time. I know you guys have a long rest of the day here and stuff, so happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you very much.
All right, thank you.
Mhm.
Good afternoon, committee, senators. My name is John Fox, JOHNFOX. I represent American Amusements, which manufactures line of games known as Bang Shot. I'm here to speak against LB1, specifically in the parts relative to the coin-operated amusement industry, which includes cash devices. I urge you to take heed of the echo of the voice of Chief Justice John Marshall. The power to tax is the power to destroy. And here now, the governor proclaims that surrounding states are fair game for taxing here, tax there. I did not hear take all the surrounding states' taxes and add them up together. Wyoming has a tax of 20% net on what we would call cash devices, but that is the only tax, and there are differences. While like Iowa and some other surrounding states on similar devices, they have sales tax. There are also differences, and they have only sales tax. None have a 20% net tax and a sales tax. None have the gluttony of taxes and fees existing, proposed, and pending. We just heard this morning the cash devices should be taxed the same as casinos. Why casinos do pay a de facto franchise tax payable over the first 5 years. Casino games earn 6 to 10 times more per day than bank shot and other cash devices in Nebraska. Many casinos do not pay property taxes. They get TIF. To date, they have no consumption tax, don't pay per device, and certainly don't have sales tax dumped on them as LB1 does with us, with the elimination of the occupation tax in lieu of sales tax. Casinos pay 20% to the state and keep the rest. 50% of our share goes to other Nebraska businesses. We also didn't spew you with poppycock about fiscal projecting of $60 plus million for the year 2023, which resulted in 12.4 million in dead horses. The power to tax is the power to destroy. And there's nothing to tax. That's all I have.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you very much for being here.
Good afternoon, Madam Chairman and members of the committee. I'm John Sennett, JOHNSENNETT. I come from the beautiful town of Broken Bow, Nebraska. I am the quintessential country lawyer. We're in a firm of 5 attorneys, and we do everything from soup to nuts. A person asked me one time what we did as attorneys, and I said, well, we do about everything except creditors' rights and bankruptcy. Those two don't work. I'm here on behalf of the Nebraska Bar Association and to advise the committee that we strongly object to the sales tax on services of attorneys. In our current culture and where I work, I may see 10 people a day, half of them having something to do with business, half of it, part of it having to do with divorce and trying to protect somebody. And the way our structure has turned out is that almost all attorneys' work is something that we now require people to have. It's not it used to be that people didn't need to go to an attorney on almost everything because things were a lot simpler. Through the codification of the civil law and the legislative decisions that have been made and how you have to go about the simple probate of the will, a guardianship, those things take time, but they're very needed as part of the process. And I guess the comment that I had in my mind was, I don't want to be the attorney who says to the young couple, oh, by the way, besides all the other things that this is going to cost you, in order to do your adoption of the baby, you now got to pay me a sales tax so that I pay that to the state. It's not the conversation that I want to have. And it's not limited to that. It's unlimited, frankly. So I won't bore you with any more of my time or your time, but I want you to, I ask that you think strongly about taking that portion of LB1 out, because all it's going to do is have people trying to do more self-help, getting in more trouble, and it takes more of my time and everybody in the court's time to clean it up and sort it out. So with that, if you have questions, I'll be happy to answer.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Senator Linehan, committee members, my name is Tom Maul, T-O-M-M-A-U-L, and I, like Mr. Sennett, I'm a past president of the Nebraska Bar Association and appear here today to testify and urge that contrary to the provisions of LB1, that we not impose sales tax on legal services. I practiced law for 43 years in Platte County in Columbus. And much like Mr. Senate's clients, and while we think we're nice guys and our clients generally like us, none of them come to us for fun, okay? They come to us because they've got a need, whether that be estate planning or guardianships or personal injury, probate, trust administration, things that they would rather not have to deal with in their life, and yet they have to. And now, according to this legislation, we're going to impose a tax on that. I want to clarify something Senator Couth had alluded to earlier. Legal services in Nebraska have never been taxed, okay? So while we have an exemption from tax, they've never been taxed. And they're not taxed in 47 states. They're not even taxed in Tennessee that we heard about this morning. There's a lot of issues that we as a bar association are concerned about, with respect to that. There's a constitutionality issue because we have the right, to have access to the court. It can interfere with that. There's a separation of powers, argument. Our Nebraska Supreme Court has made it very clear that Supreme Court's the one that is charged with regulating the practice of law. If we're going to make lawyers collect tax on their services, that's another regulation. That's a regulation that we don't think, and as Senator Dugan would appreciate the fact, in the event that there's a sales tax audit, now we're being questioned with what services did we provide? That violates our code of professional ethics. When we talk about what services did we provide, that's nobody's business but the clients and the lawyers. So for a number of reasons, again, we would oppose the imposition of sales tax on legal services. I'm more than happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions from the committee? Seeing none.
Thank you
very much.
Good afternoon, members of the Revenue Committee. My name is Tessa Stevens, Tessa-Stevens. I'm an attorney in Grand Island, and I work in the debt collection industry. I'm here today on behalf of the Nebraska Collectors Association in opposition of LB1. LB1 proposes to add sales tax to debt collection services. However, we would say debt collection services are unique, maybe than the other services included in this bill. I think kind of first and foremost is that we are starting with an original service that will be taxed multiple times. My example is if the plumber provides services, they're charging sales tax to the consumer. So a $100 bill becomes $105.50. When that goes unpaid, it's turned over to a collection agency where another tax is going to be added on for the collection of that. Many collection agencies use attorneys. There'll be another tax for that services, process servers, the list kind of goes on. So on top of this kind of multiple layers of tax, I think there's confusion on how it will be implemented as it relates to debt collection. We provide services on a contingent basis, so we don't get paid unless money is collected. So our fee, I guess, or the cost of the service is calculated based on a percent that's recovered. So when does the taxation take place? If I'm collecting from out-of-state consumers for an in-state business, is there taxation in that situation? Can that be passed along to the consumer in the process of collecting the debt, since the original service was part of the tax to begin with? I think, we employ collectors that are located out of state. If one of my Texas collectors is collecting in Nebraska, when does sales tax apply then? I think the cost of administering and complying with this tax is significant to small Nebraska businesses. We'd have to seek advice, hire professionals, modify software, only to name a few of the costs. I think arguably this tax also gives an unfair advantage to our out-of-state competitors. There's 395 licensed collection agencies in Nebraska. Only 5% are Nebraska-based businesses. So the other 95% may not charge sales tax on their services, and I guess depending how it's applied. Sales tax is not standard in our industry. We believe there's only 3 states that currently charge sales tax on debt collection: Hawaii, New Mexico, and South Dakota. And it really puts Nebraska businesses at an unfair advantage who may look to relocate to other states. So for the reasons stated, we oppose LB1, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions from the committee?
Seeing none, thank you much.
Thank you.
Madam Chair and members of the committee, thanks for having me today. I'll try not to take up too much time. My name is Evan Killeen, E-V-A-N, Killeen, K-I-L-L-E-E-N, and I represent the Lincoln Children's Zoo. Lincoln Children's Zoo started in 1965 and has kind of grown to be a gem of the community. Today, the zoo has about 390,000 people in attendance, and out of those 390,000 people, 70% of them are kids. So that's about 268,000 kids. And LB1 would take away our tax exemption on both attendance and membership and essentially tax kids. The zoo last year had an economic impact of over $21,000 to Lincoln and Lancaster County. The zoo does not receive any guaranteed operating funds every year. We instead rely on gate admissions, memberships, and the philanthropic community. The ability for a child to see a tiger, to climb with spider monkeys, to feed a giraffe right here in Lincoln is something that we strive to remain accessible to all. 35% of our guests have an annual household income of less than $50,000. 68% of our guests have an annual household income less than $100,000. So keeping it affordable is a huge, huge deal to us. The zoo serves the state of Nebraska with 76% of our guests coming within 60 miles. So it's not tourism, it's Nebraskans. This sales tax will put an undue burden on Nebraska families, creating barriers to the affordable education, recreation, and enriching experiences that the zoo provides, while only providing a minimal benefit to the state's financial objectives. That's it.
Thank you. Are there any questions from the committee?
Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you for your time.
Mhm.
Hello, I'm Mitch Merz, M-I-T-C-H-M-E-R-Z. I'm here representing True Ag and Turf. We're a farm equipment and machinery dealership. We deal with some skid steers, some lawn and garden, but primarily with farm machinery. And so while we understand and appreciate the sales tax or the property tax relief, especially for our clientele, the farmers, right? We also understand that there is a lot more cash rent happening and investors with the ground. As we go across the state or visit with our farmers, we're finding that more and more farmers, especially those that are rapidly growing, are bringing in outside investors to purchase some of the ground that they're farming. So I'm not sure that, as we talked about this morning, I'm not sure that, all those savings would be passed along. Lower property tax would help, but I'd be, a little excited, I guess, if all those savings were passed along, and I don't know that they would be to the farmer. So I'm from Falls City, Nebraska. My family has owned and operated a farm equipment dealership there for 70 plus years. We're 3 miles from Kansas. We're 9 from Missouri. Border bleed is a real thing. 12 years ago, I was here to testify to remove sales tax off of parts. We were talking $10, $20, $100 parts, and sales tax was happening with border bleed. Today, we're talking $1 million combines. We sell combines that, by the time you put a corn head and draper head to that, that's $1 million. Border bleed's going to happen with $1 million combine. If they were already looking across state lines to save tax on $10, $20, $100 parts, the $1 million combine is probably going to be something that they look across the state lines for. So while I understand that, John Deere represented 12 years ago, they presented the fact that there was 17 dealers that had closed in the state of Nebraska in the past 20 years prior. 16 of those were in a 30-mile radius of a state line. So the dealers that are within that state line are going to face that. Grand Island, or Kearney, central Nebraska is still not too far to travel to save sales tax off of $1 million combine. So my big question is how we're going to police this. with the farmers and the things of the way that they're looking. Tractor House is right here in Lincoln. Tractor House has given the farmers the ability to shop, worldwide or at least nationwide. And as True Ag and Turf, we have 3 locations today, and we're looking to grow. We're looking to grow rapidly. We brought in investors to our business to grow. Today we have locations Fall City, Osmond, and Columbus. Some of the locations that we're looking at, we're looking at they're 10, 12 miles from a state line. If laws go into place that we're taxing farm machinery in the state of Nebraska, it would be really silly for us to put a dealership, using business sense to move and not move across the state line into Iowa or Kansas. And then lastly is how we're going to police it. There's no titles, registration. So does a guy that owns 20 acres of farm ground in Kansas and buys 6 combines for those 20 acres, but yet he farms 20,000 acres in Nebraska? The registration of that machine could happen to that Kansas 20-acre farm. So we're just really looking to be fair and equitable, across state lines to our neighboring states.
Thank you very much. Are there questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you very much for being here.
Good afternoon, honorable members of the Revenue Committee. Madam Chairwoman, thank you for hearing our testimony. My name is William Rinn, William Rinn. I'm the Chief Deputy of Administration for the Douglas County Sheriff's Office. On behalf of Sheriff Hansen and the Douglas County Sheriff's Office, we stand opposed to LB1 as drafted. In fact, we'd be like nothing more to be here today in support of LB1. However, there is much work to be done to ensure that meet the highest obligation of local government can make with regard to keeping public safety. We're most assuredly in a position where 2 things can be true at once. Governor Pillen is right, as is the legislature. Property taxes must be reduced, and we're not here to dictate what should and should not be done to do that. What we also would concede that is also, and the second thing being true, that it's a dangerous world out there in public safety, and the mechanisms of criminal justice must be available at the highest level for the citizens we serve. I'm going to try and produce a little bit more original testimony, since I know you've heard a lot from public safety today, and we've heard and we fully applaud the legislature and the governor for working to put some exemptions in there for public safety with the 0 plus the 6. And that's been mentioned here today, but I want to bring specific light to the that mechanism, that it has its restrictions to it, and that it comes with a string attached, or what we call a trigger. That trigger being personnel low manning. And that's determined differently by municipalities than it is by the county. And it's reported to the Crime Commission, which no one has ever mentioned today, which is, I'm glad to bring something new. But that's reported retroactively from the year prior and previous budget year. So it doesn't plan at all for strategic planning, which the larger entities such as Sarpy County and Douglas County have to do. In business, if you don't have strategic planning, 2, 3, 5-year plans, you go bankrupt. As a sheriff's office, if we don't have 2, 3, and 5-year strategic plans to get, match growth, which Douglas County is the fastest growing in the U.S., with the MAPA metro area planning, where we're growing more persons and equal infrastructure at the same time, we will put the public in jeopardy. They will not get those high services. We'll have to make hard choices between staffing the courthouse, staffing the patrol, staffing the warrants. If we get behind, which we often do and have failed to do without that strategic planning, having a tie that's specifically triggered by a misrepresented number of staffing is not the way to get there. We'd be happy to work with the legislature and the governor to work in any way we can to make sure that all of criminal justice, county attorneys, public defenders, 911 are also represented, so that we can all stay on pace with the growth that is happening in these larger communities. I'll take any questions that you have.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. It is afternoon, right? Yeah. So good afternoon, senators. I want to say thank you very much for allowing me to be here. My name is Matthew Phillipson, Matthew Phillippsen. I own Trestle Manufacturing. We're out of Bellevue, Nebraska. But as I didn't start there, okay? I grew up in Indiana. I went to Purdue. 20 years ago, I left Indiana. All right, I went over to Hong Kong, started a business over there, 2009, came back over here to Florida. And fortunately, in 2018, there was an opportunity that we saw, and that was actually LB 1310, about the growing cash device regulation that was happening here in Nebraska. Now, my business, we're the largest manufacturer of video cards for the casino industry. We manufacture slot machines for the casino industry, and we manufacture cash devices for the skill industry across the United States. We make all that now in Bellevue, Nebraska. Now, being a risk taker and entrepreneur, okay, we looked at taking educated decisions based on legislature that was coming upon us, right? So 1310 started going into 685, where Senator Breezy tried to basically tax part of my business out of existence. Well, we got that pushed, and we started another discussion with Senator Lowe last year and into this year, which then gave us confidence to be able to purchase a $1.6 million building in Bellevue that had been vacant for the past 2 years. Now, because of our discussions with the legislators and being able to get the governor to actually sign a bill, we decided to invest another $400,000 in renovations into that property. Now, everybody here can do the math. I mean, we know what type of property tax I'm paying for that building, okay? But for me, it's about growth, okay? Being able to go from not having any employees in the state of Nebraska to having close to 25 right now and 40 overall in the rest of my company. So it's difficult for me to sit here and say, well, I'm just going to agree with everything that we're going to go from now 5% to 20%, when basically 1/4 of my sales projections for next year, my clients that are behind me right now are not going to purchase my equipment here. And therefore you lose out on $750,000 of sales tax revenue from my company. Okay. So that's where I'm at right now. And I want to continue to, be a proponent to do business in the state of Nebraska and grow my business, because I really love being here. I got a lot of friends in this room. We have fun. We're on different sides of the aisle. But for me, it's just tough to go from 5% to 20% overnight like that and take that hit, just as my customers would have the same problem. So with that, I'd take any questions if you have any.
Thank you very much for being here. Are there any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Yeah.
I'm just going to pause this for a second. Is there an industry here that hasn't had a chance to speak yet? Truly, that nobody's talked about your issue. Okay, would we have an agreement? We should let those guys go first if nobody's talked from their industry.
Nobody's talked from our industry.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, my name is Andy Dobel, ANDYDOBEL. I'm the president of Greater America Distributing. We are a Nebraska-owned, women-owned company based in Omaha, Nebraska. We are a distributor of coin-operated games and vending equipment. This is distributor in the business sense, not in the skill game regulation sense. I don't run any games, not a single one. And I'm here to more talk about the amusement industry at large, although that does include cash devices, skill games, whatever you'd prefer to call them. I want to give you two examples of how the industry works, because I think somewhere we're getting lost in translation. If you play a song on a jukebox, you spent 50 cents on that song. 34% of that is gone before anybody here locally touches it. That all goes to the company providing the music to the box and pays the licensor fees and all those things. So that remaining 33 cents is then split in some way, shape, and form between the location and the operator of the amusement device. So it's not making the money a lot of people think it is. A lot of that money disappears before it ever reaches anybody's hands here within the state. Another, related specifically to the sales tax exemption removal of amusement devices. If somebody were to walk up to a skill game and put $100 in the machine, see somebody they knew, wanted to go talk to them, and cashed out immediately, never used the device, never played it, nothing was performed, you're still going to owe the sales tax, even though nothing was actually done with it. This is because of the way the tax is defined. The money in is considered a payment. It's difficult to understand how there's tax when nothing was ever actually done. It seems to fall under the auspices of the sin tax concept. And when we're talking about sin taxes, it still shocks me that we haven't brought up the concept of making casinos pay sales tax. They buy millions of dollars of equipment and don't pay any, whereas my customers are paying sales tax on every part, every service call, every piece of equipment that they purchase. It's not the same playing field. 2 or 3 different times we heard the skill game industry referred to as getting it on par with the casino industry, and they are not the same. You can win every spin on a game in a skill game. That's why it's a skill game. That's why it's not a slot machine. They don't make the same amount of money. And as a matter of fact, they can be underwater quite often if people are willing to take the time and actually utilize the skill aspect of the game. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions on committee? Did you used to live on Walnut Street?
4 houses from you. Patrick and I went to Boy Scouts together.
Yes, I thought so. Thank you for being here.
Madam Chair and members of the committee, my name is Bill Harvey, Billharvey. I'm General Counsel and one of the owners of Big Red Keno. We've run Keno lotteries for counties, cities, and villages in Nebraska. Thank you for this opportunity to testify. We oppose the provisions of LB1 that increase taxes on Keno lotteries under the Nebraska County and City Lottery Act. Let me just say that I'm a lifelong Nebraskan. My partners and I have built our businesses over the last 31 years. We have over 400 employees, and we pay a lot of taxes. So we do have, we do have some thoughts on this subject. Keno is already under tremendous competitive pressure from the 4 casinos that have already opened in our state. The last 4 calendar quarters in a row, Keno has been down year over year. First by 1.5%, then for 2 quarters, it was down by 3%. And then the last quarter for which there's data, which was the first quarter of this year, it was down 5%. So it's getting, the hole's getting deeper, not shallower. Adding an additional tax to Keno just puts more pressure on us and makes the situation a lot worse. Keno has always paid its fair share to government. 43% of net Keno revenue, and you can see that in the chart that I had distributed, goes to the state and local government versus 20% for casinos. 43% versus 20%. And there's no increase on casino taxes in LB1. If you're not going to tax casinos more, we respectfully ask, in the interest of fairness to our Nebraska company and the other Nebraska companies like us and our employees, that you give us the same treatment that you're giving the casinos. Don't tax us more if you're not going to tax them more. The legislature's tried before to increase the Keno tax. In 1991, the legislature doubled the tax from 2% to 4%, with the increase going toward bigger purses for horse races. The Nebraska Supreme Court struck down that increase as unconstitutional. And the reason was because the money didn't go for community betterment in that community where it was generated as required by the Nebraska Constitution. That's the only reason our lotteries, our Keno lotteries exist, is to generate community betterment revenue for that community. Similarly, we think this 150% tax hike on Keno would be found unconstitutional. We think the proposed tax increase is unfair. We think it's unwise, and we think it's unconstitutional. So I really appreciate your time. I appreciate your work and your efforts. I know it's a hard job you have, and it's hard to sort through all these arguments for all the different people that are here. And I appreciate you wading through that task. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Are there any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hello, Senator Linehan, members of the Revenue Committee. My name is John Hassett, and they just did talk about my industry. I'm president of Advanced Gaming Technology. We have contracts with 24 communities. We're
I need you to spell your name.
headquartered in Bellevue.
Spell your name. Spell.
Oh,
Sorry.
Hassett, Hassett. And Bill hit on a lot of the things that I was going to say, so I'll just be brief, but I think we need to consider the consequences of this tax increase. Some of the unknowns that the way I look at it is, who pays the 3% increase? I mean, only the cities, counties, and villages net more than 3% of the handle. The operators and the bars, they do not. So if this tax falls on the cities and the counties and the villages, I wasn't surprised that they were opposed to it earlier. We're kind of losing the intent and the purpose of our City-County Lottery Act, I think. The state's portion was always for oversight and enforcement, and the original handle estimates were so low that the current 2% has always generated a surplus over enforcement costs, and that's gone to the general fund. But I think most likely a 3% tax increase would have to be deducted from the payouts, and this would reduce everyone's share. When I design pay tables, a 1% decrease in payouts triggers about a 5% drop in handle. So I think what you're proposing here is would decrease our Keno handle about 15%, just with the reduction in the return to the players. So I think the reduction will be higher than 15% if this entire package passes, because I think we'll lose some of our locations. I think this tax increase shouldn't be considered until the proposed legislation includes an avenue for us to replace that loss handle. And I think there's some items you could look at, like reducing the 5-minute rule or reducing some of the restrictions on the digital Keno app. And I didn't have time to discuss those options with our communities and the over 500 affected parties, but I'd be willing to work on possible solutions. So with that, if you have any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Hassett.
Okay.
Are there any questions from the committee? Thank you for being here.
Good afternoon, Senators. My name is Mike Nevervy, Nevrivy. I'm the owner of Nebraska Keno Incorporated. We run Keno lotteries, and just so you know, the three of us have kind of divided things up. So that's why we all decided we needed to speak at this. I run Keno lotteries for Hastings, Kearney, North Platte, from Creed, Albion, McCook, even in Curtis. I run them for counties, I run them for cities, I run for villages, I run them for even unincorporated towns, golf courses. And because of LB 1, we oppose the Keno tax because the Keno tax is going to greatly decrease the amount of community betterment that all those different types of jurisdictions that have. Keno is a community game. The proceeds go to community betterment as required by our Nebraska Constitution. In every one of the 184 counties, cities, and villages that have Keno, the game has been approved by the voters of that community by ballot at an election. There are about 400 other communities and cities and villages throughout the state that do not participate in the Keno lottery, and those voters have chosen against the idea of having Keno in their community. Taking community betterment money from a town that has chosen to have Keno and giving that money for property tax relief to a community that has chosen not to have Keno is not fair. And in the long run, it's going to discourage communities from having Keno at all. In some communities, like Ralston, for example, the community is only netting about 3% of wagers for community betterment. That is because they are supporting a more aggressive price structure to compete with other gambling, like the casino that'll be opening 6 blocks down the street from them, leaving them nothing for community betterment. Their only choice will be their choice will be to weaken their price structure by paying less to players, which will leave them in an even worse position than they are now. Many of the communities that I operate in will find themselves in that same position. So I encourage you to strike us from LB1 and allow us to continue what we've done for the last 35 years in the state of Nebraska, which has supplied literally hundreds of millions of dollars for community betterment projects, all of which are, on the bottom line, property tax relief. That's all I have. I got rid of some of my stuff too, so if you have any questions, I'd be glad to answer them for you.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions from the committee? Seeing none.
Thank you very much.
How are we doing all, Senator Chairman? My name is Todd Carpenter, TODDCARPENTER. I'm here for the skill games that's in the package for 20%. And just 100 days ago, we were sitting here and Senator Lowe, we worked with him back and forth. We got more rules and regulations. We got, he added a 5% tax in. We're trying to get it all implemented, and now we have another 20%. We pretty much come out and told them, like, we cannot pay the 20%. There's not 20% to cut up. One thing that was hard was half of our revenue does go back to Nebraska businesses, bars, restaurants, Legion clubs, Eagles, Elks, all the fraternals, and they rely on that income to help with upkeep, with expenses. So, you know, I'd love to see you guys strike that out, and I'd be pretty much for LB1. Here's the problem is, one of the proponents says, well, you know, I have 40 convenience stores, and he goes, I'm for this, even though his cigarettes are going to go up and his soft drinks are going to go up, but he can pass that on to his consumers, and he's going to take the tax credit for all his convenience stores from property tax, and he's just going to put that right to his bottom line. So he didn't lose anything. So it'd be like a farmer who has, you know, fields of corn and go, well, you know, property tax is going to go down on my corn, but I got to pay 20% tax on my corn. So yeah, I'm selling, you know, my corn and I'm getting hit for 20%, but yet I saved a little bit on my property tax. I mean, I can go on and on about, you know, I'm surprised the casinos aren't here to at least defend themselves on why aren't they paying or whatever they're doing. When they project a number, like the casinos who say, you know, we're going to bring $100 million to the table, and we're like, okay, now you just got to show us the money. Well, I mean, they're at 14 million, so they're a little short, and they need us to and everybody else to kind of prop up what they've kind of miscalculated as income for property tax relief. And I trust me, I'm for property tax relief. All right, I'm not fighting you on anything. I'm just fighting you that if that does go through, we're pretty much done. I mean, there's just not that there's not that margin in the game to go, all right, we're going to give you this and that and that, and there's nothing left. So with that, I'll answer any questions. But I just wanted to speak my piece. So
Thank you very much for being here.
I do appreciate it. Thank you, guys.
Wait, are there any questions? No.
Good afternoon, Chair Linehan, members of the committee. My name is Spencer Head, SPENCER, I'm the president of the Omaha Public Schools Board of Education, here to represent the district today in opposition to LB1. As you know, the Omaha Public Schools is the largest school district in the state, serving over 52,000 students and their families, while simultaneously serving as one of the state's largest employers. We sincerely appreciate the governor's commitment to lowering property taxes, and we share this goal and take our responsibility to our constituents extremely seriously. However, property taxes is also the most stable and predictable tax source, and importantly, it is subject to local control. We communicate annually to our voters about our levy requests, and we hold public hearings before setting our levies. Myself and all of my colleagues on our board are locally elected officials and are responsible to our constituents. Having a property tax as a component of our funding enables us to develop budgets with long-range plans based on historically stable bases. The Omaha Public Schools has consistently opposed legislation which shifts the funding of schools to the state and away from our families and our community. The reason for this is simple. TIOSA constitutes a significant portion of the state budget, and the legislature has historically adjusted TIOSA funds to help balance the budget. Which creates uncertainty and risk for school budgets and difficulty in long-range planning. Proposals like LB1 would eventually shift 100% of school operations budgets to the state, would inject a significant level of uncertainty into our ability to set a long-range budget priorities and meet the unique needs and expectations of our families and community. We respectfully stand opposed to this legislation, which will result in the erosion of local control of education budgets and an increase in school district reliance on state aid. In closing, we are good school stewards of our resources entrusted to us, and we're judged by our constituents on that standard every election. We respectfully request that you do not advance LB1. With that, I'd take any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions from the committee? Senator Poster.
Thank you, Chair Linehan. Thank you, sir, for being here. Just really quick question. Would you support a bill that removed all lids and caps from public schools?
Our board hasn't talked about that, so I don't know. I couldn't say what our position would be.
Capacity have any thoughts on it?
Not really. I haven't put much thought into it, Senator. I could say, I'm in my fourth year on the board now, so I've approved 3 budgets. The budgets that I've been part of were 3.6, 2.9, and 2.4% growth. And so right now we're under the roughly 3.5% growth cap with the growth metrics in there. So all 3 of the budgets that at least I've been a part of approving have been under that cap that we're currently under LB 243.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Poster. Any other questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
My name is Brenda Jensen, BrendaJensen. I am the city manager for the city of Kearney. Chairwoman Linehan and members of the Revenue Committee, I appreciate your time. Trust me, overseeing a city with politics, it's never easy sitting in your chairs. And so I respect the roles that you're in. I just needed to point out a few things from the city of Kearney's perspective, because I think we're a pretty unique community and things that you might not realize. Just to share a little bit about Kearney, we have the lowest property tax levy in the state of Nebraska. So we're 0.14887. For a $200,000 home, the property owner pays $297 to the city of Kearney. We make up only 8% of their property tax bill. We feel like that's pretty impressive for the high level of service that we're able to provide to our residents and businesses, property owners within the community. We've kept our levy flat since 2007, although we have taken the growth increases and the valuation increases over that time. Because our levy is so low, the windfall amounts that we're able to capture for this, just for this fiscal year alone, was $250,000. In the scheme of things, that doesn't do a whole lot. So I'm not going to go into, because I know others have covered the increasing costs, everything that goes into running a business, running a municipality as a business. I just want to talk about a few of the other things that Kearney does not receive. So we do not receive municipal equalization funding. We are one of 5 first-class cities that does not receive that. It's because our levy is so low. We also do not have a separate airport authority that imposes a property tax levy. We fund that through our general fund, and then we also own a fixed base operator that's an enterprise fund. One of the other things that we do have that's unique is we have a hybrid fire department. So the majority is made up by volunteers. Obviously, we might not be able to maintain that into perpetuity, but it's working really well for us right now. And then our police department co-locates with Buffalo County Sheriff's, which is honestly very impressive for our community. So really the main point that I want to talk about, other than our increasing costs and the hard cap and how challenging that would be, you can see all the details in my notes, is the fact that one of the other items that's within LB1 that we oppose is how there would be an increased tax on the NPPD lease payment that's paid. So we own the electric generation system, or I'm sorry, the electric distribution system within the city of Kearney. We then lease that to NPPD for them to operate. Within that agreement, we receive a 12.5% lease payment that is paid, it's passed on to the end taxpayer. Within LB1, there's a provision in the way that we interpret it, and there's a little bit of mixed understanding, but the way that we interpret it is from that lease payment, we would then have to turn around and pay the state either a 5.5% or a 7% tax rate on that. That would cost the city of Kearney $575,000 to $730,000 for this year alone, which would put us in an aspect that's just not maintainable. And so that's one aspect that I'd really like you to consider. There's a lot more I can go into, but my light's red, so.
Thank you. Thank you, and thanks for bringing the written testimony. Is there any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Good evening, Senators. My name is Melanie Kirk, MELANIEKIRK, and I'm the Legal Director for the Nebraska Coalition to End Sexual and Domestic Violence. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today on the profound impact that proposed tax increases on essential services and products could have on domestic violence survivors. It can be easy to overlook the many ways that small financial increases can make a survivor's journey to safety more difficult or impossible. And for that reason, I want to tell you a story about Laura. Laura had always tried to keep the peace at home, but one night a violent argument escalated. Her husband Tom attacked her and then kicked the door open when she tried to lock him out. When he couldn't get back in, he disabled her car in retaliation. Laura called a friend to come get her and stayed with a friend for a couple days. Fearing for her safety, Laura borrowed money to pay the retainer fee and sought help from an attorney and obtained a protection order, excluding Tom from the home. After the court hearing, Laura called a repairman to fix the hole in her door and replace the broken locks. The new tax on real property repair and maintenance made this already stressful situation even more financially burdensome. Despite the cost, Laura needed the repair to restore a sense of security in her home. Taking her car to a mechanic revealed that the damage would take several days to repair. Without her car, Laura had to take an Uber to work, now subject to the proposed tax increases on taxi services, which further drained her limited savings. While at work the following day, someone kicked in the door and injured her beloved dog, Max. Laura rushed home, took Max to the vet, facing higher costs due to the new tax on pet services. The incident left her feeling more vulnerable and unsafe despite the protection order. She had no way to prove that it was Tom that had entered her home and hurt her dog. Determined to find a safer place, Laura contacted a rental agent to find an apartment with a secured entryway. She eventually found a small studio apartment, but had to rent a storage unit for her belongings. The new tax on storage services added to her financial strain. To move her things out of the house, Laura hired a moving company, facing additional costs due to the new tax on moving services. Each step towards safety will come with an additional financial burden, making her journey even more challenging. Realizing that Tom could still track her movements through the shared phone plan, Laura got a new prepaid phone and plan, which is more expensive because of the new telecommunication taxes. Shortly thereafter, collection services started arriving. Tom had maxed out their joint credit cards, plunging Laura into debt. Seeking help from an attorney to discuss her options with an accountant added to her financial burden due to increased taxes on legal and accounting services. Laura's story is one that we hear some variation from every day from the over 11,000 survivors our programs serve every year. Every new tax on these essential services compounds difficulties survivors like Laura's face. Approximately 80% of batterers engage in violent behavior towards other targets, like harming pets and destroying property. 71% of pet-owning women in our shelters reported that their abusers had threatened, hurt, or killed their pets. Financial abuse occurs in 99% of domestic violence cases, and financial barriers are a primary reason why up to 60% of survivors return to their abusers. The proposed taxes will only exacerbate the already overwhelming financial burdens that survivors face when trying to escape abusive situations and rebuild their lives. I urge you to consider the real-life implications of these tax increases on the most vulnerable members of our community.
Thank you. Are there questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Good afternoon, members of the committee, Senator Linehan. My name is Christine Vanderford, CHRISTINE VANDERFORD. I work for QR CBD and Vape. We sell high-quality liquid e-cigarettes and accessories. We also sell hemp products. We operate 12 stores currently in Nebraska, a total of 70 store locations in 14 states. And we have grown in our hemp sales year after year for the past 5 years. We're here to oppose LB1 in its current form as it relates to both proposed wholesale tax increase on vape, which is tobacco products, and also on the sales tax of hemp products that you're proposing at 30%. It's simple. Moving forward here with these tax increases, it forces a regressive tax onto the lower and lower middle income class Nebraskans. It increases their burden. They live paycheck to paycheck as it is. And just to get through their day-to-day lives, they often use our products to cope. 31.5% of Nebraskans that use vapor products live below the poverty level, and 78.8% earn less than $35,000 per year. As an example, a 30% retail sales tax on hemp products could equal very much a $10 to $15 increase per an average product sale to people that really need it the most. The vape store retail channel, as you've heard here today by another testifier, has proven effective in helping adult cigarette users quit smoking, and over 75% of smokers attempt to quit smoking each year but are unsuccessful. We are the only alternative to smoking that is currently taxed. Other replacement therapies, nicotine, gum patches, etc., pharmaceuticals are not currently taxed. Raising the cost of quitting smoking for an already financially disadvantaged group is bad for public health. Nebraskans are smart people. They will go where they can get a good deal. If these tax increases are passed on these industries, Nebraskans will go to our neighboring states and or online to make their purchases. 80% of Nebraskans live within a 1 hour drive of one of our borders, and almost everyone now has some type of access to the internet. None of our border states on either the vapor products or the hemp products have unduly burdensome taxes like this. And so South Dakota, Wyoming, Iowa, Kansas, and Colorado are going to get all this business and profit from our folly. It is Nebraska businesses in this industry who will then suffer the most. Like us, a reduction in sales will reduce the overall tax collection, and then this plan will backfire long term. At the end of the 2023 legislative session, the bill was passed that taxed vapor products at a rate of 10%. We started paying those taxes in January of 2024, and we paid $80,000 on average monthly from these sales. We haven't even seen 1 year of sales to see what this can do, and we believe that this is overly burdensome to one area without really any long-term effect of what you can see from the impact that these taxes can make, as you've already set them to be. I urgently ask the committee to oppose LB1 in its current form and find solutions other than raising taxes on lower income people. Thank you for your time. I'm happy to answer any questions that you have.
Thank you for being here. Are there any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, evening. My name is Mandy Rody. It's MANDYRODY. I don't know if any of you remember me or not, but I was here in February. And at the time I was currently fighting stage 4 cancer. That night I had to go home and shave my head because my hair was coming out in clumps. So I'm sporting a really cool wig right now, y'all. Okay. I was a consistent user of hemp products. I still am. And I used the gummies and the disposable vapes. Those products did help me with constant pain that the lymphoma caused my body. And it also helped me eat. I was prescribed a lot of medications, which included opioids. The pain management was for the opioids was given to me for. I explained how the hemp and THC products helped me better than opioids did, and they still do. Thankfully, by the power of God, I am in remission as of April. I did conquer cancer. However, the pain from chemotherapy and the effects of lymphoma are still lingering. Just because one goes into remission, it doesn't mean the body is perfect and ready to act as it did before it got cancer. I still have issues walking long distances, and sitting and standing up is not as easy as it used to be. My legs are still in constant pain, but because I use hemp products, I'm able to manage that pain. And unless any of you can prove me wrong with your cancer stories, how dare you, any of you, take what I say as a joke or minimize it to mean nothing. If you do so, that would mean you do not care about the citizens in our great state of Nebraska that are going through the same thing that I am. You are all aware of the opioid crisis our nation is going through. And if you support opioids over a natural relief, then you are part of the problem, and you do not take this crisis as serious as you say you do. Using a plant-based product to help with pain management and not have the addictive quality as the opioids should be something you are all behind. Raising the taxes on these products is more harming than you think. I, for one, would go over to the state lines and purchase those products from other states, such as Colorado or Missouri. And I do. I go there now to get the stuff that isn't legal here, because you guys won't pass a bill for recreational marijuana. So my money's going over there with a lot of other people's. You're actually willing to lose more money by doing this. More people are going to go across state lines, just like you did with the casinos. You guys are losing revenue and not helping people like me. If you really did do your research, you would understand that one cannot overdose on hemp. You can on opioids. You would understand how much better one's body is with natural components of hemp, instead of all the side effects you can get by opioids and other medicines. With that, how are you going to? With how you are going about this, it shows you are more than willing to do anything to keep the opioid pandemic going and get as many people as possible addicted to these drugs. They are drugs. Hemp is a plant. The sooner you realize those facts, the sooner we can all agree that these hearings are unnecessary and waste of our tax dollars. What you should be doing is fighting to get hemp products legalized and available for sale in Nebraska as recreational without significant tax to burden the working class. This will not only help people like me and other cancer patients and survivors, but you will get more revenue in our state. That's all the time I have. If you have any questions, I'm here.
Thank you very much for being here. Are there any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you very much for being here.
Thank you.
Good evening, Senator Linehan and members of the Revenue Committee. My name is Pam Weiss Bundy, PAM-WIESE-BUNDY, and I am the President and CEO of the Nebraska Humane Society in Omaha. We offer shelter to animals from Omaha and the surrounding communities who have no place to go. Every year, more than 18,000 animals find their way to our doors. NHS is opposed to LB1's intent to impose taxes on pet services, specifically veterinary health care. Like shelters and rescues across the country, NHS has been at capacity for the past 2+ years. On average, we care for 551 animals each day. We're so tight on space that after helping strays, we can only accept surrendered pets whose owners are facing an emergency. In these tight economic times, we've seen more and more people relinquishing animals to our shelter because the pet has a medical issue that they did not anticipate and can't afford. Our goal is to keep pets in homes. We provide services to that end, like a pet food pantry, sanctuary for pets of domestic violence. We also have a limited medical fund that provides helps with one-time medical treatments. Last year, the Forever Home Fund helped end pain, treat illness, and save the lives of 55 pets by partnering with their owners to help fund surgeries and treatments that were out of their economic reach. But there are more requests than our fund can cover. More animals are being relinquished. We feel LB1 would put additional pressures on animal owners that are already struggling to pay these bills. Now, if pet owners forego care, we worry about the health of the pets. Going forward, we know more and more will show up in our already overstretched shelters. But there's an even greater impact to the owner, who has to give up a living, breathing member of the family. Pets lower stress levels, provide socialization for owners who are isolated, give us a sense of worth as we give care. They improve our mental health. So to nurture a pet for years and then be faced with the inability to offer care, to have to give up on that bond, pretty devastating. Pet owners currently have few resources for help with health care. So we would hope that we wouldn't add to it by taxing veterinary services and emergency care for these guys who really truly are our family members. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you much.
Hello, Revenue Committee. My name is Stephen Lonich, Steven Elonich, and I'm the VP of Marketing at the Nebraska Humane Society. I kind of wrote this in two parts. The first part's from me personally, the owner of 3 dogs who I love more than I can articulate today. The second part is from me, the animal shelter representative who is advocating for pet owners across the state in regards to the taxation of pet health care. First part, my wife and I own a home in Omaha. I'm proud to live in Omaha. I do not and have not ever had any intention of leaving. I am college educated, have a job I love, have loved ones sprinkled across the state, and I'm relatively active in the community. I'm happy here. All that said, if I were ever to be forced to choose between my dogs or my home, I would not hesitate to never step foot into Nebraska again. I'm not alone in this. There are roughly 130,000 licensed pet owners in our jurisdiction. That is just licensed pet owners. That is just one jurisdiction. About 2/3 of people, ballpark, are pet owners. So this is not a small population. Many, perhaps most, consider pets to be family members. I certainly do. On the shelter side of things, through June of 2024, half the year, AHS took in 1,100 emergency surrendered pets. That's after we provide external resources. That's after we provide behavior support. After we go through every option an individual has. That does not include strays, of which there have been a combined 4,102 cats and dogs through June 2024. 72% of those animals were not claimed. All sorts of reasons are cited for giving up a pet. However, finances are a reoccurring and significant portion, mostly rent, pet food, and vet care, all of which are costs that could be increased if LB1 were to pass. Oddly enough, nobody mentions property taxes when giving up their pet. Shelters and rescues across the state are pushing our ability to help our communities to the brink. We desperately want to help pet owners. We desperately want to help pets. Adding extra costs to pet care will only further this issue. I don't know if any of you are pet owners. Either way, I want you to try really hard to empathize with the scenario. We see it more than we ever want to. It's 4 a.m. You wake up to your pet wailing in pain from the other room. You rush in to see if they badly hurt their leg. You hurry to the emergency vet, which is your only option at the time. The vet tells you it's going to cost thousands of dollars for care, dollars you don't have now and dollars you won't have anytime soon. Your beloved pet is crying in pain, your kids are crying, you and your spouse are crying. Because you cannot afford care, you and your family are forced to say goodbye to your beloved pet forever. Later that day, you find out that your landlord's property taxes have finally been lowered. Would you call that a good day? I'll close with this. There's anecdotal evidence to say that people are leaving Nebraska because of property taxes. That may or may not be true. It's not my position to say so. But I can promise this. You will have plenty of real evidence of people leaving Nebraska if you start making them choose between the state and their pets. Thank you for your time. If you have any questions or want to adopt a dog, I'm here.
Thank you. Any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thanks very much for being here.
Good afternoon, Chairwoman Linehan, members of the Revenue Committee. I'm Rebecca Firestone, REBECCA, FIRESTONE. I'm Executive Director of Open Sky Policy Institute. I'm going to skip the portion of my testimony about how this tax shift shifts us further to a more unreliable and inequitable source of revenue for what the governor is trying to do, which is a commendably bold approach to property tax relief. I'm just going to focus on some modeling that we wanted to share with you from the Institute on Taxation and Economic Policy, which shows that any savings that Nebraskans receive from this bill's property tax reduction efforts will be outweighed by the higher cost of goods and services from these sales taxes. LB1 will result in a net increase in the percent of income paid in taxes for Nebraskans who earn less than $140,000 a year. In other words, 80% of Nebraskans will pay more in taxes overall than they would without this bill. Only the top 20% of earners in Nebraska, by our modeling, would see a reduction in their overall tax bills. Even then, they will only save about 0.04% of their income per year. We also have concerns about the scope of the so-called sin taxes in the bill and the potential for that to be a long-term unreliable source of revenue for what the governor's plan is seeking to achieve. As such, I will wrap up my testimony now, but I'm happy to answer any questions. Thank you very much.
Are there any questions from the committee? Sarah Worcester.
Thanks, Chairwoman. Thank you for being here. I'm just trying to kind of understand some of this.
Sure.
One thing that and really what I'm asking is because it's surprising if I'm reading it the way I am. Under effective LB1's tax shift, percent change. the lowest 20% income group
Mhm.
would see the largest reduction in property taxes? Is that?
By our modeling that, yes, they see there are.
As a percent
yes, As a
change.
percent change. But it's outweighed by the percent increase
Yeah.
in sales and.
No, I see that too.
Yeah.
I'm not, I
Mhm.
just, some of this is surprising, some of it's not surprising. So I just wanted to verify that I was reading it the right way.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator Boster. Senator Von Gillern.
Thank you. Again, just questions about the chart. When you model and you don't have dollar impacts shown here, it's all percentages. But if you calculate the dollar impact and you deduct out the items in a budget that are already tax exempt, your rent, your insurance, your car payment, your medical insurance, all those kinds of things, groceries, particularly in lower income individuals, you're down to a pretty small amount that is actually taxed at all, let alone subject to any of the new or the items that are currently exempt that would be added in. Did you factor that into this discussion?
We took everything within the existing tax base, both income sales and property tax, in order to come up with an estimate of the total tax burden. And that is how we got to this modeling about what the effect is on the percent change on sales and excise taxes, as well as on property taxes. So we are factoring everything that goes into the sales tax base in terms of understanding what the percent increase would be for everyone across the income distribution, as well as the effect on property taxes. So yes, everything that is already exempted and would be included into the base, that is factored in. And what we're looking at is this is a percent, this is the sort of end of the day impact as a percent of your overall household incomes. So.
We're going to take some time to consume this. So thank you.
Sure. Happy to have further conversations and visit with you more, Senator Van Gillen.
Thank you, Senator Von Gillern. Other questions? If somebody's making less than $30,000 in this modeling here, what did you think they paid for rent or mortgage?
There's a variety of ways. I don't want to speak to what an actual average there is, Senator, because I think it probably depends on where they are in the state. We are just trying to do the math about putting everybody on the same
we're
level
just
of
trying to
income
follow
distribution.
So it's a pretty simple question.
Okay.
I earn $30,000 a year or less than. I got to live somewhere, right? So what did you use for the average rent or mortgage payment?
We are taking household incomes. So this is what people are earning, and we're looking at what's the share that they're paying in tax. So we're not going.
You can't do that unless you know what they don't pay in taxes.
No, we're taking, Senator, when we do this modeling, we take data from tax returns that get filed at the Department of Revenue and the IRS.
But wouldn't you have to know what their spendable money after rent and food was to know what they would pay in sales tax?
We're looking at this as a share of household income as it's reported on tax filings with the Department of Revenue and the IRS. And then putting everybody on the income distribution and saying, what's the percent of your household income based on what's reported on your tax returns? And then working out what is being paid in tax. And we do that for all tax types.
So I'm just focused on the lowest 20% here. Can you tell me, out of people that make 30,000 or less, what your chart says they pay, what's left over that they're paying? How much do they have that they pay sales tax? I mean, you have to figure that out. Like,
so we're
do they
not.
have $10,000, $15,000 after rent and food and medicine?
What we can say from this modeling is that the lowest 20% of Nebraskans are households that are making less than $30,000 a year. And our modeling overall, this is based on the Who Pays model, and we find that I want to say that
before this bill, oh, yeah, it's right here. Before this bill, the lowest 20% of Nebraskans are paying 11.24% of their household incomes on sales taxes. And then we're looking at how that's shifted. And we can see that LB1 increases the percent of their household income and what they're paying in sales and excise taxes by 1.43%. There's a reduction because of the property tax. And so that's what that shows what the total tax shift is.
Okay, I know, and I'm breaking lots of my own rules here. For me, and I don't know about the rest of the revenue committee, I need to see the actual example. Not, we took a whole bunch of numbers from here, a whole bunch of numbers from here, and this is what we found out. Because Senator McGillerin has worked through all kinds of examples of people and income levels, and it doesn't turn out like this at all. So there's some disconnect.
I'm happy to walk through the methodology of this modeling with you at any
It's not
point in time.
methodology, real life examples.
Sure. We wanted to provide you with this modeling because we also are happy to provide some worked examples, but then it depends on how you pick them. And we wanted to make sure that we were starting out this conversation by providing an overall perspective, what the impact would be in the overall revenue system. I'm happy to provide some specific examples to everyone on the revenue committee to suggest, if you are a low-income worker in Douglas County, what would this look like for you? If you're a low-income worker in Buffalo County or Hall County, what could this look like for you? Because obviously the property tax levies are going to be very different depending on where you are in the state.
Right, and sales tax.
Yep.
Okay, that would be very helpful. Any other questions? Yes.
Thank you, Chair Linehan. If I could just zoom out a little
Sure.
bit here. I know this is a very helpful but also complicated chart. I'm going to need some time to look at this as well. I think the disconnect that we're talking about here is there's one conversation about what is the overall net savings that somebody may or may not have, like money at the end of the day from current tax plan versus if LB1 was initiated. And I know there's been disagreements about whether or not there will be savings or not, but that's, I think, one conversation. The other is the impact on different income brackets, I guess, in terms of regressivity. So it seems like to me the point of your chart here is to imply, right, based on these numbers, that the bottom 20% of income earners are going to see the biggest increase in sort of the taxing as a percentage of their income. This doesn't do anything to analyze the total net actual take-home money or anything like that. This is just the percentage of an so the takeaway from this chart, as I read it, if I'm correct, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, is talking about the regressivity of the potential impact of LB1 being implemented. Is that kind of what it's getting at?
Yes, that's correct. So this proposal is a tax shift in an effort to seek to deliver property tax relief on the scale that has been proposed by the governor. There is a need for a revenue source in order to pay for it. And that revenue source is coming from sales and excise taxes. So we are trying to model what the net effect of that tax shift is, looking at the increase in sales and excise taxes and the intention in the cuts in property taxes to try to look at what this means for the overall distribution of who pays taxes and whether or not this overall plan shifts Nebraska's revenue system to be more or less progressive.
Okay. And I do think getting the additional information will be helpful, but I do appreciate this. It just is going to take some time to digest. But thank you.
Thank you, Senator Dunham. Senator Meyer.
I guess how do you read a sheet like this? Because in my mind, there's statistically no difference. So for you to tell me that 0.27% shift, that's statistically zero.
Senator, we haven't actually run any statistical tests, so there's no measure of p-values or confidence intervals here. So, and I'm sorry, with a background in statistics, I'm just going to go there to basically say that there's no actual statistical tests that are being done here.
At the end of the day, can I use common sense looking at this? It doesn't, like somebody said earlier, it's not rocket science. There's no difference.
We are trying to put everybody in a level playing field and try to understand across all of the income quintiles in the state, what is the net effect going to be?
Well, I guess when you do things like this, just be honest, because there's no difference as I look at the figures here?
I mean, I would suggest that you talk to folks across the income distribution and try to figure out if a 0.27% increase in your overall tax burden is how meaningful that is to someone in a lower quintile, and how meaningful is it for someone in the middle 20% who's making, you know, between $52,000 a year to $89,000 a year, what a 0.04% increase in their tax burden is going to be too.
0.04, not 4%. Right? Am I reading this
I'm
right?
reading the chart. Mhm.
Okay, so it's, I think, what Senator Meyer was saying, it's all less than 0.5%. Yes, okay. Well, we got something now. Thank you. Any other questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Linehan, and all of the Revenue Committee here. My name is Nathan Burtek, Nathan Brtek, and my family owns and operates Lou's Thrifty in Norfolk. I'm here on behalf of the Nebraska Grocers Industry Association, testifying in opposition of LB1. Our independent grocery store competes in a community with 4 large national stores and several other dollar stores. Lou's sets ourselves apart by focusing on our fresh produce, our meat department, and our customer service. Grocery stores operate on a razor-thin margin, and it's a highly competitive environment. Small rural stores especially are very sensitive to broad price increases and increased compliance costs with the tax changes. Northeast Nebraska alone has lost 4 stores in Pierce, Battle Creek, Wakefield, and Coleridge this month. Norfolk alone has lost 5 independent grocery stores since 2000. With the buying power of our AWG division down the street from us, headquartered right in Norfolk, and without increases in taxes and mandates, independent small businesses like ours can compete with even the largest multinational retailers. I can tell you from a firsthand experience that over the last 3 years, shoppers are shopping around more than they used to. They're visiting every store and they're watching every penny. My customers know when pennies or when price changes down to the penny or two. They're certainly going to notice when products jump across the board. Any small independent store cannot absorb these tax hikes without consequences to either our business model or to the consumer. We have operated in our community for more than 52 years. My family and our employees, as well as the employees of our warehouse, live in Northeast Nebraska. We all strive to support our locally owned businesses as they are our friends and neighbors of the community. In order to continue to support these businesses, such as ours and others, we need to remain competitive with the large corporate stores. I'm asking you to please reconsider the increase in wholesale and retail taxes for the sake of family-owned stores and those like ours across the state. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Are there any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you much.
Thank you.
Good evening, Senator Linehan and everyone on the committee. It looks like we're in for a nice shift. I did 14 hours yesterday, so I worked a little over a half day. So I hope you get a break soon. My name is Brandt Lindner, Lindner, Brent. I represent my own restaurants in Grand Island, Nebraska, the Ohana Hospitality Group, which we own and operate 4 places since 1996. And I'm also a proud member of the Nebraska Hospitality Association, which represents 651 restaurants, lounges, and hotels throughout the great state of Nebraska, of which I'm a president of the board. And I just want to speak on one thing specifically, was the liquor excise tax, which has been talked just a little bit about. Most of us in the restaurant business have an alcohol component to it, as well as a lot of our hotels that independently have complimentary happy hours and things like that. And just the stance of our hospitality association is we just see that, again, getting passed on to our consumers. And I would say just personally from our standpoint, my restaurants and stuff, and talking to my peer group, we've raised prices 5 times in the last 2 years. And it's a S show, for lack of a better word. So our group and the Nebraska Hospitality Association are vehemently opposed to that part of it and a couple other ones, but we would ask that you look deeper. And I think there's better places to look at, I guess. And that was an excessive, we thought, almost a 287% increase, I believe. So that is all. I would entertain any questions if there are any.
Thank you. Are there any questions?
All right. Godspeed.
No, short answer. 5 times you've raised your prices in 2 years?
Yeah.
Is that because of cost of employees,
Uh,
food, everything?
Staffing, inflation.
Food, all of
Yep.
it? Okay,
It's
All right.
across the board,
all right, thank you.
which we're all seeing and in every industry.
Chairman, committee members, thank you for your time. I'm Larry Henning, LARRYHENNING, Doctor of Veterinary Medicine, 37-year owner of Gretna Animal Clinic in Gretna, Nebraska. I'm here this evening representing the Nebraska Veterinary Medical Association. Veterinarians are essential care professionals who provide services that safeguard public health. Imposing sales tax on veterinary services restricts access to care and impacts public health of both animals and humans. Veterinary care is essential to protecting the public from zoonotic diseases such as rabies and flea and tick-borne diseases. Just 2 weeks ago, we diagnosed a family cat that died with tularemia. It's a reportable disease, and we had to follow that up with the Center of Disease Control and the state veterinary's office and monitoring that case. So we're highly involved with the families. Does Nebraska really want to tax the health care of our pets? There are only 4 states currently taxing veterinary services. Such taxes are regressive and disproportionately impact low-income residents. If veterinary services are taxed, people may view veterinary care as discretionary and the health of animals will suffer. I have so many elderly clients. Most of them have lost a spouse. That animal is their only companion. An American Veterinary Medical Association survey demonstrates that affordability is the primary consideration of pet owners in seeing a veterinarian. Nearly 1/3 of dog owners did not visit a veterinary clinic last year, citing their inability to pay as a reason. Adding 5.5% to 7% to the cost of veterinary care will only weaken the delivery of much needed medical services. Unlike human health care, veterinary services are not widely covered by insurance, but are almost exclusively paid for out of pocket. Drug costs have increased, and once these costs become too much to bear, this leads to increased pet abandonment, which burdens our animal shelters. Taxing spay and neuter surgeries decreases access necessary to address Nebraska's pet overpopulation problem, resulting in further overcrowding in shelters, more feral dogs and cats, which can contract and transmit disease to humans. I thank you for your time.
Thank you very much for being here. Appreciate it. Are there any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you very much.
You bet.
All right. Good evening, Chair Linehan and members of the committee. My name is Seth Voiles, SETH, V as in Victor, OYLES. I'm a registered lobbyist for the Omaha Public Power District, and I am testifying in opposition of LB1 on behalf of OPPD. We serve approximately 186,000 within the 13 counties in our service area, and I thank you for the opportunity to testify to the committee. As proposed, OPPD does not receive any property tax relief, and LB1 only additional costs. LB1 will raise the price of the essential service of electricity for all customers and Nebraska citizens, no matter their property ownership status. The home rate for our customers is 57.9%. All of this during a period already marked by cost increases and rate pressures. OPBD estimates that LB1 could cost OPBD customers 25% which are considered low income, an additional $30 to $45 million per year. And that's our preliminary analysis that we looked at from our finance department. Our customers, your constituents, will pay the new or additional taxes imposed by the bill just to use the same amount of electricity they use today. As a not-for-profit public utility, all costs to OPBD have to be passed on or collected from our customers. OPBD does pay a significant amount of state taxes currently, though. OPBD pays payments in lieu of taxes per the Nebraska Constitution instead of property taxes. And that is 5% of our annual gross revenues from the previous year's retail electricity sales in incorporated cities and towns, and they take the place of property taxes. OPBD paid almost $42.5 million in payments in lieu of taxes in 2023. Also, OPBD collected and paid an additional $80.5 million in state sales and use taxes for a grand total of just shy of $123 million in 2023. So public utilities, so public power districts and utilities, we do pay taxes. Under LB1, from our estimate, we feel this will increase. OPBD has the privilege and responsibility of serving all those in our service area. For those most vulnerable and in need, LB1 as proposed will make the essential service of electricity and consequently their daily lives less affordable. So our world becomes increasingly digital and electrified. Affordable energy for all becomes even more critical. With that, I will try to answer any questions you may have. My glasses on so I can see you guys.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions from the committee? Could you provide the committee the math on what you just said?
Yep, I'll get it from my guys to
Okay.
do those kind of things too. I can also give you the taxes that we pay, because I know before when Rick Nelson testified, I think some people think we don't pay any tax. We pay
There is that.
a significant amount of state.
Whatever, numbers are good for the
Yep.
revenue committee. Yeah.
I'll get them from my guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen of this committee. My name is Kristen Fry, Kristin Frei, and I live in Papillion, Nebraska. I oversee my company's operations in this state. We are a nationwide, private, family-owned corporation with long-standing commitment to community support. We've been a key player in this industry here in Nebraska for decades. In this state, we employ 140 associates and generate over $110 million in annual sales, with 32% of that coming from spirits. So yes, another alcohol person in front of you. However, it's from the wholesale side. So we have a large warehouse and trucks, and we supply alcoholic beverages to nearly 2,500 retail and on-premise customers in this state. I'm here today to express the strong opposition to LB1. As you know, the bill proposes a very strong increase, and it's to the tune of almost $35 per 9-liter case. So Nebraska would become the second highest spirit tax of all licensed states. I want to also consider the economic impact. Retailers and restaurants would inevitably raise prices to cover those increased taxes, leading to higher consumer costs. The retail impact is significant. It's to the tune of $3.50 to $7 per bottle. Such a price spike will likely deter buyers, resulting in a reduction in sales. And since retailers and restaurants are already struggling, they would face reduced profit margins and potentially devastating losses, including job losses. So layoffs, ripple effects throughout the supply chain from distributors to the retail and restaurant workers. Furthermore, Nebraska could face a competitive disadvantage. Currently, prices across states are pretty similar. If the tax increase passes, then Nebraska would have significantly higher prices. Consumers would travel across state lines to buy distilled spirits, leading to lost sales in Nebraska. Additionally, alternative marketplaces could pop up, like illegal direct-to-consumer, which would take, the cross-border competition would drain millions of dollars from our local economy. And that's money that otherwise our businesses and workforce could support. So enforcement burden would also be increased. Another factor to consider is that the higher taxes might drive consumers toward cheaper or illegal alcohol, which would increase health risks, and healthcare costs. So the assumption that the tax rate would significantly boost state revenue could be flawed. The demand for distilled spirits is elastic. Substantial price increases can lead to significant drops in sales. So the reduction could offset the anticipated increase in tax revenue, potentially leading to a net decrease. The state could collect less revenue than expected while causing significant harm to local businesses and workers. In conclusion, I know that it aims to provide property tax relief, but it unfairly shifts the burden to consumers who purchase distilled spirits. We should not pass legislation that would help neighboring states and hurt Nebraska.
Thank you. Any questions? Senator Boster.
Thank you, Shelley. Thank you, ma'am. Do you have any data out of Washington? I believe is the state that is currently the highest and would still be under this. That sort of shows some of the things that you're, I think, warning us about happening.
Right. No, but I would be happy to try to source it and provide it to you.
I'd appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Yes.
Thank you, Senator Boster. Other questions from the committee? Thank you very much for being here.
Thank you very much for being here all day long. Incredible.
Just because we have 3 hearings behind this, how many more are going to testify on this bill?
Perfect.
There is a diminishing returns, guys.
Chair, members of the committee, I will be about a minute and a half. My name is Chelsea Crucetti, CHELSEA, CRUCITTI. I'm with the Wine and Spirit Wholesalers of America, whose members employ hundreds of Nebraskans, and we respectfully offer this testimony in opposition. As you know, it will increase excise tax on distilled spirits by a massive 287%, right? So that's $3.50 to $7 per bottle increase. We feel that it unfairly targets those who prefer distilled spirits. That does not raise taxes on beer and wine. The harshness we see is that it is going to impact the state's hospitality industry. Our estimates see a loss of 3,000 jobs, foregoing $141 million in wages. You've heard a number of times today that these taxes increases will force Nebraskans to go look cross-border, but also they will force Nebraskans to look online. Nebraska is one of the very few states, I think it's 5 states in DC, that allow distilled spirits to be shipped directly to consumers' doorsteps. WSWA fervently advocates against DTC because of the public health and safety concerns when you go outside of a state's 3-tier system. If there's an increase in DTC, we see an increase in underage access, illicit products someone can find online. And I can tell you that the challenges for enforcement agents to go after online entities, they're out of state, they're hidden behind paywall or websites, they're outside of agents' jurisdictions, will also cost the state millions in agent labor. In total, our analysis on the impact of the hospitality industry shows the state's economy contract by nearly $439 million. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Are there questions from the committee? Can you get us in writing what you said about the paywalls and outside, what they can buy online? Did you say we're one of only 5 states?
5 states in DC are the only, yes, you are one of 5 that allow the shipment of DTC spirits.
Okay, can you get that fax to us, please?
Sure will. Thank you. Thank you.
Good evening, members of the Revenue Committee. For the record, my name is Tim, Tim Royers, Royers. I'm the incoming president of the Nebraska State Education Association, and I'm speaking on behalf of educators across the state in opposition to LB1. Several years ago, I was working with a struggling student in my AP World History class. She was putting in tons of time and effort, but despite that, her grade was getting worse, not better. And I sat down with her and had many lengthy conversations, about study habits, note-taking, all those things. And what I had to get this student to realize was the problem wasn't the effort, it was she was approaching learning the wrong way. She felt she was in a state of crisis, but the reality was that her grade was a crisis of her own making. She was panicking about grades, which led her to stay up all night and try and cram every detail, which of course she didn't retain. So then she'd not do well on the quiz and then panic some more and dig herself even deeper. And it was only after we worked before and after school to, redo how she approached note-taking, learning collaboratively, all of those things, did she start to improve. And she did improve, by the way. She finished with a great grade and she actually got college credit on the national exam. I think about that student a lot as a metaphor for where we are today. The governor claims we're facing extraordinary circumstances that merit a special session. If that's true, it's only true because of the behavior of the governor in this body. Our crisis isn't about property taxes. Our crisis is about poor policymaking. For example, the legislature passed 1107, but did so in such a way that a significant percentage of Nebraskans couldn't even access the property tax relief. Then the Education Future Fund was passed, purportedly to again address the same issue, but did so without fully grasping how that would interact with TIOSA. And just 1 year after passage, some districts across the state saw an immediate reversal and lost tens of millions of dollars in state funding, forcing them to once again turn to their levies. It should be noted that despite plentiful rhetoric about our schools this summer, there's actually not much in this bill that directly impacts the schools, and I think that's telling. I think it's telling that this plan would permit political subdivisions to get an expanded cap of 6% to deal with understaffed first responder departments, but you do not want to extend that same piece to educators, despite the fact that there are more than 1,200 vacant teaching positions reported across the state. It's also telling that the core components of the governor's plan that deal with schools are nowhere to be found in any of the introduced bills. But there are some very empty bills out there, Senator Cow's LB 37 and 38, Senator Merman's 42 and 43, that appear ripe to have critical components amended into them and brought to the floor. That AP World student years ago realized she could succeed if she took a step back and changed her approach. The legislature should do the same. Rather than doubling down on the ideas contained in LB 388, this body should pause and rethink why that failed on the last day of the session in the first place. This is no doubt an important topic, but there is a right way to solve it. LB1 and the accompanying portions of the plan are not the right way. Thank you.
Thank you. Does the committee, anybody on the committee have questions? Comments, no questions. We're not doing comments. Okay. Thank you for being here.
Good afternoon, Senator Linehan and members of the Revenue Committee. My name is Roma Amundson, spelled R-O-M-A-A-M-U-N-D-S-O-N. I am appearing before the committee in my capacity as a member of the Lancaster County Board of County Commissioners. I am here to testify on behalf of the county board in opposition to LB1. The Lancaster County Board is committed to providing sustainable local governmental services to our constituents. Like the legislature and this committee, the Lancaster County Board fully recognizes that sustainability requires property tax relief. Last year, in the face of daunting budgetary challenges, including unprecedented inflationary pressure and increased service demands from our growing community, the county board nonetheless reduced the tax levy by 3.8467 cents, representing a 4% increase in property tax and ensuring that Lancaster County's property taxes remain below the thresholds in LB 644, while also responsibly protecting the health and the safety of our constituents. And this year's proposed budget shows that once again, Lancaster County's property taxes will responsibly remain below LB 644 thresholds. LB in its current form ignores the very real fact of the vibrant growth taking place in our thriving county, alongside a steady and enviable increase in residents and businesses in Lancaster County. The demand for core governmental services like first responders, public health and safety, and roads and bridges also continues to increase. Lancaster County commends Senator Linehan for incorporating a CPI factor into LB1. Unfortunately, CPI is only half the equation. Incorporating the concept of allowable growth from 644 would recognize the fact that a growing community wants and deserves a proportional increase in governmental services that make Lancaster County an attractive place to raise a family and to run a business. Without allowances for the actual growth that is happening in Lancaster County, and without meaningful exceptions for our critical public safety services, LB1's current cap structure will cripple Lancaster County's ability responsibly to meet the needs of our constituents, no matter what increased services may be needed to keep our citizens healthy and safe. Lancaster County recognizes the need for prudent governmental spending, and Lancaster County Board is committed to working with the legislature and this committee on identifying solutions to resolve the property tax challenges facing the state of Nebraska. However, we must voice our opposition to LB1 in its current form due to its potential to damage the future growth of Lancaster County and our state as a whole. Thank you for the opportunity to testify and for your service to our great state. I would be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. LB 644 is the postcard, right?
Yes, it's the pink postcard.
There is a growth factor in that.
Yes. And we are below the 2% threshold.
No, but if, maybe I'm not understanding you right. You're saying that you would like it to include a growth factor for growing communities.
Yes.
It does.
Yes.
Okay.
But we don't want that cap. Yes.
Okay. All right. Any other questions? I'm sorry. I was just trying to clarify something. Thank you very much.
Good evening, Chairperson Linehan and the rest of the Revenue Committee. My name is Tom Hammernick, Tomhamernick, here today as a member of the Clarkson Volunteer Fire and Rescue Departments and on behalf of the Nebraska State Volunteer Firemen's Association, in which I serve as a Legislative Committee Chairperson. We are in opposition to LB1. I am a small business owner, a past school board member, and as both an assistant and a fire chief, I have worked with my rural fire district and city council for over 25 years on our budget. Our groups are opposed to LB1 because it's going to have a disastrous effect on our funding for fire and rescue services across Nebraska. Yesterday, I spoke with the manager of a Nebraska fire and rescue equipment company who also serves as his community's fire chief. He stated that both of the ambulance manufacturers that they represent took a 33% and a 40% increase in pricing for next year. That's on top of the pricing increases the past years. I'm going to skip a bunch of my testimony. You can read it at your leisure. Not only that is not their only large purchase. In addition to vehicles, that the inflation of fire and rescue equipment affects everything that we do. We seek our funding through our city council and our rural fire district boards, and they are going to be pushed to their limits. And so it's going to be very difficult for them to find room in their budgets to accept what our requirements might be. As you can see, LB1 spending limitations will be extremely detrimental to volunteer fire and rescue services, and both my local department and the NSVFA oppose it as written. Like you, my family and I, along with countless volunteer responders across Nebraska, have a strong sense of duty to our citizens, as well as those who visit us, and we intend to maintain that service to the very best of our abilities. I do sincerely appreciate what the committee is trying to do on behalf of the citizens of Nebraska, and wish you the very best in dealing with this issue.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you. Madam Chair Linehan and members of the Revenue Committee. Thank you for the opportunity to be here in front of you. My name is Dr. Luis Padilla, Luispadilla. I am the president and CEO of Omaha's Henry Dorley Zoo and Aquarium in Omaha, as well as the Lee G. Simmons Wildlife Safari Park in Ashland, Nebraska. I'm here to testify in opposition of LB1, which as proposed would revoke all tax exemptions on accredited zoos across the state of Nebraska. This bill would affect both our world-renowned zoo in Omaha, our safari park in Ashland, and our colleagues here in Lincoln at the Children's Zoo. Although we do support the property relief efforts, the removal of this exemption is against our efforts to promote the economy, elevate the quality of life of our people, and retain professionals and families here in the state. We're very appreciative of all the Nebraskans that have made our Omaha's Henry Dorley Zoo the state's #1 attraction, the #1 zoo in the United States for 2 years in a row, and of course, bringing very significant impact to the state. Our impact to the state has consistently been over $200 million a year. This exemption, which would be repealed, has been the main and only way that the state has for many years supported our efforts. It has been a great financial return on investment for the state, as well as contributing to the image and reputation. Our efforts to engage, educate, and touch on people are truly recognized globally, and they bring a lot of recognition to our state, as well as bringing very much needed tourism dollars. This investment is a strong message to our private partners, as well as the city of Omaha, that the state is committed to the benefits of our work. The tax on us imposes a significant burden in 3 ways: construction projects, operational costs, and of course, making it less affordable to the people that come to see us. We do want to continue to be a part of making an even better future for Nebraska. We are a strong partner of the state. We are very proud to showcase the best of what we do. We are committed to finding alternate ways for the state to invest in us. We look forward to engaging in those conversations, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Are there any questions on the committee? What is your annual budget?
It's about 60 million operating budget.
60 million, but then what is capital budget?
It depends from project to project. Right now, our veterinary hospital is our active project. That's a 37 million construction project. We completed our orangutan exhibit, which was a $21 million project. That's over several years.
How many, do you have a way of tracking how many out-of-state visitors you have each year?
We do. It's roughly 40% of our visitors are from out of state. So 60% are Nebraska residents, 40% are out of state, which does include Iowa in that 40%.
Okay, thank you very much. Are there other questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Good evening. Flip that over. I got 4 children trolling me right now. Trying to talk me into sushi.
They just want you to come home. They're hungry.
They're doing nothing but making fun of me, though. My name is Matt Scott, MATTSCOTT, and I represent the North Central States Regional Council of Carpenters. I'm here in opposition to this LB1. A 4% tax on carpentry contractors in Nebraska could lead to higher costs for contractors, consumers, reduced demand for services, and put our local contractors at a competitive disadvantage. This tax would directly increase operating costs for carpentry contractors and reduce the profitability and potentially force the smaller contractors out of business if they cannot absorb these additional costs. Over the last couple of days, I've talked with 3 different smaller companies. I've talked with all of our contractors, union and non-union, and a couple of the smaller residential ones. I've talked to 3 smaller residential contractors. 2 of them explained to me that the market that they work in and framing houses and remodeling houses is already so cutthroat because they're competing against an illegitimate business model of people that can lower their bids by hiring labor brokers that misclassify their workers and pay them cash under the table. These two here are legitimate contractors. They have 3 or 4 employees apiece, and they pay state, federal income tax on those employees, unemployment, workman's comp. And it is such a cutthroat market that they're in already, that an extra tax to everything that they have to add, or this extra 4% that they're going to have to tack onto their bills is going to put them even further out of reach and almost completely choke them out of the market. The third one I talked to, he's a craftsman that just started his own business about 2 years ago. He strictly does house remodels, fixes things inside the house. And he was hoping to get this, he was hoping to put on an apprentice. He's actually fortunate enough where he's got work bid all the way out through the spring. And he's going to have to go back, if this 4% goes through, he's going to have to go back and do some rebids or absorb that or not be able to put this apprentice on, which is going to pull from his family time. Another direct effect this tax will have is going to be on distribution companies. They're going to have to raise their prices on the products, and contractors are going to be forced to find cheaper options in order to keep their prices or their bids lower. They're going to start, and again, you've heard the over the state line thing today. They're going to start looking over state lines. Now, Council Bluffs is just a short 1-hour drive from even here in Lincoln to get your stuff. Throughout the state, you can go to St. Joseph, Missouri, Council Bluffs, Iowa, Sioux City, Iowa, Yankton, South Dakota, Kansas City, Missouri, Denver, Colorado. In order to save 4% on an entire semi-load of construction materials, that makes a difference. That adds to your bids. And they will definitely go over these lines to look for. And finally, I guess I see my time's up. All that being said, I agree property taxes are way too high. I myself has been put over $4,000 in the last year, $300 to my monthly payment. But I hope you guys can see the LB1. This part of LB1 is a direct gut punch to our contractor and craftsmen and their families in this state, and hope that you guys can remove this part of it.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions from the committee? Don't you already pay sales tax on materials?
Right? Plus another 4%? Isn't that right?
I don't think that's right.
But I think the way I saw this is adding 4% to that.
Okay, can you call, we got name number here. Let's connect tomorrow.
Sure.
Figure that out. Okay?
Yeah.
Thank you much.
Thank you.
Members of the committee, my name is Tom Riley, Tomriley, and I am Douglas County Public Defender. I am here to oppose LB1 insofar as it places a spending cap on county government's ability to properly fund the local public defender's offices. I'm sure that all of you generally know what the services provided by public defender's offices across the state. I'm also sure that you all know the funding of indigent defense is not discretionary spending, but rather a constitutionally required duty of government. The Douglas County Public Defender's Office is the largest in the state, and in 2023, we handled about 13,000 cases in the Nebraska Supreme Court, Nebraska Court of Appeals, Douglas County District Court, County Court, and juvenile courts, as well as the Douglas County Board of Mental Health. Currently have a staff of 55 attorneys and are currently down 3 attorneys. We also have a support staff of about 35 additional employees. Our budget for fiscal year 24-25 is $8,376,320. I've been an attorney in the Douglas County Public Defender's Office since 1975, and during my career, I've seen a monumental evolution in how criminal cases are investigated and prosecuted. Cases now routinely involve a tremendous amount of forensic evidence that requires our attorneys to review huge amounts of body and cruiser cam videos, surveillance videos, thousands of pages of cell phone downloads, and other information from electronic devices. Also, recently, there have been significant questions raised about the accuracy of DNA evidence, fingerprint evidence, ballistics evidence, and other pattern evidence. Frankly speaking, this ain't our grandfather's criminal justice system, and we can't treat it as such. The amount of time it takes to prepare cases has incrementally increased with the challenges I just mentioned. Also, we now receive discovery in digital format. You may say, that's all interesting, but what does this have to do with LB1? The answer is simply that properly represent our clients costs money. In addition to the necessity of retaining expert witnesses to evaluate the state's evidence, we need to keep up with the technological requirements to receive the evidence to review the evidence that we receive. Just by way of example, this year our office had to spend about $100,000 to obtain a program that allows us to review the discovery materials provided to us by prosecutors. This was an unexpected and will be an ongoing yearly licensing fee for this program. The point is that as technology improves, we must keep up with the IT requirements needed to review this information. Historically, when our offices needed to hire additional attorneys and support staff because of increased workloads or need to upgrade our equipment, we've gone to the county board, demonstrated the need, and when appropriate, the board has increased our budget to meet these requirements. LB1 in its present form prevents the board from increasing our budget to meet these financial requirements to achieve proper representation of our clients. I note that Governor Pillen's handout, the Nebraska Plan to Cut Property Taxes Playbook, states on page 7 that certain entities, including county attorney and public defender offices, will be exempt from the hard cap. Unfortunately, this exemption does not appear to be included in LB1. As I read LB1, the only exemption is for police, fire, and corrections personnel. It does not provide for increased costs necessary for replacing police and fire vehicles and other necessary equipment. This is extremely short-sighted and, if enacted, would deprive them of replacing or adding equipment necessary to perform their duties. It is my position that an exemption from the hard cap should include public safety and criminal justice entities. Public defender offices are a vital component to the criminal justice community and should be included in any exemption to allow necessary funding for both personnel and equipment necessary to properly perform our constitutionally required duty. My colleague from the Lancaster Public Defender's Office will have some other comments. We tried to coordinate so we wouldn't be duplicating our points. The only other thing I'll say is excuse the typos in this because I typed it myself and it's probably not formatted very well.
Are there any questions for me?
Thank you, Chairman, and thank you for being here. Thank you for your service to Omaha and Douglas County. Does Douglas County, like Lancaster County, have a list of criminal attorneys that are appointed to cases in the event the public defender overloads or can't take a case?
We have a committee in Douglas County, of which I'm a member, that provides a list of attorneys who are qualified to handle conflict cases. We don't do overload. As I said, typically we go to the county board and say, hey, the caseload's increasing. Please, can we have another attorney or two? And they've complied. So the answer to your question is yes, there's a list. The committee vets the attorneys who apply. We have one list that's for homicides, one list for felonies, and another for misdemeanors. Some are on all three, but as you can figure out, the younger lawyers are on the misdemeanor list, and the more experienced lawyers are on the other two lists.
And so when somebody is then assigned to one of those attorneys because of a conflict, the county then pays that private attorney a certain fee per hour, correct?
Yes, absolutely. The court, district court, and the county court have budgets that are, again, approved by the county board to handle payment in conflict cases, which include not only the attorney fees, but depositions, hiring expert witnesses, et cetera. And there is a set fee that just was recently raised.
And then, so I guess what I'm getting at here is that these hard caps could have a potential impact on the amount that the counties could pay those attorneys as well, too, right?
Absolutely.
Okay. Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Senator Duggan, are there any other questions? Thank you very much.
But thank you.
You bet.
Senator Linehan and other senators, thank you very much for your service to the citizens of the state. My name is Lynn Fisher, Lynnn Fisher. I'm here as a member of the Nebraska Realtors Association and also president of the statewide Property Owners Association. And I'm representing those realtors and mom and pop operators who provide affordable housing to the lowest income citizens of our state. I'll start off by answering a question you had earlier, Senator, about the percentage of income spent by low income folks on rent. In our business, we try to cap that at 1/3. And that's about where most people are able to afford and make their budget work. If it's more than 1/3, which some people do struggle with, it can be troublesome. So that's what we set as our guideline. We're opposed to LB1 because of all the increases that it's going to cause in rents. All the different services that we provide, including management fees, the labor that we provide to the owners who we manage for, the labor that we pay for in maintaining and remodeling, and all the different inputs that we have in our properties that are labor-based, and our legal fees that we pay, all the different aspects of increases in sales tax and other taxes are going to make it more difficult for us to try and keep our rents reasonable. As you probably all know, rents have increased far in advance of the rate of inflation for the last decade or more. And it's just a problem for people. Housing in general is a real challenge for us here in the state. But trying to provide affordable housing and keep our rents under control is so difficult because of our labor cost increases, insurance cost increases. Of course, property taxes are a big part of that, and I'm glad that you're here to try and address that. But there are so many other inputs that we have to pass those costs on to our customers, which are the folks that we rent to, that we're afraid that this is going to exacerbate the problem because it's essentially just a tax shift from property taxes to all the other overhead costs and inputs that we have to put into our properties. So we're opposed to LB1 for that reason. I'd be happy to answer any questions that you have.
Thank you very much. Any questions from the committee? Have you put pen to paper exactly, like this is, we're going to save $100,000 in property taxes, but we're going to pay X number of new taxes?
I haven't.
I think it'd be helpful for the committee if we did that.
I'd be happy to do that.
Okay. And when you do remodels or paint, you have to pay for you pay for the lumber, the paint.
Sure, we already pay taxes on the materials, but not on the services.
Right,
and
so
the labor.
materials are paid, are taxed.
Yes, yes. And when we have a client that we manage for, of course, now we have, if this passes, we'll have to tax them. And I didn't even mention, of course, the administrative costs that we would have to hire another person in our staff, at least with our company, just to try and figure out the taxes.
So pen to paper.
I'll be happy to do it.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Any other questions for the committee? Thank you much.
Hi there, Senators. Thank you for being here and being so patient so that you can be the ears on the floor for us. We do appreciate that. My name is Arla Meyer. I am here on behalf of the Nebraska Realtors Association. The name is ARLA, last name is MEYER. Obviously, for decades, we fought for property taxes and lower property rights on behalf of the consumer. For decades, we have fought for this. The Nebraska taxpayers recently has increased the taxes, which has drawn more attention to the issue that everyone agrees that property tax relief should be a priority. There's no question about that. However, the form of relief is what matters. One of your legislative guidelines is the support property tax relief so long as it isn't accompanied by a tax shift. LB1 represents a sizable tax shift that very well will leave some homeowners with a net tax increase. Median value of owner-occupied housing units in Nebraska is 2006 from the 2022 U.S. Census. According to Zillow, that number has increased to as much as 265,000 as recent of May of 2024. Using the NEDOR estimates, the average total property tax assessed would be between $3,438 and $4,423 if Governor Pillen plans to reduce those costs by 50% were realized. Homeowners could expect $1,700 to $2,200 per year in a relief. But at what cost? The bulk of the proposed sales tax changes would hit working families and homeowners at the hardest. Repair, remodeling, as you've heard from today, that would ultimately add to the savings or the expense that it would cost them, not to mention the homeowner's insurance, which is also going to go up. This is compounded by additional taxes being placed on the professional services related to the real estate industry. Proposed sales tax on real estate services not only increase direct costs to the home buyers, but tax business inputs and business services that will undoubtedly need to be passed on to the consumer. The money absolutely has to come from somewhere. Finally, Nebraska has a housing crisis. We've come and talked to you guys about that for years. Now is not the time to make buying or owning home ownership more expensive and difficult for our people. There are other alternatives that don't require massive shifts, including reasonable controls on local spending, homestead exemptions, constitutional amendments to allow owner-occupied homes to be treated as a separate class of property. Other alternatives should be adopted to start the tax progress towards meaningful property tax relief. Trying to do too much will likely prove disastrous and benefit a much smaller population. I'd be happy to take any questions.
Any questions from the committee? Senator Mine.
I just had one. That list you just read there, weren't they all tax shifts onto somebody else? Homestead exemption, they're all tax shifts.
They have been all tax
So I
shifts.
thought you were not advocating for a tax shift.
We are not in favor of a tax shift, but this one is going to ultimately hurt the consumer way more to be able to buy more properties. And that's what we're trying to diffuse.
With a 50% reduction in real estate tax, it's going to hurt home buying. I think
But
it
it's
would
going to
really-
affect the home buying because we still have to tax other people somewhere else. And so it's going to make people harder. It's going to make it harder for them to be able to afford a house if they can't do their day-to-day terms. And so if they're trying to live their day-to-day life and have to pay for everything else that has gone up so much, it's going to make them harder to even buy homes.
Debate. Thank you.
Yes.
This is going to become a theme. Can you show us that pen and paper?
Yes.
So how much, and, because you only have to pay a real estate fee once, pay property taxes every year.
Mhm.
You don't remodel your bathroom very often.
No, but we do have inspections that are done daily. We do have the ongoing
Pen to paper.
repairs. Got it.
Okay,
We'll be happy to.
thank you very much.
Thank you.
Chairwoman Linehan, members of the committee, thanks for having me here today. My name is John Gage, that's JohnGage, and I'm here on behalf of Americans for Prosperity. I'm here to testify in opposition to LB1. We are not here testifying on behalf of any special interest or faction. We're here representing the thousands of Nebraskans who are demanding lower taxes and more fiscally responsible policies. I think the testimony today here was very telling. We had nearly 100 people so far that have testified. And I'd like to point out, so far as I heard, not a single person here testified that said if the Nebraska plan didn't pass, they were at risk of losing their home. But on the other hand, we've had more than a handful of businesses saying that if this plan passed, it would run them out of their business or it would make them uncompetitive with other states with their business. So I'd just like to point that out. Since this debate on tax shifts began, we've had thousands and thousands of Nebraskans reach out saying they oppose the idea of tax shifts. Nebraskans overwhelmingly believe they are overtaxed, not just with increased property taxes, but with each of the three major taxes, property income and sales tax. These past 3 months, Americans for Prosperity has been canvassing thousands of likely Nebraska voters, asking them what their opinion is on tax and spend issues. We found that only 7% of Nebraskans support the sales tax shift, while 67% say they oppose the shift. And that number was based on over 3,000 conversations at the door with likely voters. What we found in these conversations is that most Nebraskans support what we've been saying, that the only long-term and fiscally responsible way to handle our state's tax crisis is by cutting and capping spending. When asked whether they preferred a tax shift or the cut and cap approach, 85% of likely voters said they preferred that the legislature cut and cap spending to provide property tax relief rather than raising other taxes. These results run counter to the narrative of supporters of this bill that have made, which is that these are only going after special interest carve-outs. Sales tax exemptions on business inputs like agricultural equipment and manufacturing equipment are not carve-outs, but exist because Nebraska, like many other states, has the philosophy that it's wrong to double tax farmers and businesses. The solution to our taxing problem has always been the same. It takes more courage to cut and cap spending than it does to raise taxes. I urge this committee to listen to Nebraskans and reject LB 1. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you.
Welcome.
Chairwoman Linehan and members of the committee, my name is Elsa Moran, ELSAMORAN, and I am age 14. I am here to testify on my father's behalf, who owns Lincoln Coin and Bullion. We are against the repeal of Nebraska Statute 772704.66 in LB1, which exempts currency or bullion from sales and use taxes. This sales tax exemption came into being because our former owner approached Senator Schumacher in 2014. Their family business was losing customers to dealers in the 40 other states that did not have sales tax. There are now 43 states with exemptions, and Nebraska is completely surrounded by states with sales tax exemptions. Currency and precious metal bullion are not consumer goods. They cannot be eaten, worn, or driven. They do not wear out, so they are not replaced. Their sole purpose is for the investment and ultimate resale. They are subject to federal capital gains when resold for profit, and most are IRA-eligible investments. Sales tax is not collected on IRA investments. Nebraska dealers are considered non-bank financial institutions and are subject to many financial regulations, such as anti-money laundering programs and submitting 1099s. A sales tax penalty of 7.5% on an ounce of gold today would be $180. That means gold would need to go up $180 just to break even. I can easily see customers driving an hour to Council Bluffs to save $1,800 on a purchase of 10 ounces of gold, or to save $7,500 on a $100,000 purchase. Our former owner documented many such lost sales prior to the 2014 exemption, but circumvent sales tax if the exemption is repealed. They can buy futures contracts, EFTs, or buy out of state and have the bullion stored at a registered depository until it is eventually sold. If it never enters the state, it is not subject to sales tax. Nebraska will not collect sales tax on either of those situations. Nebraska dealers will lose the sales, and it will hurt the modest investor who cannot afford to pay storage fees at depositories or buy futures contracts of 100 ounces of gold. Over the years, a handful of states have revoked their sales tax exemptions on currency and bullion. In every case, those states restored them after many dealers closed, moved out of state, laid off staff, and/or coin shows canceled, and tax revenue fell even further. In 2016, due to a huge decline in oil revenues, Louisiana suspended 285 sales tax exemptions and credits. The following year, an exemption on currency and bullion was one of only 4 exemptions restored for those same reasons. If Nebraska repeals this exemption, I have no reason to believe our local dealers won't suffer the same fate as those dealers in states that temporarily revoked exemptions. All Nebraska dealers are family businesses, and they just wish to compete fairly with other states. Thank you for the opportunity to share my concerns, and I welcome your questions.
Thank you for your testimony. Any questions from the committee members? Senator Dungan.
Thank you, Vice Chair Von Gillern. Thank you for being here. Is this your first time testifying in the legislature?
It is.
You did better than a lot of other people. Thank you for being here. Thank you for sharing all of this with us. This is really, I think, helpful information. And I promise if you testify again, it's not normally this long. So please come back. Thank you.
Thank you for having me.
Any other questions? Seeing none. Thank you for being here. I have to echo Senator Dungan's comments. Normally applause is not allowed, but we made an exception. Thank you. Next testifier, please. Good luck following that.
Right?
By the way, we needed a light moment about now too. So that's good.
Good evening, members of the Revenue Committee. My name is Brian Gilliland, Brian Gilliland. I'm the general manager of the Chesterman Company. We're the state's largest local distributor of Coca-Cola products. I'm appearing before you today as the immediate past president of the Nebraska Beverage Association and member of the Nebraska Grocery Industry Association in opposition to LB1. The Nebraska Beverage Association has been representing the non-alcoholic beverage industry and local distributors of Coke, Pepsi, and Dr. Pepper in this state for more than 8 decades. In that time, the beverage industry has positively impacted our neighborhoods, communities, and the Nebraska economy by providing good-paying jobs, charitable donations, and a sizable amount of tax dollars. Last year, our industry accounted for 2,000 jobs in the state. Our members also contributed over $47 million in state taxes and donated over $15.5 million to charitable causes across the state. Our large local economic impact also includes our industry's use of high fructose corn syrup. Beverage companies purchase 90% of all corn syrup produced in the U.S. PepsiCo and Chesterman purchase directly from Archer Daniels in Columbus. The Beverage Association opposes the imposition of sales tax on soft drinks and the exclusion of our products from the definition of food. Our products are food. We do not believe they should be singled out and taxed differently than other groceries. At his town halls, the governor said that people don't notice when they're paying sales tax at the soda fountain at a movie theater. When people purchase a soft drink from the fountain, sales tax is imposed on it because, according to streamlined sales tax, it is considered a prepared food. By one definition recognized by the State Department of Revenue, our products are food, and now the governor is claiming in another statute it isn't food. So which is it? We know that sales tax on soft drinks are regressive. The type of sales tax, this type of tax places a large burden on consumers who are lower income earners. LB1 would be taking money out of those pockets, out of those families' pockets, leaving them with less money to purchase other grocery essentials. This is picking winners and losers of which products get taxed, and it will come at the expense of increasing a family's grocery bill. Last year, West Virginia repealed their beverage tax. South Dakotans will have the opportunity to vote to exempt groceries, including soft drinks, from their state sales tax in November. Oklahoma also passed a law this year ending their sales tax on food, which includes soft drinks. When other states are looking to make food, including our products, more affordable, the governor is seeking to increase Nebraska grocery bills. We see no rationale for imposing the sales tax other than it's not being taxed right now. We object to the imposition of a sales tax on our products, which in turn increases grocery bills for Nebraska families. For these reasons, the Nebraska Beverage Association is opposed to LB1, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
If you want to know how to get a Pepsi and a Coke guy to sit next to each other, this is how you do it for 3 hours.
We're all getting along so well.
Yeah, absolutely. Chairwoman Linehan and members of the Revenue Committee, my name is Kirk Anderson, Kirkanderson, and I'm the CEO of Lynn Pepco, and we are a distributor of Pepsi products operating 4 locations in Nebraska, in Lincoln, Hastings, South Sioux City, and Western Nebraska. I'm here today in opposition to LB1 as the current president of the Nebraska Beverage Association and as a past board member of the Nebraska Grocery Industry Association. As Brian said, the Beverage Association has represented all 3 major companies in the state for more than 8 decades. Simply put, soft drinks are food, and we object to the removal of the sales tax exemption. All our products have a nutrition facts panel, just like other food products. Previously, the idea of taxing soft drinks has been proposed as a health initiative. This is ironic, given the per capita consumption of full-calorie soft drinks has declined, yet our obesity rates continue to increase. In fact, data and studies from CDC researchers show that calories from sugar-sweetened beverages have declined by more than 1/3 among the youth, while obesity rates for this cohort have increased by 23.7%. If beverages were driving obesity rates, obesity should have gone down with a decrease in consumption. I can confirm that beverage companies continue their intentional strategy of offering consumers more choices with less sugar, as over 60% of our product sales now come from low-calorie and no-calorie beverages. In this iteration of taxing soft drinks, the governor has decided that having a Diet Pepsi and a Snickers bar is a sin. By labeling these products as a sin, the governor is passing judgment on the Nebraskans who choose to buy them. What metric or standard is the governor using in calling our products a sin? When our government representatives, through their own political ideology, begin to pick winners and losers, it creates complicated food tax code that shoppers and retailers won't begin to understand or believe. Using similar logic, if our governor was really concerned about the health of Nebraskans, it would be more appropriate to consider limiting, through taxation, the consumption of all processed meats like bacon, ham, and salami that are classified as a Group 1 carcinogen, which, based on the strength of evidence, is no different than smoking, ironically. I've heard the governor say we should start taxing. I've not heard the governor say we should start taxing any of these products. In fact, the governor made sure his family business is one of the few select industries that won't be targeted by his tax shifts. I hope I made a point with this comparison, but in the end, our industry believes in personal choice. In Nebraska, we trust parents to make the right decisions for their own children. Don't pass judgment or penalize a parent for buying their child a sports drink after a game, or if they want to have a pizza and a soda for the family on a Friday night. We sell products that refresh consumers on hot days like today or during workouts, support fun time gatherings, and we are creating and selling products like Gatorade that are meant to improve and complement athletic performance. Hardly products that should be villainized. In conclusion, we object to the governor's characterization of our products as sins for the purpose of imposing sales taxes on soft drinks. For these reasons, the Nebraska Beverage Association is opposed to LB1. Take any questions.
Thank you. Are there any questions from the committee?
I just have one, sorry, really short. So how many states do not tax soft drinks?
I can tell you we have Topeka, Kansas also as a location. So we operate 5 locations. We're obviously on the border in South Sioux City. Iowa does tax soft drinks, but they tax all food. South Dakota, as Brian said, does, but they're abolishing it. And Kansas is in the process of that as well, but they tax all food. So as far as I can get you the information on what states do not tax
So
it,
the
but
surrounding states do.
they do, but they tax all food. And what and
Tax pot.
absolutely, but
Was it a sin there as well?
the governor said it was a sin. So
Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you, Senator Meyer. Any other questions? No, I'm going to control myself. Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thanks for your time.
Evening, Chair Linehan, members of the Revenue Committee. It's my joy to be here right now. For the record, my name is Ryan Berger, RYANBURGER. I am a CPA and investment advisor at a firm called Gabriel Berger Else with locations in Seward and Polk counties. I also was a past chair of the board of Nebraska Society of CPAs, representing about 2,500 members across the state. You'll see my testimony. I'll summarize. You've heard today, well, we believe this is a tax on inputs. Accounting services are vital to business owners across the state. We believe it's regressive on small businesses for obvious reasons. But just to make you aware, almost no other states have sales tax on accounting at this time. Many that tried have repealed those taxes. And finally, I just think it creates confusion in the market. Now we're going to have a sales tax on the service to file and pay your sales taxes in Nebraska, or like a sales tax on the service to assist and file and pay your state income taxes in the state of Nebraska. It creates a little confusion and complexity in the marketplace, violates a few of Adam Smith's canons of taxation, which we don't have time for. So we're just requesting the removal of accounting services from LB1. I am an active CPA with some Nebraska tax knowledge, so I'm willing to answer any questions on tax that you may have at this time.
Are there any questions from the committee? Do you think Adam Smith would think the tax structure in Nebraska right now is a good structure?
That is an amazing question. He believed in economy, equality, convenience, and certainty. And I'm not sure we're always certain how our state income taxes are going to turn out until we do file. So we may be in slight violation of certainty. We're trying to be equitable. The rest would be challenging for someone from the 1700s to decide if we're following that in the current year. Great question.
All right. Any other questions? Thank you for being here.
Good evening, Chairman Linehan and members of the Revenue Committee. For the record, my name is Lorraine Egger, Lorraine, Egger, Egger. I am a past chairman of the Nebraska Society of CPAs of the accountants, representing 2,500 CPAs across the Nebraska state. I'm also a CFO and work in La Vista, Nebraska. I am here today on a debrief summary of why a society's opposition to LB1 is as follows. One, we're imposing sales tax on services that violates the principle of good tax policy. Accounting is a business service and doesn't belong in the sales tax space. Experts across the political spectrum agree that taxing business inputs like accounting services leads to undesirable tax pyramiding. Tax pyramiding results in higher overall tax costs, increase the costs of goods and services, and creates inefficiencies in the market. In addition to pyramiding, a tax on accounting services is effectively a tax on production, not consumption, and is inconsistent with sales tax. Two, it is unreasonable to tax an activity that the government requires in the first place. And three, should this bill pass, Nebraska would be at a great disadvantage in ability to compete with other states for business and investments. Only one bordering state, South Dakota, taxes businesses and professional services. According to the American Institute of CPAs, over the last several years, 32 states have introduced 106 bills taxing professional services, and none of them have passed. Policymakers in these states recognize the negative impact of these proposals on their state's economic growth and quickly repealed these measures. In conclusion, while we respect the governor's desire to provide property tax relief to Nebraskans, we urge you to reject the idea of imposing sales tax on accounting and other professional services. And as the CFO, continue to focus on spending.
Any questions? Senator Kelly.
Thank you, Chair Linehan. So are taxes on business expenses something you write off as a business expense?
Yes, you would be able to deduct the sales, the tax of that.
So when you pay for your CPA, you get tax on it. That's actually something that's a business expense that's written off.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
If it's included in the revenue, yes.
Okay, thank you.
If it's what? I didn't hear that last part.
If it's included in the revenue, so if it's a gross up, if it's grossed up, then you get the deduction. If it's not, then you don't.
Thank you, Senator Cal. Senator Murray.
Thank you. I've got a quick question. It's taxed in South Dakota. Do you have any statistics as to how many people come across the border into Nebraska to get this kind of work done?
No, we do not have that information.
Know anybody at all? Or?
Potentially, I'm sure in the northern states, we could check with the CPA firms that work in that area to see if they have any South Dakotans who are coming down to Nebraska. For that standpoint, we do not have it available right now.
Thank you.
Sorry.
No, that's fine.
So is tax preparation the only thing accountants do? Is that the only thing they do for their customers?
No, of course, it's auditing services, accounting services, other services that they do too.
Thank you for that. So there's a wide variety of services there that are provided to customers that are not mandated by the government, right?
Correct. Yeah, there's bookkeeping
Wanna make that
services and other
clear.
things.
That's not just tax.
Yeah, this is one of the items, correct.
Thanks.
I'm going to follow that. You say required by the government. What services do you provide?
For example, like filing your taxes, individuals and businesses are required to file their tax returns.
Right, but we're not required to hire an accountant.
True.
We choose to hire an accountant if we want to stay out of trouble, but we're not required.
A CPA would say it's wise to hire an accountant,
Yes,
correct?
but words matter. There's no government law that says you have to hire an accountant. Okay. Anything else? Questions? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good evening, Chairman Linehan and members of the Revenue Committee. My name is Stacy Lostroh, Stacy Lostroh, and I appear before you in opposition of LB1. I'm testifying on behalf of Whitehead Oil Company and U-Stop convenience stores. There's several areas of this bill that we are opposed to, but in the interest of time, I will just address a few. During this past legislative session, the games of skill industry worked in good faith with Senator Lowe and supported LB 685. Both sides worked together to come up with with new fees and taxes that were reasonable. A central reporting system was agreed upon, and many distributors have already begun investing their time and investing in the equipment needed for the server system. We've also worked with changing the age from 19 to 21. While the reporting system has not yet gone into effect, this proposal wants to quadruple the taxes on that. Skill games and software and equipment are not in parity with casino games, as often referenced. Therefore, they should not be taxed the same. In addition, the skill game tax is not a pass-through tax we can direct to the consumer. This tax is a direct income reduction. We are also opposed to the cigarette and vape excise tax increases proposed in LB1. This tax shift on cigarettes and vape products is not a sustainable plan, as the cigarette and vape tax increase places a burden of funding relief on a specific group of consumers. The proposed vape tax increase places a burden, the vape tax increased on closed 3 milliliter products would increase the cost over 1,000%. We are also aware of the potential for border bleed, as we would have a higher cigarette excise tax than all of our neighboring states except Colorado. Recent examples showing us that raising the tax on cigarettes is not a revenue positive tactic is on July 1st, Maryland increased their tax by $1.25 a pack. According to data collected by MSAI, a tobacco data collection company, the results immediately after the increase showed that Maryland lost 87,000 cartons in 3 weeks' time, and the state gave away almost 110,000 in potential revenue due to border bleed. Sales dropped nearly 15%. At the same time, in the week immediately following, neighboring states Delaware, Pennsylvania, and Virginia all saw sales increases of 3.2%, 2.8%, and 1.6% respectively, which shows that all of the volume given up in Maryland was simply handed to neighboring states' coffers. Nebraska taxpayers cannot afford the same short-sighted mistake. I appreciate your time.
Thank you. Are there any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the committee. My name is Dennis Hull, Dennishhull. I'm here on behalf of Americans for Tax Reform, a national taxpayer advocacy group in opposition to LB1. ATR opposes tax increases like the one before you today as a matter of principle. While this bill is sold as property tax relief, nothing in LB1 constitutes a tax cut. In reality, the hundreds of tax hikes within would raise the cost of doing business in Nebraska and supporting a family for residents of your state. It's important to remember that Nebraska is not the only place facing skyrocketing property valuations. That's a natural consequence of the federal government expanding the money supply by a whopping 40% from 2020 to 2021. But rather than cut millage rates accordingly, local leaders gave into the temptation to simply keep and spend those new revenue streams instead. It's these city leaders, not state lawmakers, who bear responsibility for higher property taxes. Meanwhile, there's no guarantee that local governments will respond to this bill with a proportionate tax cut. And based on their track record over the last 10 years, I don't have high hopes for that. Many of the tax hikes before you today are aimed at businesses, but there is no such entity as Mr. Cabela's who's footing the bill. Consumers pay these taxes in the form of higher prices. Employees pay these taxes in the form of lower wages. And the businesses in competitive markets who can't pass along these costs will close their doors or leave the state. Perhaps the most damaging element of LB1 is the sweeping double taxation and tax pyramiding, which others have discussed. It even targets agriculture, machinery, and equipment, despite the industry's central role in the Nebraska economy. The solution here is not to lower the rate to a preferential 2% or 4%, but to avoid the new tax altogether. ATR is also concerned with the state's interest in punishing those who choose to drink soda with another regressive new tax on those who can least afford it. The state has no business forcing the poor to live their lives as Big Brother sees fit. LB1 also increases taxes on distilled spirits, even though nearly half the retail price of liquor already goes towards some kind of tax. The last thing that restaurants and bars in your state need is the second highest liquor tax in the country. But the bill goes further still. With a brand new digital advertising tax, Nebraska would join the handful of deep blue states who have even thought to consider such a proposal. California is considering legislation right now that would tax digital ads to fund a new state welfare program for journalists. Conservative Nebraska lawmakers ought to avoid emulating their counterparts in Sacramento. Now is not the time to backtrack on tremendous progress that Nebraska has made in the last few years regarding income tax cuts. I urge you to oppose this bill, and thank you for your time.
Thank you. Are there any questions from the committee? Senator Meyer?
You're the second testifier we've had in the last dozen or so that talked about this very situation. Could you provide the committee with a list of tax cuts and spending caps that you would like to see Nebraska implement?
Absolutely. I can compile that information and get it to the committee, but I will say that income taxes are really where the competition is heating up right now nationwide. The fact that you guys have gone to 3.99% through 2027 is a big win. Kansas just did a much smaller income tax cut, but they were trying to go to originally 4.75. And if they get better majorities next year, then that will happen. Arkansas enacted 3 income tax cuts in the last 18 months.
What services you would advocate us cut, because you're talking about out of control spending at the local level. What would you have them all cut and cap?
Are you interested in local spending programs or state spending programs?
Both. And you provide that to the committee at a later date,
Certainly. Yeah, I would absolutely love to do that.
Thank you. Senator Meyer, any other questions? You realize in Nebraska, the state doesn't collect property taxes.
Correct. Yes. Which is why I believe that trying to solve the property tax problem at the state level is not the right idea.
Okay. Are you a Nebraskan?
No, ma'am.
So is Grover Northwest still ahead of this?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, so I think you guys should provide us some solutions.
Spending solutions?
We're not the spending problem. That's my irritation with the legislature has done a lot of tax cutting.
Right. And we certainly appreciate that.
So did you mention that you appreciated the local caps that LB1 has in it?
I think the local caps in LB1 are the best way to cap local property taxes and are definitely the only thing in this bill that would be worth supporting. I'd love to see a standalone package.
Was that in here?
In my letter?
Okay.
I don't believe so. But
All right, any other questions? Thank you.
thank you.
Good evening.
Good evening. Thank you, Chair, committee members. I really also want to appreciate and thank you for just how diligent you are being through this very lengthy hearing. My name is Tim Andrews, also from Americans for Tax Reform, TIMANDREWS. I'm here specifically to talk about and reiterate some earlier points and provide further information on the tobacco and vaping tax increases that are proposed in this bill. We firmly oppose this because on the evidence provided and evidence from other states, this is not a long-term tax relief. This is a short-term tax increase that will lead to further tax increases in the future because of the unreliability of tobacco tax as a revenue stream. This is both due to declining numbers of smokers, something which should be commended, but secondly, cross-border and illicit tobacco sales. This is why no economist recommends long-term spending based upon tobacco tax increases, as it is a declining and unsustainable revenue stream, not to mention that this is the most regressive tax out there that hurts the poorest people the most. 72% of smokers are from low-income families, 72%. To increase the tax on them who are unable to quit by 150%, as LB1 proposes, is morally unconscionable. To make matters worse, for the 170,000 Nebraskans who have either quit or substantially reduced their smoking through reduced risk tobacco alternatives, such as electronic cigarettes, which are known to be 95% safer than deadly combustible tobacco, this proposal will triple the tax on them. Tripling the tax on people who are trying to quit smoking is not only, once again, hurting them economically, this is contrary to the goals of public health. There is very clear academic evidence from everywhere this has been tried that increasing tax on electronic nicotine delivery systems leads to increases in people smoking. So this bill not only increases taxes on smoking, it increases taxes on people who quit smoking and will lead people who have quit smoking to return to smoking, not very often through legal methods, which will allow for taxpayer revenue, but rather through the illicit market, because this will once again be the highest taxing rate in the Northwest, in the Midwest. It'll be higher than almost every state surrounding Nebraska. So you're setting up something that'll be bad for businesses, bad for consumers, bad for families, and will also be bad for public health. So as I said, this is my policy area of expertise, so I'm limiting my comments simply to the tobacco and the electronic nicotine increases in this proposal, and urge that these be taken out of the bill. Thank you, and if you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them.
Any questions from the committee? See none, thank you.
Thank you.
I'm gonna just, thank you, it's fine, I'm glad you're here. But here's what I'm gonna do, wait before you fill the chair. Anybody comes up here, I wanna respect Nebraskans. So if you are a Nebraskan, you go first. So, are you Nebraskan? Okay. And obviously, those of you who might not be, you'll know you're not. So that means where you're registered to vote and pay taxes.
Senators, I'm Christy Eger, Kristieegger, born and raised in Firth, Nebraska, went to Norris High School, and am the Lancaster County Public Defender. So thank you for letting me speak today. You heard a little bit of testimony previously today from Don Klein, Douglas County Attorney, and from Tom Riley, Douglas County Public Defender. And so I would basically defer to them and not repeat some of the information that they already gave you. We have 26 attorneys on our staff and 20 support staff in my office who are appointed by the court to represent people who are constitutionally entitled to have representation of counsel and can't afford to hire their own attorney. People who need help with juvenile, misdemeanor cases, felony, mental health, and more cases. We are an essential part of the criminal justice system. We are not included in LB1, and so that is a matter of concern for the Criminal Defense Attorneys Association and my office and other public defenders' offices and county attorney offices. The effective assistance of competent and experienced counsel costs money, but it's mandatory. More than 60 years ago in Griffin versus Illinois, Justice Hugo Black opined that equal justice cannot exist as long as the kind of trial a man gets depends on the amount of money that he has. Public defenders' offices are essential. Senator Duncan can attest to that. At a time when cases filed are rising, more and more people qualify for the appointment of counsel. Now is not the time to cut spending for vital services like the Public Defender's Office. From 2022 to 2023, for example, our total caseload was up 13%, and we opened 7,094 cases in 2023 compared to 6,285 in 2022. That's all in my statement. So far this year, using data comparing last May to this May, our cases are up about 11%. Well, I just got the numbers for June, and so far we are up 12% compared to last June. Hiring has been difficult the last few years, and that trend doesn't seem to be changing. We must maintain competitive salaries in order to hire and retain attorneys who are qualified in order to keep as many cases as we possibly can, keeping in mind our workload standards so we can continue to provide high-quality legal services. The county is obligated to provide counsel for qualifying individuals, so the clients we cannot represent, which was discussed previously in a question to Tom Riley, are appointed by the court private attorneys. And they come at a rate of $125 per hour for most cases, but $175 an hour for very serious felonies. Of the 2,499 felony cases my office closed in 2023, 689 of those were closed because they exceeded our caseload standards. So to have more private
you're on the red
attorneys.
light.
Yep, thank you. It's in my information as well as a chart. Thank you.
Okay, wait, do you have a question?
I'm sorry.
No, that's okay.
Sorry.
Thank you, Chair. This is a very off-the-wall question. When you're determining whether or not someone qualifies for public funding as a public defender, do GoFundMe's count into that equation? I just see GoFundMe's being started for people for a lot of different reasons.
My office does not make the determination as to whether or not council is appointed. The judges make the indigency determination.
And do they factor GoFundMe's in, or is that just every individual judge looks at it differently?
You look at a person's income and their expenses. If someone is getting a GoFundMe, I've never had that come up, but I suppose the judge should ask that question and see about their sources of income. I imagine that would be considered.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Good evening, Senators. My name is Mark Richardson. I am here tonight or this evening to testify on behalf of the Nebraska Association of Trial Attorneys in opposition to one particular aspect of LB1, which is eliminating the exemption for legal services. I am the second of 3 attorneys you're going to hear in a row on this issue.
Oh, I need you to spell your name.
Oh yeah, my last name is Richardson, Richardson. Mark, M-A-R-K. And NATA, Nebraska Association of Trial Attorneys, is always going to oppose anything that is going to reduce access to the justice system, reduce access for regular Nebraskans to have their disputes handled through the legal system. Putting an additional tax or putting any tax on legal services will almost unquestionably do that. And the people that it's going to hurt the most in terms of being able to hire an attorney to have their disputes heard and resolved are going to be the people around the margins that are debating whether or not they can afford to hire an attorney to begin with. That tax is going to make a real difference on whether or not they can do that. When we get up and talk to jurors, we tell them that, a long time ago, a lot of very brave people got on some really small boats to cross a very large ocean to do a couple of things. And one of those was obviously religious freedom, but another one of those was to have their legal issues addressed by a jury of their peers. That's a very powerful thing as a citizen. That's a very powerful constitutional right that we have. And anything that we're going to do to inhibit people from pursuing that and having good, competent legal representation to defend their rights or to pursue their rights, we take very seriously. In addition to the fact that this is a true necessity for a lot of people in a bad way, we've also tell you that legal services are one of the things that cross state lines easily. This is not something where you have to go to a neighboring state. You can just get online and you can go to LegalZoom, or you can answer the numerous advertisements that you're getting from the Minneapolis law firms, the Chicago law firms, the Kansas City law firms, who will come in and take up the business because it will be more advantageous for them to go out of state to seek those services than it will be to have those services done here by local Nebraska attorneys, most of whom serve in 2 to 3 person law firms. So for those reasons, Nebraska Association of Trial Attorneys would encourage you to keep the exemption for legal services. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions from the committee? Senator Calhoun.
Thank you, Chair Linehan. So you said that you guys oppose anything that keeps people from being able to hire an attorney. What's an average hourly cost for an attorney? Say, I don't know, pick a crime. What's the average cost?
Sure. Well, I'll be the first to tell you I don't do criminal work. We're on the civil. Okay. NATA's much more on the civil side of things. But I will tell you, typical legal services, some of my colleagues might murder me for getting this wrong, but my impression is it's probably somewhere in between $150 an hour all the way up to $400 an hour, depending on the qualifications and experience of the attorney you're seeking to hire.
So are the high fees that you charge not also keeping people away from getting good representation?
I have no doubt that fees prohibit some people from getting some attorneys. There's no doubt about that. And that's why I was talking about the people that are the more on the margins of society, who are trying to debate whether or not they can afford the attorney that does charge the $150 an hour. And there are plenty of good attorneys that do charge $150 an hour. And the people that have to make the decision of, can I afford that a little bit more, it makes a difference to them.
Thank you.
You bet.
Thank you, Senator Cal. Yes.
Thank you, Chair Linehan. I want to clarify one thing, and I honestly don't know the answer to this, but you might. This is not an exemption that was created for legal services. Legal services have never been taxed. Is that true?
That is true. I think it's currently written as an exemption, but my understanding is what your understanding is, which is it has never been taxed. It just is written that way now as an exemption.
Okay, I just wanted to clarify. This wasn't something we carved out in like 2005 or something like that.
It has been around for certainly longer than I have been around.
Thank you.
Sales tax has been around since 67. You look like you're younger than me.
I'm going to take that as a win for the night.
All right, any other questions? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good evening, Senators. My name is Jennifer, Jennifer, Turco, Turco, space Meyer, Meyer. I am an attorney in Omaha and Lincoln. I service clients all throughout the state of Nebraska, however. I'm also here to speak on behalf of Nebraska Association of Trial Attorneys in opposition of LB1 because it imposes a misery tax upon those Nebraska citizens who seek access to justice in our court system during what is undoubtedly one of the worst times in their lives. And I really wish that I could take credit for calling this a misery tax, but I can't, because when you look at the research that I've seen for the 47 states, some of which have considered doing this, it's called a misery tax because it appears to constituents that the state is financially benefiting at their misfortune when something like this is taxed. I'm not going to repeat what my colleague said, but I want to answer a question about the fees. In the kinds of cases that I do, which is civil rights, discrimination, personal injury, workers' compensation, we don't charge on an hourly rate. We charge on a contingency fee. And that's important to know because a lot of times in cases that I'm going to talk to you about today, we are reducing our fees as well because there's not enough money to make clients whole in a lot of situations, which is the goal of our court system and our legal system and our laws. Imagine, if you can, a family sideswiped by a drunk driver, a mother, a father, 2 young children, airbag burns, seatbelt bruises, a broken leg, maybe a shoulder surgery, and a parent with lifelong neck and back pain. I think it's important to know how this transaction actually works for these clients. If they do not get what they're seeking in compensation from insurance company, they have to hire an attorney to seek proper compensation. Then once they resolve the case, they have to pay all the doctors and hospital liens. They have to pay health insurance subrogations, Medicare and Medicaid, which is not optional. There are filing fees, deposition costs, charges for medical records, expert witness fees, and that's all paid before these particular individuals in this family are going to see compensation. And that's why the cost of adding additional sales tax to legal services, actually court reporting services too. So if you're sitting in a deposition with me, you're paying sales tax on a court reporter sitting next to me and your attorney. Those direct costs are important to consider in cases like this, especially if there's only $25,000 in coverage. Also, let's consider that the insurance side will be passing on their legal costs that would be implemented with this bill, either by increasing their premiums or paying these clients less money because it's part of their reserve calculation. So there's indirect and direct costs to this family. Thank you. I open with questions.
Thank you. Question for the committee? Could you put pen to paper on some of those examples?
Yeah, sure.
Thanks.
Yeah. Do you want them to be actual cases that are done that I can talk about or just
Whatever
scenarios?
You can share this stuff inappropriate.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions?
Hello. Madam Chairperson Linehan and members of the Revenue Committee, my name is Robert M. Bell, spelled R-O-B-E-R-T, middle initial M, B-E-L-L. I'm the Executive Director and Registered Lobbyist for the Nebraska Insurance Federation, and I'm appearing today in opposition to LB1. The Nebraska Insurance Federation is the primary trade association of insurance companies in Nebraska. The Federation consists of 49 member companies and 9 associate members. Our members write all lines of insurance. Nebraska insurers provide quality insurance products to Nebraskans that provide financial protections to Nebraskans during difficult times. Insurance companies also have a significant impact on the Nebraska economy. By any measurement, the Nebraska insurance industry is one of the largest industries in the nation. According to a recent study completed by the University of Nebraska Lincoln Bureau of Business Research, the insurance industry had a $25.77 billion impact on the Nebraska economy in 2022, providing over 32,000 jobs to Nebraskans. The average wage of a Nebraska working in an insurance company is nearly $92,000 annually. The member insurance companies of the Federation certainly appreciate the tax issues facing the state of Nebraska and are watching these deliberations with interest. Domestic Nebraska-based insurance companies understand that the important role the premium tax climate plays in our industry's continued growth here in Nebraska. Nebraska insurers bring employees and families from other states to Nebraska for work, something that we call brain gain. But we do have 3 kind of issues that we would like to bring up to the committee with the legislation. First, as you already heard from the CPAs and the attorneys, that there are these insurance business expenses. And so our good friends at NADA explain that we pay, well, that actually to the claims, that's my second point, but we pay a lot of legal services. And if you can find an SEC attorney that writes for an opinion for less than $1,000 an hour, we would like to know where that attorney is located. It's probably not in Nebraska. We have issues with direct mail that are in the bill right now. Many of the insurers do many direct mail and legal and accounting in particular. On the second portion is related to the claims, which the attorneys did bring up as well. So taxes on auto service, on home reconstruction, on legal services, those would go back to Nebraskans in premium increases, just so that you're aware of that. And then third, there's a lot of, we feel there's not a lot of definitions, of course, in the legislation right now related to these services. So we have a lot of questions on what accounting services might mean. Does that include consulting services? What does investment advice mean? What types of income from investment advice is the bill talking about? We don't know. And so it's hard to put pen and paper to the legislation for us at this point. So with that, thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Is there any questions from the committee? Nothing in this bill touches the insurance premium tax, does it?
It does not, no. I would say we are not the lowest in the nation. I heard you say that
really?
earlier. No, Wyoming is lower, and Illinois, the home of Allstate, State Farm, and
What do they charge?
they're at 0.5% of premium.
Do they pay income tax, however?
Insurance companies pay income tax in all states, but they have an offset related to their premium tax. So even Nebraska insurers, if they could have income tax liability depending on the profile of the insurance company. Yeah, they generally don't, but definitely our economic report did talk about.
How about Illinois? What is their top rate in Illinois?
I have no idea.
So when we bring examples, we should know all of them.
Well, I was just bringing the premium tax example. Their premium tax is
Well, I
at
think
0.5%.
I'm guessing their top rate's pretty high.
I'm guessing. I have no doubt that you're correct, Senator Linehan.
Any other questions? Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Does anybody have the number for that guy that charges $150 an hour? Take that.
Thank you all for coming.
Thank you very much for your time and consideration. I'm Jeff McGregor, GEOFF-MCGREGOR. I'm the president of McGregor Interests, Inc., the operator of the self-storage brand Lockbox Storage, which has 11 locations in the state of Nebraska and serves approximately 6,000 Nebraskan tenants. I'm opposed to LB1 specifically as it relates to the tax proposed on the gross income received from self-storage space. We should not be classified as a service business. We lease space to customers via a self-storage rental agreement. which is comparable to a lease agreement with a tenant who might rent an apartment or an office space or retail shop. Since sales tax is not imposed on apartment rentals or industrial spaces, why would it be fair to impose it on only the self-storage asset class type? Not all surrounding states charge sales tax on self-storage rents either, such as Colorado and Wyoming. Sales tax on self-storage leasehold rents disproportionately affect lower-income individuals. Charging sales tax on self-storage rent would put an undue burden on those with lower income levels that might rely on self-storage due to smaller living spaces or economic constraints. One of the largest facilities in our portfolio is located near Offutt Air Force Base. It's our pleasure to serve the active military families. Typically, they rent space from us when they're deployed on various missions, which would unfairly tax some of the most important members of our community. Self-storage units often are used for storing belongings during natural disasters and emergencies. Exempting these services from sales tax can provide relief for individuals and businesses recovering for such events. Our company gave away approximately 120 months of free rent to those affected by the recent tornadoes impacting Omaha, Elkhorn, Blair, and the Bennington areas. We wouldn't have been able to provide as much assistance if the sales taxes were imposed on our businesses. This also discourages urban living, where living spaces are often smaller. Self-storage can become a necessity. Taxing this rent will discourage urban living by making it more expensive to manage limited spaces, contrary to the urban development goals of major metropolitan areas in the state. Thank you very much for your time, Senators. Do you have any questions?
Not sure. Do we have any questions? You were the only storage person here today. You were gonna get bonus points. Thank you.
Please seated. Good evening, Madam Chair. Good evening, Senators. My name is Mary Jean Bechtold, spelled MariJeanBechtold. I'm Regional Manager for Storage Mart in Nebraska, based in Omaha, and I have 14 locations within Nebraska. I am here in opposition of LB1, which is proposing a sales tax on self-storage units, which has been lumped in with the same services as moving services. The self-storage industry is not a service industry. We simply do not provide any services. What we do as an industry is provide real estate available for rent to consumers. We simply facilitate this process, offering monthly rental agreement contracts. Not unlike an apartment complex or commercial real estate rental space, we in the storage industry collect rent on real space. These are all self-service spaces. Consumers move themselves in and move themselves out, as storage companies do not provide any such services. Essentially, LB1 is proposing to tax the rent collected by storage facilities. However, the state does not impose sales taxes on rent for apartments or commercial properties. I fail to see the difference in the industries and assert there is some prejudice in proposing to tax self-storage as a service. Respectfully, on behalf of Storage Mart Nebraska, I ask that self-storage be removed from LB1. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Are there any questions from the committee? See none. Thank you much. Thank you.
Senator Linehan, Revenue Committee. My name is Bill Lang, BILLLANGE. I'm the president of the Nebraska Self-Storage Owners Association. On LB1, I would like to address one specific item on page 62, line 18, item I. Quote, excuse me, quote, the gross income received for storage and moving services. Moving services are not at all related to self-storage. Self-storage is not a service. It is simply the rental of real estate. Self-storage owners do not help their renters move in or out. Owners simply rent their occupants a small piece of real estate. It's much like an apartment owner, a strip mall owner, or even a farm owner. It is not fair for an additional tax it's not fair to add additional taxes to one type of real estate to reduce the taxes on another type of real estate, such as a farm. I do own a farm, but that's not, I'm trying to make a point that it's a common thing. Real estate taxes are one of the largest expenses for self-storage owners. I would respectfully ask for you to remove self-storage from the legislative bill LB1. That's all.
Thank you. Any questions from the committee? Senator Cal.
Thank you. So U-Haul is actually listed as U-Haul Moving and Storage. So there are storage companies that do the moving also. I think that's kind of a misnomer.
U-Haul already pays taxes when they rent or move somebody. Actually, U-Haul does not actually provide the service. They even provide the equipment to somebody.
So they don't
move
offer
anybody.
services for
Yeah, they
moving?
just rent their trucks and stuff like that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Cal. Any other questions? Thank you very much, Mr. Lang.
Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Sheila O'Connor, SHEILA, OCONNOR, Executive Director of the Associated General Contractors Nebraska Building Chapter. The Building Chapter is a trade association representing 140 commercial firms that represent thousands of craft employees that build structures or buildings and that build locally, regionally, and nationally. Construction is vital to Nebraska's economy. We build and renovate buildings that support every sector: offices, schools, medical, manufacturing, housing, agriculture, and more. Imposing new taxes on construction services or labor is a bad tax policy. In Nebraska, construction contributed to 8.3 million or 4.6% of the state's GDP of 181 billion. There are approximately 7,600 construction establishments in Nebraska in the third quarter of 2023. Construction employment in Nebraska in April of 24 totaled 61,000, an increase of 100 employees from April 2023 and an increase of 4,900 or 9% from February of 2020. The landscape remains uncertain with rising inflation, increasing lending rates, and an ongoing labor shortage. A tax on construction could devastate our industry and has the potential of creating a tax that doesn't generate revenue. So we appreciate your support and your time and efforts on this issue. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you much. Hello.
Hi, Senator Linehan, members of the Revenue Committee. My name is Tip O'Neill. That's spelled TIPO''N''EILL. I'm the president and a registered lobbyist for the Nebraska Telecommunications Association. The NTA is a trade association that represents 21 companies providing broadband and landline telecommunications services in Nebraska. NTA companies oppose the repeal of Section 77-2704.51, which relates to the sales and use tax exemption on, quote, telecommunications service between telecommunications companies, including division of revenue settlements or carrier access charges, and dark fiber transactions between companies. Telecom companies enter into interconnection agreements with other carriers in order to allow carrier access to network infrastructure owned by the companies. Those agreements include charges for access to the various networks. A settlement is the financial exchange between the various providers for carrying traffic on their respective networks. When a call from a customer, let's say you're AT&T and you're calling a Verizon customer, when it travels on another carrier's network, it utilizes that other carrier's network such as fiber optic cable, cell towers, and bandwidth. Financial settlements ensure each carrier is compensated for the resources used to complete calls and data transfers from other networks. These company-to-company transactions are in the nature of a wholesale transaction. Our research indicates that no surrounding state, including South Dakota, assesses sales or use taxes on access charges, settlements, or other inter-carrier transactions. This exemption was first passed in the Nebraska law in 1989 in LB 209, but based on the testimony at that hearing, there never was a tax assessment on access charges and settlements. Anyway, we believe that taxing these transactions would result in increased costs to companies for providing high-speed telecommunications services to their customers. You know that taxes and fees for telecommunications are pretty high in Nebraska compared to other states. We think repeal of this exemption would exacerbate costs to customers. For those reasons, we oppose LB1 and the provision repealing exemption of settlements, access charges, and dark fiber transactions. I'd be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you. Any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thanks very much.
Thank you, Senator.
Good evening, committee. Thank you for your time. My name is Tracy Rayfield, President, CEO of Always Safe Storage, highest secured storage facility in the Midwest, as well as a registered financial advisor for more than 30 years. To do a quick clarification for Senator Kolf, U-Haul, which provides strictly services for their moving trucks and their services for moving, do not own real estate. They contract with storage facilities to rent their trucks out or provide those moving services. I oppose LB1 strictly for that point. It is a unfair tax to 98% of my clients who are the working class. They rent storage units for various reasons. It may be a situation of domestic abuse. It may be a seasonal item that they're trying to store, like a camper. It may be also where urban living is, their space is just not big enough. As well as, I'm sure there's at least one senator here that has rental properties. Anytime an expense was to come to us landlords, we will pass it down, which would only further hurt the working class. Again, we provide no service. We are strictly property leasing or owners. My property taxes in Eagle, Cass County alone are well over $36,000. It's a large facility. It's 500 units. And that would represent, for number wise, about 10% of a person's rent. If $36,000 that I didn't have to pay, it's taxation is the most difficult for a government to do. And I commend you for heading it face on. Thomas Jefferson said the really only fair tax would be a consumption tax that would not tax food, housing, clothing. I feel that that's probably the best solution to, as far as the situation, not just with LB1, but whether it be Epic. And I commend you for your diligence. I would say the biggest concern that I have is we hear that time and time again that our government officials say, oh, we reduced your property tax. And really what they're saying is we reduced the increase of the increase. It's not a reduction. You can look at your own personal property taxes. Tell me when your property tax ever dropped. It never has dropped. Don't kid yourselves and don't lie to the public. It's just not right. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Any questions from the committee? Thank you very much for being here.
Good evening, members of the committee. I am Gerard Piccolo, Gerard Piccolo. I am the Hall County Public Defender. I just don't want to waste your time. I'm here to add my voice to what has already been said by my colleague, Tom Riley, and also my other colleague, Christy Hager. I know it's late. I know everybody wants to go home, so I don't have anything else other than to add my voice to what has already been said. If there's any questions, I'd be more than willing to answer them.
Thank you very much. I think what the late part is, we've got 3 more hearings.
I understand.
Okay.
I understand. Senator Linehan, I understand about diminishing returns.
Yes, thank you. It appears you don't. Thank you. Are there any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Senator Linehan, members of the Revenue Committee, my name is Phil Erdman, Philerdman. I'm here representing the 150 locations of our members across Nebraska as the registered lobbyist of the Iowa-Nebraska Equipment Dealers Association. I've got 3 points. They're in my handout. I'll just go over these briefly. Number 1, this isn't really a point. I've been through 4 special sessions on your side of the desk. Not all special sessions are special, but maybe this will be fun for you all. LB1 has introduced repeals the exemption for sales of ag machinery and equipment. The bill is introduced as both used and new, and the rate is 2%. In my conversations with the governor's office and his staff, I've been informed that the rate would need to be at 4%, as that is what has been scored, and that revenue generates 25% of the total cost of the plan. So during the Olympics, we get the gold medal. Of the 5 states that tax ag equipment, the only one around us is South Dakota. But if you added up those 5 states that tax ag equipment, their total assets don't even equal the top states for ag production in America. Now, if you want that list, I have that as well. Number 2, LB1 repeals the sales tax exemption for ag equipment specifically for tractors that are tested, that are over 100 horsepower at the Nebraska Tractor Testing Lab. That was a deal struck 10 years ago. Saved the Ag Committee years of debate. But if you take away the tax advantage, you now have placed Nebraska at a further disadvantage in the availability of tractors able to be sold in Nebraska legally will then be limited further, and there won't be a sales tax exemption tied to that. I do have an amendment that I would bring to the committee and would state that the dealers do not control which tractors are tested. That is controlled by the manufacturers, which is a separate entity from our members. The third item is the definition of agriculture machinery for the purposes of taxation in the area of personal property tax. Unlike your earlier testimony, you do not have a choice. You don't get to pick whether you pay sales tax or personal property tax. I'll talk to Mr. Nielsen. I don't think he understands the tax code, but you pay personal property tax in Nebraska right now. The definition as you have before you is deficient in the fact that there will be ag equipment that will be subject to personal property tax that is not currently subject to sales tax exemption, and that was the work of Senator Merman and Senator Albrecht in LB 595 in 2021. Last thing I will say in regards to inputs is that if you take seed, fertilizer, herbicides, and chemicals, and you have that alone, you still have seed, fertilizer, chemicals. If you don't have the machines that can plant within a sub-inch variation, 30 to 40,000 per acre, you're still going to have seed, fertilizer, and chemicals. You don't have feed and you don't have a final product. So it's an input. The technology is phenomenal. If you have a self-driving vehicle, congratulations. It'll stay between lanes of a road that's been well marked and documented. But if you have a tractor and you have technology like Senator Meyer, Senator Albrecht, or Senator Merman, you've probably had sub-inch variation driving through the middle of nowhere for a decade. The innovation is phenomenal. Don't tax it and don't make it more difficult on our producers. I would happy to answer your questions.
Thank you. Are there any questions from the committee? Senator Reinfeldt.
Very quickly. I asked a question earlier. I made the point earlier. You didn't bring up border bleed. Conversation earlier about that. If a piece of equipment is purchased out of state and brought in, use tax must be paid on that, correct?
If it is a use tax, Senator, if it's not a use tax, which I'm informed that there's a question of whether the tax, because agriculture equipment and manufacturing equipment would be at a different rate than our state sales tax rate, whether that would be in compliance with streamlined sales tax. But if it is a sales and use tax, there would be that check. If it's an excise tax, I don't believe that there is, and I don't know what the committee's going to decide in that regard.
Okay.
At the same point, similar to what you heard from Mitch Mers, one of our members, who is a border dealership, like that's a real concern. That revenue won't come to the state, but it'll be a detriment to our dealers and their ability to
Thank you,
stay in
that's
business.
helpful.
Thank you.
Other questions from the committee? Seeing none,
Thank
thank you
you.
for being here.
Thank you very much, Chairwoman Linehan, Vice Chairman Von Gillern, members of the Revenue Committee. My name is Carter Teal, Carterthiele. I am the Policy and Research Coordinator for the Lincoln Independent Business Association. We are here to oppose LB1 because while LIBA supports the concept of a low, broad sales tax base, LB1 implements this idea in a way that presents too many negative economic impacts to support its financing mechanism. The reintroduction of the Advertising Services Tax Act and the taxes on business inputs are particularly harmful. We envision that by removing generations worth of sales tax exemptions and lowering the sales tax rate, that financing property tax relief would be achievable. But because the goal for generating revenue is set so high, this plan requires more economic detriment to our member businesses than LIPA can accept. We believe that the acceptable amount of property tax relief that can be achieved from generating additional sales tax revenue should be the amount of surplus revenue that comes from removing sales tax exemptions and lowering the sales tax rate. Anything beyond that isn't equitable to the state's businesses. Should the committee insist on sending this bill to the floor, it should amend the bill to remove all new taxes, including the Advertising Services Tax Act and the taxes on manufacturing business inputs, removing sales tax exemptions, lowering the sales tax rate, and adopting a different version of reducing property taxes as the mechanism for property tax relief. In summary, while expanding the sales tax base is a viable policy to generate additional state revenue, LB1's approach is flawed. Instead, the bill should focus on only removing sales tax exemptions, lowering the sales tax rate, and utilizing a different mechanism for property tax relief. Thank you, and I would be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Are there any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Good evening, Chairman Linehan and members of the committee. Kent Rogert, Kentrogert, here today representing CTIA, the Trade Association for All Wireless Communications in the state of Nebraska and across the country. We, like Mr. O'Neill, we are here to oppose the repeal of 772704.51, which adds tax to the access charges because it is a tax on a tax. Because it's a pre-tax, it's subject to all the taxes thereafter. For the record, it's listed twice in the bill, once in the text and then in the repealer section on page 139. We are the 5th highest tax burden on wireless charges in the country, and we would like to see it go the other direction instead of up. And so for this reason, we ask for that to be pulled out of this bill. Happy to answer any questions if I can.
Are there any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
If you're testifying on this bill, you need to be in the front row.
Good evening, Senators. My name is Mary Vagalis, Mary, V as in Victor, Aggalis, and I'm here today as a registered lobbyist for the Nebraska Licensed Beverage Association, or NLBA. NLBA is a local nonprofit trade association representing almost 700 liquor retailers, primarily on-premises consumption retailers like bars and restaurants, but also some C-stores in Nebraska. Our members are small businesses that provide jobs in hundreds of communities, big and small, throughout Nebraska, contribute to the tax rolls, and are good steward and community leaders. I want to start by thanking Governor Pillen, this committee, and your fellow colleagues in the unicameral. It's a monumental task you're undertaking, and our members certainly feel the strain of high property taxes, whether they rent or own the space that their businesses occupy. Unfortunately, our members must echo the concerns you've already heard from some different types of retailers in this space about the proposed increase to the liquor excise tax and the risk it presents to our businesses. It sounds extreme, but I've heard from some of our members that the increase in the tax proposed in LB1 will literally cause them to shut their doors. And I just want to expand briefly on some of the economic climate discussion that has only been alluded to in previous testifiers. The last 5 years have been particularly challenging for those in the hospitality industry, which is already kind of a risky business to go into in the first place. Many of our members had the expense of repairing damage or outright destruction as a result of the floods in 2019. Then the pandemic hit and certainly disrupted the hospitality marketplace. And now those that survived are facing increased costs of food and beverages and other supplies, as well as highly competitive wage marketplace due to the increase in the minimum wage in Nebraska, as well as Nebraska's record low unemployment rates. This is not to say that our members are not willing to be part of the solution. Our members acknowledge that it has been many years since the spirits excise tax was increased. We merely ask that the committee consider a more modest increase in the excise tax that strikes the right balance between raising revenue and allowing our small businesses to succeed. So as this city considers amendments to LB1, we would like to be part of the conversation. I know all of you ultimately want to create tax policies that allow Nebraska to grow, and bars and restaurants are an important amenity, particularly in our rural communities. Thank you for thoughtfully considering the impact of this tax, as well as the other taxes that might be imposed on services that businesses rely on and other sources of revenue that these retailers might have. With that, I'll conclude, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. Any questions from the committee? Senator Buster.
Thank you, Chair Linehan. Thank you, ma'am. How much would you like the tax to go?
I knew I was going to get that question. I hesitate to give a number in the committee in a circumstance where I'm sort of negotiating against myself. But I do think we have some numbers in mind, and I'd be happy to discuss those with the committee as negotiations take place. And we can maybe get a better sense of the full picture about what other taxes our retailers might pay, as well as the amount of property tax relief that might be available to offset those increased expenses.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Senator Bostar, is there any other questions from the committee? See none, thank you for being
Thank
here,
you all.
and thank you for being polite and letting everybody else, all of you that waited till the end, I appreciate it.
Of course, thank you.
Good evening, Chair Linehan and members of the committee. My name is Spike Eichel, S-P-I-K-E. Last name is E-I-C-K-H-O-L-T. I'm appearing on behalf of the Nebraska Court Reporters Association. I apologize, I don't have a written statement. I didn't think I'd actually be testifying today for them. I didn't want to have them stay here all day. We are opposed to the proposal in LB1 that's on page 64, lines 28 through 29, which would provide that court reporting and secretarial services related to court reporting be subject to sales tax. Someone testified earlier today, I think someone with the trial attorneys, that talked about a little bit of what court reporters do, but generally what they do is they maintain the official records, if you will, for court proceedings. That's the person that you see with a little machine taking down what's happening in the courtroom or in a deposition. Those costs are borne either by parties, the litigants, and in many instances by the counties and the counties themselves that pay for that cost. For instance, in criminal cases, if you're a court-appointed lawyer, or even if you're a public defender and you contract with a court reporter and hire a court reporter to do the deposition, that is paid either by the public defender's budget or by the county itself when they reimburse the attorney whose only appointment was taken in that case. So this sales tax will be passed on not only to litigants in the court system, but in many respects the local governments, the counties, and the public defender's offices. This will also impose an additional cost, if you will, on many small businesses. There are a couple of court reporting businesses, if you will. J.S. Worm is one of the bigger ones. It's in Omaha and Lincoln, but most of the court reporters are independent, home-based, many of them women who practice a small business on the side. While some of these court reporting services do have LLCs where they have an accountant help them do their taxes and so on, they don't have support staff. They don't have the practical apparatus, if you will, to collect and remit sales taxes as would be required if they were included on there. And that would be a cost they would have to pass on to court reporting, to the court reporting fees, which would impact litigants, impact counties, and so on. So for those reasons and others, we urge the committee to not adopt that portion of LB1, and I'll answer any questions if anyone has any.
Thank you. Are there any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you, Chairwoman Linehan and members of the committee. My name is Ansley Fellers, ANSLEYFELLERS. I'm here on behalf of the Nebraska Grocery Industry Association. Thanks for your time today. I just wanted to really quickly reiterate what you might have heard from someone earlier, but I'm not sure was emphasized quite enough, that candy and soda is a very oversimplified description of what is being taxed when you talk about taxing candy and soda. It is very much inclusive of items that people consider everyday groceries and certainly food. It's also going to be especially difficult for my small independent grocers. You heard my grocer from Norfolk. They're going to have the hardest time implementing. You might have also heard what's happening in Iowa. A lot of times small businesses just pass along the tax increase on a variety of items because it's expensive and they're really worried about compliance. They don't want to face back taxes because they're not collecting on the proper thing. My larger retailers who have a presence in Iowa usually have one person dedicated to making sure they're complying with this law. So it's not super easy. The cost of compliance is high on a lot of these fronts. A lot of the taxes proposed are at the wholesale level, meaning they're going to be paid by the business and then passed along. My independents are also going to have to pass these increased taxes along quicker, a lot faster than their national, maybe larger competitors. So that's going to render them even less competitive. I would just note South Dakota and Kansas are going the opposite direction. They're lowering their sales tax rate in the case of South Dakota. Kansas is actually in the process of phasing out entirely their tax on groceries. It's probably important to know that many states this year, including Colorado, Georgia, Alabama, Wyoming, and Kansas, are all considering either considering or have enacted new laws designed to limit future property tax hikes for a variety of landowners, homeowners in their states. None of those states have increased other taxes to do this. And I would just note for the record that cities cannot collect local option sales taxes or occupation taxes on the goods and services that are currently exempt at the state level. So in expanding the tax base, you're not just opening these items up to a 5.5% rate, you're possibly subjecting them to more like 7.5% in some places. You're certainly creating the windfall for cities that we heard in the spring. That could be why cities and counties were the lone testifiers supporting the candy and soda tax in the spring. I just would, again, thank the committee and answer any questions if you have them.
Thank you. Any questions from the committee? Could you get for the committee what the total sales of candy and soda in Nebraska were in 23 and 24?
As defined here, not what you might consider, but like sugar, things with sugar and honey.
This is the first hearing we've had on this. Yes, as defined in the bill.
Okay.
Any other questions? Thank you much.
Thank you.
Chairwoman Linehan, members of the committee, my name is Rich Otto, RICHOTTO, testifying in opposition to LB1 on behalf of the Nebraska Retail Federation and as a registered lobbyist. A lot of things in it that impacts retail. I'll go quickly. The digital ad tax is our number one concern. As you've heard before, obvious concerns about Maryland and the money not ever coming in because it's been tied up in court cases. So we oppose that portion and are concerned those revenues may not come in. I'll quickly move on and highlight that I do believe the gold bullion industry was the only industry that sent one testifier. I believe they're the only industry that has shown a sales tax that has been repealed, an exemption that's been repealed and then also put back into place. I do think gold is different than a lot of the other exemptions and just wanted to point that out. I think there's multiple examples of states that have repealed the exemption and put it back to place. I will use gold for my example. I have handed out a 1040 return and have highlighted line 43 on page 2. So if an individual were to go to Iowa and buy an ounce of gold, the tax would be approximately $180. When they bring that back, it is now due to the state as a use tax. The way the state gets the money is by the individual being honest and filing that use tax on their tax return. Just based off the gold analysis, we know that use tax only get a few percent of the actual tax that is due. So when you're looking at these exemptions and they're portable and they go to other states and all of a sudden the money that needs to come back in a use tax form, remember, you're most likely only going to get a few percent of what the revenue. It looks like, at least in the gold example, when they were calculating the proceeds, it was based on all gold sales, not what actually is most likely going to come in as use tax. With that, I would be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions from the committee? Senator Both.
Thank you, Chair. Thanks, sir. I understand your example, but isn't, in this case, the gold example consistent with any other cross-border use tax declaration?
Absolutely.
It's not unique specifically, it's how it works.
Well, retailers know, for good example, that before we had online sales tax collection, we only got about 10% back in based on claiming it on your 1040 use tax for goods that you purchase online.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Bostar. Is there any other questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you very much. We do have letters for the record. One I have to read because it's ADA accommodation. It is from Corby Gilbertson, representing the American Property Casualty Insurance Association. I am testifying today on behalf of the American Property Casualty Insurance Association in opposition generally to LB1 and specifically to the imposition of sales taxes on repair services for both real property and motor vehicles. APCIA is the primary national trade association for home, auto, and business insurers. APCIA promotes and protects the viability of private competition for the benefit of consumers and insurers with a legacy dating back 150 years. APCIA represents the broadest cross-section of home, auto, business insurers of any national trade association. Property casualty insurers' core business is protecting people and helping them recover from catastrophic losses to their homes, cars, and businesses. The industry pools and distributes risk, operating largely as a pass-through, with an overwhelming majority of premium dollars collected being used to pay claims. In the first half of 2023, insurers spent over $1.04 in claims and expenses for every dollar of premium collected. And that's not capturing the Maui wildfire and hurricane, I don't know how to say that, this is hard for me at late night. Next time I'm going to. Fall of 2023. I'll suffer. Overall, for 2023, S&P predicts that auto insurers will have a 8.7% net underwriting loss and homeowners insurers a 12.1% loss, the worst in over a decade. S&P Global Market Intelligence, U.S. PC and Insurance Market Report, October 23. That's why insurance premiums are going up. Consumers, that wasn't here, I'm just saying. Consumers are already facing increased rates due to a myriad of reasons, including higher risk of natural catastrophe. Okay, no, I can't.
Right.
Right there, button.
Consumers are already facing increased rates due to a myriad of reasons, including higher risk of natural catastrophes, economic inflation, climate change, legal system abuse, and coverage mandates. LB1 stands to exacerbate the problem by increasing the cost of claims through the application of a sales tax on real property and motor vehicle repairs. Further taxing numerous business inputs for the insurance industry would result in a net tax increase for many companies doing business in Nebraska and will also add to the likelihood of increased premiums. This remains true even if significant property tax relief is granted. For these reasons, APCIA hopes that the committee will see fit to reject the proposed sales tax provisions in LB1 and either strike them from the bill or indefinitely postpone the bill.
Thank you.
Senator Montgomery, we also had letters for the record, 10 proponents, 367 opponents, and 9 neutral. I will waive my close. Okay, thank you all for being here. Appreciate it very much. And with that, we open the hearing on LB. We don't have a page.
Draw a 9 next to that 1 on the side, would you?
You got it, Jonah? No, just regular.
Thank you. We're on our own, people.
Just us senators?
It's
You
just
got
us senators. Let's just get some.
It's still light. It's still
AJ, that's live.
I know.
It's still light up.
Do you have another copy?
Yes, I do.
Here, you can have mine.
Okay.
I think it's gonna have to change again.
Okay.
Welcome, Senator Hughes.
Hello, Revenue Committee. How are we doing?
We're fine.
How are we
Don't
feeling?
ask.
Okay.
11 hours.
Madam Chair, just for the record, Luann told me yesterday, I go, really, Luann? I have to drive in at midnight to do my thing? She goes, no. 3 o'clock.
Yeah, well,
3 o'clock. It's 8:23,
I didn't know everybody would send 10 people and say.
for the record.
Which isn't really very smart.
Okay.
Anyhow.
Anyway, Madam Chair,
Yes.
members of the Revenue Committee. I am Jana Hughes, JanaHughes, and I represent Legislative District 24. I am here to introduce LB 19, which establishes a 2% excise tax on online sales for delivery. I am going to fund my own bill of LB 9, which you heard yesterday. And for the record, the updated fiscal note, which came out about 5:30 tonight, is $130 million. So there you go. You were probably thinking, let me start over. LB 19, that's today, 19, establishes a 2% excise tax on online sales for delivery. So you're probably thinking, here Hughes goes again with her excise taxes. What is she doing now? Before I answer that, I want to talk about property taxes, which is the reason we're all here for this party this summer. What do property taxes pay for this summer? They pay for local schools, law enforcement, emergency services, local roads, bridges, etc. Why do we traditionally fund these property taxes? We do so because property taxes are a reliable source of revenue to fund basic services of our local government. Who pays property taxes in Nebraska? People and businesses who own property. This gets at the question I asked myself earlier this year and the motivation for this bill. When I was in session this spring, I had a son that graduated from high school. As I was in session, I'm ordering online all the things I need for his graduation. His thank you cards, his napkins, the tablecloths for his graduation party, all that things. I come home one day, I have 10 boxes from Amazon sitting at my front door. Could I have bought all that stuff from local retailers here in Nebraska? Yes, I could have, but I did not. So who is not paying for property taxes but benefits from the local services that property taxes pay for? The online retail world that has pushed multinational companies direct competition with our brick and mortar stores. These multinational companies have economies of scale, can loss lead their products, which means selling them at a loss, drop them at your doorstep, and they use our roadways and other services. Brick and mortar stores pay property taxes that contribute to the local services, including our schools that include our local, that provide our future workforce, as well as paying employees that pay income taxes. Most online retailers do not pay property taxes in our state. LB 19 proposes a 2% excise tax on online sales for delivery in Nebraska. This allows customers to order online, pick up their order at brick and mortar stores without paying the additional tax. So if I order from a store that's in your town and you go pick up the product, you would not pay that excise tax. These will go to the Department of Revenue and deposit in our state general fund. These funds would be directed to property tax relief, like what we are discussing in the special session, or they could go to pay for another service like our transportation infrastructure. I had intended to bring this bill next January, so I haven't really vetted the bill as I normally would. However, nothing gets feedback quicker than dropping a revenue bill during a special session, and I'm sure we can all see that. We quickly identified from initial feedback that is currently drafted, LB 19 could impact online retailers located here in Nebraska that have online ordering and then deliver their products locally. My intention is not to impose this tax on your pizza that's delivered. Considering this unintended consequence, I have AM16, which I passed out, and you have a copy of that. That would exempt products that are transported from a retail distribution or wholesale place in Nebraska. If we can find a way to share the burden of paying for these local services, our schools, roads, emergencies, services, etc., we should do so. And we should not continue to heap more on the backs of property tax owners. I appreciate your time and consideration, and I know you guys are tired today, so I look forward to answering any questions I can able. I am encourage this committee to look ahead to how we can sustainably fund our basic governmental services in this fast-changing world. Thanks. Questions?
Senator Boster.
Thank you, Chair Linehan. Thank you, Senator Hughes.
Thank you,
I
Senator
have a
Boster.
few questions,
Sure.
since we have time.
Do we have time though? It is 8:30.
If you ultimately are trying to just capture the out-of-state retailers who are delivering into Nebraska, is there any concern that you're going to run into a challenge to like the Wayfair provisions that ultimately allowed the application of sales taxes on online orders to begin with?
That's why we're an excise tax, not a sales tax.
I understand, but what allowed the tax to be placed on goods coming from out of state was a court decision, right? That was the Wayfair decision. And part of the stipulations in the decision relate to how universal the tax is applied, whether or not it's being targeted at only extra state commerce versus also applying interstate. So I think that would probably make it unconstitutional. Something to consider.
I will consider as much as we can, but if we could do this, I'm all in too.
The other question I have is there any sort of concern that, I see what you're trying to do here. Is there a concern?
The concern is, I mean, seriously, I came home and I'm like, I had freaking 10 boxes sitting there. And I'm like, I could have bought that stuff, even if it's from Walmart in Seward. Walmart's paying a property tax. Walmart's paying their employees.
Sure. Is there a concern though that for rural Nebraskans, this is maybe, what happens if you live in rural Nebraska and you have a disability and you get medication ordered? Would you be subject to this tax?
Is anything that's not sales tax would not be taxed. So food or is medication's not sales tax,
It isn't.
right? So then it wouldn't apply. Next question. You're saying, okay, does it affect rural? And I'm rural, right? Does it affect rural more than I mean,
there's
could-
degrees of
I
rural.
could see no, right. I'm a little bit like kind of rural. I could see the argument of this disproportionately affects rural people because we don't have the brick and mortar choices that an Omaha person might. So there, I can see that a little bit. I would argue it in two ways. I actually live out in the country. So my sales tax is 5.5%, right? Because I don't live in Seward city.
Because you're a tax evader.
It's a tax advantage, right? So I'm like, bring the 2% on. Now that puts me, if I drove to Seward or Lincoln, I would pay 7.5%, but I don't. So in my case, where I live, it wouldn't be a disadvantage, if you will. The other part, I think rural people are used to driving. You drive into, like, if I live, my grandma grew up in Hegler. If I drove into Hegler, I would drive into McCook to do my big shopping. We're used to driving an hour and doing shopping. So I guess I just don't see it as that big of a disadvantage, rural versus urban, but there might be a little bit there.
Thank you. I think.
But like food and everything that's not, you know what I'm saying? Anything
appreciate
that's not
the
taxed
clarity.
wouldn't be taxed anyway.
I think the biggest issue is going to be with the intent you want is that you're going to find it's probably unconstitutional. I don't have
It
any
would
further.
be really great if it wasn't though.
Look, I say that all the
It's
time.
$130 million.
If
And I only need 440 for LB9.
I don't have any further questions, but if you want to share any more personal anecdotes, I
No, I don't have anything. I'm sure you guys are getting up. Anybody else?
Any other questions? Senator Von Gillern. Then
Do we
you have
really
your
want to
hand
go?
up. Senator Von
Do we
Gillern.
really
and
want to
Senator
ask
Duggan.
any questions?
Okay,
So real quick, that Amazon truck that came and delivered all that stuff to your front porch, where did that truck load up?
I have no idea. It might have loaded up in Grand Island or Omaha or whatever. I don't know.
But somewhere in Nebraska.
Perhaps.
Have you ever been by the Amazon distribution building?
They
in
probably
Sarpy
got
County?
TIF funding and everything else to get here. So they're using
Have
that.
you ever driven by the building at Highway 50 and 370 in Sarpy County? It's a couple million square feet.
Did they
Imagine
get
they're paying property
any,
tax.
did they get any advantage to coming to that?
I'm just saying, I would expect some pushback from some folks because
I'm sure-
I don't think we can claim. that
I'm
they're not
sure we're
paying
gonna
any
hear
property
some
tax.
pushback.
So, okay. Thank you.
That, my thought was, and if 2% makes me shop local, great. I'm supporting my local
And I'm
business.
betting that truck had Nebraska license plates on it, so they're probably paying some motor vehicle tax.
Okay,
So, okay, thank you.
trying to bring money, Brad.
okay. Thank you, Senator Von Gillern. Senator Duggan.
Thank you, Chair Linehan. And thank you again for bringing it. You and I have talked a little bit about this bill, and I think I might have expressed this concern, but I just wanted to bring it up again to see if you talked to anybody else about it. Similar to the lines that Senator Bostar was talking about with regards to rural versus urban, my concern with this kind of thing lies more with people who are unable to leave the home, the developmental disability population, the elderly population who, and I know this anecdotally, but I know people who are in wheelchairs, who have caretakers, who order the bulk of their things, some of which are already sales tax exempt, others are not. But they order the bulk of those things from Amazon because it's simply easier. So I guess, have you talked to anybody from any of those communities about the impact this would have on them?
I have not.
Okay, I just think that'd be something worth considering as we move forward, because I do think that those are
And
populations.
I'm gonna mention again, if I order something from, a store in Nebraska and I can order online, but I go pick it up, you know, like how you go to Walmart and you do your Walmart pickup, that would not be subject to this excise tax.
Well, and then we can have a whole conversation about the dormant commerce clause too, but we can have that later.
That's fine.
Thank
I'm
you, I
just
appreciate
trying. I'm doing my part on this special session.
it. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there other questions? Do you know how many testifiers you have?
I have none that I have planned.
Okay.
So whatever's next is probably opposition, so.
All right.
I focused on LE9, not this one.
Okay, I'm confused because, and I know it's LB9, and I know we all want to go home. You said you had a new fiscal note that said we're.
Yeah, they dumped a fiscal note tonight at 5:30 and it was 130 million for this one.
So why do you still need 440 million?
No, I wouldn't.
Oh.
That's 130 million toward my 440.
I got
So
it.
then
That's
I
what
would
this fiscal note was. Well, I questioned that too from what Senator Von Gillern said. Amazon has a huge warehouse here. Who else do you? I don't know. That's who I get stuff from.
UPS has big.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Up on.
Appearance of Fred Mack.
Silence your cell phone.
We don't have any proponents, so we got any opponents? We have no opponents? Pay attention, I'm not gonna ask 3 times. Okay, let's go.
Chairwoman Linehan, members of the Revenue Committee, my name is Rich Otto, RICHOTTO. I'm testifying in opposition to LB 19 on behalf of the Nebraska Hospitality Association, the Nebraska Grocery Industry Association, and the Nebraska Retail Federation. First of all, we did not see the amendment from Senator Hughes, so that's why hospitality and restaurants were extra concerned, because the way the bill was written originally, it said call, taxable personal property, prepared food would have been brought into that. So part of my testimony does discuss prepared food as well. Implementing a 2% delivery tax on goods and prepared food would hurt small business, especially local restaurants, caterers, grocery stores. The businesses have increasingly depended on delivery services to survive in the digital age. This would raise the cost of doing business, hurt consumers. Compliance and enforcement on a delivery tax is significant. I just want to mention that so we go back to groceries and medicine not being taxed. A lot of times those get commingled in an order. So that does create another facet of compliance where we probably need some software to realize which items were taxable, which weren't, and then to layer on the excise tax. Retailers and restaurants would remit nearly 2 to 3% more to the state in collecting this excise tax due to credit card fees, where we have the interchange fee on the excise tax. We remit the full amount, so we end up remitting. We only get 97 cents to the dollar back from the banks. On the credit cards, we remit the full amount, so we end up losing 2 to 3% of the full tax due to credit card fees. The delivery tax is regressive. It definitely hurts people with mobility issues, low-income families who rely on delivery services for essential goods. Many of these families struggle with tight budgets. Additional tax increases would just put an additional financial burden on them. We also think this could negatively impact health, especially if we had similar situations to COVID, where people that have compromised immune systems, elderly, are very concerned about going into the store or can't drive, again, rely on these delivery services, and we would want them to avoid any potential illness or exposure. Well, some might argue that a delivery tax could reduce the number of delivery vehicles on the road. The reality is it's a little more complex. Effective delivery services actually can reduce the number of trips that go out in total. They can often have 5 to 10 deliveries in one van, and thus lowering the emission impact. Again, definitely the restaurants don't like it on prepared food as well. We don't think this is the right approach to address the state's challenges. I'll stop there. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Are there any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Good evening, Chairman Linehan, members of the committee, Kent Rogert, Kentrogert, here representing two folks today, AT&T and Wine Institute. Wine Institute is 1,000 California wineries advocating for wine at all state levels, federal and international. A great deal of our wineries are small farmers and family businesses, where a lot of our products in Nebraska, the only way they get here is through online ordering. We are already the second highest fee state in the country for direct shipper's license. New Nebraska law passed by this legislature in the last 2 years requires new fees on label registrations per label to sell Nebraska products for their registration. We already pay sales and excise taxes to sell in Nebraska, plus the cost of shipping. An additional 2% may actually be, for some of these folks, the straw on the camel's back. For AT&T, most or a lot of our wireless dealers ordered on your phone over the app. And as I mentioned in the previous bill, we're the fifth highest state in the country for wireless taxes at over 20% of the bill. We need to go the other way and help those folks who need to keep their utilities on. Senator Hughes handed me the amendment. Her amendment would fix a lot of AT&T's questions, because we could order and pick them up from a store if you have one close, so they could ship it from there. So that may solve that coming from the local thing. But the Wine Institute stuff all would come direct via the USPS or FedEx. Answering questions if you need.
Thank you. Questions from the committee? Seeing none.
Thanks.
Other opponents? Anyone wanting to testify neutral?
You got a neutral.
I'll take it.
Good evening, Senators. I meant to be a fly on the wall tonight, but Senator Hughes had a good bill that I felt, and I didn't jump up in time to support it. So I'm going to provide a neutral testimony tonight. So I grew up on a farm 8 miles south of Battle Creek. My mom currently lives about 1 3/4 outside of Lindsay.
Oh, yeah, I need your name.
Right,
And I
Timothy.
think did you want to be a proponent?
Is it too late to do that?
No,
Yeah, if you wouldn't mind being.
we've been going back and forth all day. You can be whatever you want.
All right. Okay.
Yeah, we're not HHS.
You got one, Jada?
I saw you cracking the whip, so I didn't want to.
You're a wise man.
So, yeah, anyway, okay, so this will be a proponent testimony. My name is Timothy C. Melcher, Timothy, C as in Clifford, M as in Mike, Elcher. Anyway, as I was saying, I grew up on a farm 8 miles south of Battle Creek. My mom currently lives 1 3/4 outside of Lindsay. I live in Omaha. My kid lives in Lincoln. My brother lives in Norfolk. So this whole side of the state is kind of my stomping grounds. So, in light of property taxes, so my brother was the president of my family farm corporation, and to remain incorporated, we need 3 members. There's a president, vice president, secretary. When he died, that left an opening, and so I became the vice president of the corporation. And so property taxes are something that we talk about a lot. With the cost of daycare, it's more feasible for me to drive 100 miles to take my kid to stay at my mom's for a week and then come back down here and juggle that around. But anyway, last weekend when I was back home talking to her about some ideas, she was like, yeah, it doesn't make sense that the rural residents are paying more in property taxes when we don't have stuff like Burger King, the brick and mortar businesses that could even DoorDash, your food to you. And she doesn't drive, and so she has a majority, well, actually everything delivered, and it's not just Amazon trucks, it's FedEx trucks, it's USPS trucks, which I don't think those would pay property taxes. But I think this is a really good idea that Senator Hughes is proposing, because it's not necessarily out of line to create certain tax districts, because I know in Omaha, like Blackstone comes to mind. Blackstone has a higher tax district, and I know there's occupational taxes. So if I buy anything in Omaha, it's about a 10% tax rate, where in rural areas it's 5%. So even adding that 2% seems feasible to me. Plus you're saving the drive time, the gas, and all that. So I think she's onto a good idea here. Maybe it can be applied differently than an excise tax, but this would be a bill that I would support my mom.
Thank you very
So,
much. Do you have any questions for the committee? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Yep.
Are there any other proponents, opponents, or anybody want to testify neutral? Senator Hughes, would you like to close?
What he said. As written and amended, LB 19, we need to check, doesn't violate the Federal Commerce Clause and Dormant Commerce Clause. We've been trying to accommodate online retailers based in Nebraska, hence the specific location exemptions to this tax. I don't want to overcomplicate our section. We don't want to put a tax on local pizza delivery. It is the best to place this excise tax on sales that are delivered from out-of-state Nebraska. That's the intent. Whatever we need to do to make that intent happen. So that amendment may need to change and we can go that route instead, whatever we need to do. But I just wanted to bring an option for other funding for our special session. So any questions?
Thank you very much. Are there any questions for Senator Hughes?
I'm sorry.
Hi, Elliot.
Signs your, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair Linehan. Thank you again, Senator Hughes. Thinking through implementation a little bit on this, I'm curious how you imagine it working. So my baby 1 year birthday is coming up. So
Happy birthday.
if my mother who lives out of state wants to send my infant daughter a gift, which will be delivered, is that subject?
It would be the person that ordered.
So
So
if she
she
ordered-
would be paying whatever tax wherever state she's from, I think. I don't think that would apply to this.
So you wouldn't capture deliveries that originated out of state.
Correct.
So that then takes me to my next question is like, if I were to order everything through like a VPN.
A
Right.
VPN?
Yeah, virtual private network, in order to demonstrate that my digital location is somewhere other than where it is.
Is that a thing?
100%.
Okay.
Would I then be able to evade this tax altogether?
I can't answer that because I don't. Maybe? I don't know.
Thank you.
Okay, clearly more work needs to be done. The intent was, as you're ordering from out of state, I mean, most of the stuff comes from out of state, out of country. It's not coming from in-state that's paying property tax and whatever, and you're not buying it. If this 2% excise tax makes me go support my local businesses, awesome. Good for Nebraska. That's the intent. Whatever we need to do to change it, to work around VPNs and whatever, I am willing to do. Apparently, I'm too old for this now, but I'm willing to do it. That's the intent. I'm throwing noodles at the wall, and we're going to see what sticks. So,
thank you.
Welcome.
Thank you, Senator Boster. Are there any other questions on the committee? Seeing none, thank you very much, and I'm sorry it was so late.
It's okay. It's the end of LB 19, and it was not 3 o'clock. Thanks, guys.
Oh, wait a minute, letters for the record.
Oh, how many?
Zero opponents, oh no, 0 proponents, 9 opponents, and nobody neutral.
That's all right. Thank you, guys.
Okay.
Thank you. Insert yourself.
Just trying to help out. No, I think that was left there. Hello, Senator McKinney.
Hey, how
You've
you
had a
doing?
good 24 hours.
Yeah.
Congratulations. Go ahead.
Well, good evening, Chair Linehan and members of the Revenue Committee. My name is Terrell McKinney, Terrell McKinney, State Senator for District 11 in North Omaha. Today, I'm introducing LB 20, which provides tax relief to renters who pay a significant portion of their income towards rent. This initiative aims to alleviate the financial burden on low and middle income households by making housing more affordable. The cost of housing has skyrocketed in recent years, surpassing wages and placing tremendous strain on families across the state. For many of us in Nebraska, particularly those in low income, middle income brackets, the cost of rent swallows a significant portion of their income, causing them to live paycheck to paycheck and leaving them with little to cover expenses such as food, education, healthcare, and other essentials. Not to mention, when there is property tax relief for landlords, the tenants rarely see any of the benefits, as landlords' goal is to maximize profits and not necessarily reduce rents. LB 20 proposes a simple yet powerful solution, a refundable tax credit for renters who pay a substantial portion of their income towards rent. Specifically, the bill offers a refund of $200 or 4% of the total amount of rent during a taxable year, up to $1,000, whichever amount is greater. This credit will provide much needed financial relief to families struggling to make ends meet. As an example of this bill's impact would be a single mother paying $12,000 a year in rent would be eligible for $480 credit under LB 20. This amount can make a meaningful difference in her ability to afford the basic necessities. For a single parent working 2 jobs to keep a roof over their children's head, an extra $480 could be the difference between financial stability and hardship. Also, this tax credit is refundable, so even those who do not owe taxes can benefit from it. This feature is crucial because it directly targets those who need it most, families whose incomes are low, that do not have a high tax liability, but are still burdened by increasing rent costs. By passing LB 20, we can reduce financial stress on hardworking families and help make this state a more equitable state. The benefit of this bill extends beyond individual households. It is proven that when families have more disposable income, they spend more in their local communities, thus driving economic growth. Supporting renters through this tax credit allows for positive social outcomes. Stable housing is linked to better educational performance of children, improved health, and stronger community ties. By making housing affordable, we invest in not just in families, but in the future of the state. I urge you to consider the impact that LB 20 could have on the livelihoods of many families in this state. It is a step towards ensuring that the people who form the backbone of our communities have access to affordable housing. And I just think that we should do something for renters, honestly. My district that I represent has high amount of renters in our district. And although the landlords in my district might get property tax relief, I see no evidence that they would stop decreasing or freezing rents in the foreseeable future. So I think we should do something for renters. With that, I'll take any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator McKinney. Do we have questions from the committee? Senator Boster.
Thank you, Chair Linehan. Thank you, Senator McKinney.
Yep.
I'm trying to understand the fiscal note. So in 24-25, it's a cost of $110 million to general fund revenues.
Yeah.
In 25-26, it's an increase of $3 million to the general fund.
I saw that as well.
Does this have a sunset in it?
I don't believe so.
I didn't see one. How?
I was
wondering if you had any insight into how that works.
I understand fiscal is probably under a lot of stress because of the special session. So my opinion, they probably tried to get as best as possible with the time that we had and get in front of the committee.
Did you use the property tax credit fund to pay for it? I'm sorry, I'm out of order. I'm sorry.
You're the chair. You're never out.
Let me double check.
Because it says that the bill decreases the amount allocated under the property tax credit act as follows.
Interesting.
I don't
Well, why we
remember
have to decrease it 317 million if it only costs 110 million?
Yeah, there's a lot of.
Yeah.
And also what's in the fiscal note under the boxes doesn't quite match. Well, no, it doesn't.
So I think we should stop struggling because I don't think it makes sense.
Yeah, I'm not sure. So.
It wasn't your intent to take it out of the property tax credit fund.
No, I just thought we needed a renter's tax credit, so wherever it came from. But I think it's a good idea. At least it's something else to be placed on the table while we're here.
Okay, thank you very much. Yes, Senator Powell.
Just a real quick question. Do you support LB1?
I do not support LB1. I personally don't think it benefits the people that I represent. There's things that people have talked about within LB1 that I think are good, but as a total package, I couldn't support it.
Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you, Senator Powell. Other questions from the committee? Seeing none.
Thank you.
Do you know if you have proponents lined up?
I don't. Probably not. It's late.
Are there any proponents? Are there any opponents? Anyone wanting to testify in a neutral position? Senator McKinney, would you like to? Letters, sorry. We had letters for the record. We had 10 proponents, 2 opponents, and 0 neutral. So would you like to close?
No, have a good night.
Good night. Good night. Thank you. You know how to get points. Okay. Oh, I'm sorry, Tom. I didn't think.
The best for last, right?
I'm so sorry. At least you live in Lincoln. Okay.
And nowhere else to be.
Yeah, we're here for the duration, just like you guys. All right, are we ready?
We're ready, go.
Good afternoon, good evening, Chair Linehan and members of the Revenue Committee. I am Senator Tom Brandt, TOM-BRANDT. I represent Legislative District 32, Fillmore, Thayer, Jefferson, Saline, and southwestern Lancaster counties. I am introducing LR2CA, a legislative proposal designed to provide targeted property tax relief specifically for owner-occupied properties. This idea came to me after hearing numerous stories from constituents struggling to keep up with rising property taxes. Currently, all real property in Nebraska is assessed at near 100% of its actual value, with the exception of ag and horticulture land, which is assessed at approximately 75% of its actual value. Ag and hort land receiving special valuation under Nebraska Statute 77-1344 is assessed at 75% of its special value, reflecting its uninfluenced value for agriculture and horticultural purposes. This differentiation was established by our predecessors in recognition of the vital role that the ag industry plays in our state. LR2CA aims to acknowledge another crucial group within our state, homeowners. Homeownership is a cornerstone of the American dream, and it is essential that this dream does not turn into a nightmare due to escalating property taxes. Homeowners contribute significantly to our economy beyond just property taxes, yet they are increasingly burdened by these taxes. The proposed LR2CA would empower future legislatures to adjust assessments for owner-occupied housing to better reflect the prevailing economic conditions in Nebraska. This flexibility is crucial as property valuations are likely to fluctuate in the coming years. Currently, we are forced to treat all residential property uniformly, whether it is owned by long-term Nebraskans or multinational corporations. We've seen a significant increase in out-of-state investors buying residential properties in Nebraska. Enacting this law would help homeowners that call Nebraska home. The average 2023 property tax rate in the state was 1.6691. This was a 5.5% decrease from 2022 when it was 1.75%. So the property tax rate went down. But the median house value in Nebraska in 2022, according to the US Census, was $206,000. Last year, according to Zillow, it's $265,000. So it has gone up roughly $59,000 in 2 years in Nebraska. Using the Nebraska Department of Revenue estimates, the average total property taxes assessed would be between $3,438 and $4,423 on these houses. They've told us there are 580,992 owner-occupied housing units in the state. The total amount assessed would be between $1.9 billion and $2.57 billion based on those two house numbers. So who gets gored on this thing? Who loses if we drop the valuation on houses? So let's assume that, and ours is really open-ended. It says that a future legislature can establish this rate like we do on agriculture. The ag rate used to be 80%, and then the legislature dropped it to 75%. And if we wanted to, we could drop it to 50%, or we could raise it up. This creates a separate tax class for owner-occupied housing. So if we dropped it to 5%, let's say owner-occupied housing is now valued at 95%. So if your house is $200,000 and it's 95% of that value, it would be $190,000. The loss of that valuation is probably going to hurt our towns and villages, okay? Except under LB1, I didn't watch the whole hearing today. I watched bits and pieces. The part that they really don't talk about is when we increase sales taxes 5.5% on the state, we generate another $135 million in local sales taxes. $135 million. So if you drop home values 5% based on a $2 billion value, and I know this is a little rough, that would cost $100 million. If all your sales taxes go into force, they would receive $135 million that they could afford to decrease home values $100 million. And so with that, I would take any questions.
Thank you, Senator Brandt. Do we have any questions from the committee? Senator Brandt?
Yeah, thanks for bringing this. And the example you just gave, is that by eliminating exemptions that?
Yes, that's based on the work that you guys did today on LB1. That's where I got that number from, what was published in the newspaper, the total value of local sales tax increases.
Some of us.
Well, I think we're already using that for decreasing property taxes. Yeah, it is local, but we're using that part for decreasing property taxes already, I believe, in the bill.
I'm sorry.
Are
you done?
Am I correct? To make it
The way the bill's written, you're correct.
Yes.
But,
How it ends
but it's
up.
the way the bill's written.
Yeah.
Any other questions? I find this is a very intriguing idea
There is,
because in most states, they do this, don't they? This
We've-
is not like not that you're not brilliant, because you are, but.
thank you. Flattery gets you everywhere. We tried to find out how many states do this. Most states attach it in some form of a homestead exemption. Florida, Texas, California, and Minnesota are ones that we've got this. And everybody varies a little bit in how they attack this. And I know my colleagues are bringing probably 3 other bills somewhat in relationship to this same concept. But basically, we need authorization from the people to put this in the Constitution to give us the ability to create another tax class. We cannot do that today. Nebraska only has a 2% vacancy rate. To have a healthy economy, you need a 7% vacancy rate. And the housing corporations, I don't want to single anybody out, but out-of-state corporations since 2018 have bought 10% of all the housing stock in Nebraska. And those homes typically go into rentals. They're taken off the market and until they decide to flip these homes at an inflated value. So this is a way to help those elderly when we all stand up on the floor and say they're going to move out of state. This is possibly a way to help that first-time home buyer. So it's something to consider.
Thank you. Any questions? Seeing none, do we have any proponents? Do we have any opponents? Anyone wanting to test opponents?
No, neutral.
Neutral, okay. Hustle, hustle.
Good evening, Madam Chair, distinguished members of the Revenue Committee After Dark. My name is John Cannon, Joncannon. I'm the Executive Director of NACO, here to testify in respectful neutrality on R2CA. Thanks, Senator Brandt, for bringing this to the committee's attention. Love having these conversations about tax policy. I'm not going to claim that I'm any good at it, but I still like to talk about it anyway. You should pity my wife because she gets the full brunt of it. For all these sorts of things, when you're looking at making a change in the Constitution of the state of Nebraska, pardon me, we would ask that you just be aware of what's intended. Modeling is something that we typically do with these sorts of things, and I know that it gives us flexibility, and so maybe that modeling isn't exactly what we want to go for. What this would do functionally is it would create equalization only within each of the classes. Right now, before 1987 or so, all the classes of property were supposed to be equalized: agriculture, residential, commercial, and then once upon a time, the Kearney Convention Center went to the Buffalo County Board of Equalization, and they said, we can show conclusively that ag land in Buffalo County is being valued at 42% of its actual value. We want to be equalized with those guys. And Buffalo County Board said, you can't do that. And it goes all the way up to the Supreme Court. Nebraska Supreme Court said, yeah, they showed that it's 42%. They get to be equalized. And so we said, that's not what we intended. We like ag values being just a little bit lower, perhaps, than everything else. So we put a constitutional amendment in, didn't quite stick. They put another constitutional amendment in. We separated the class of agricultural land. It does not have to be equalized with the other classes of land, but it has to be equalized within the class of agricultural land. So, okay, that was cool. That worked. But we still have to have equalization between the residential class of property and the commercial class of property. And what this would do is it would essentially sever all of that. And each class would have to be equalized within the class, and that's fine. So I guess the question is whether we want to do that. There are federal laws in effect that protect the railroads from discriminatory tax treatment. The 4R Act, the Railroad Revitalization and Reform Act, signed in the 70s, I believe, provides that railroads, if they feel that they're being discriminated against, can sue. Now, whether or not that would survive a classification equalization claim, I don't know, but it's something I think is worth looking into. The last thing I would mention is that, and I think Senator Brandt touched on this, is that homestead exemptions. We already have an exemption for homestead. And I know that the rules say that you're not supposed to use an electronic device when you're in a committee hearing, but Article 8, Section 2, subsection 11 of the Constitution says the legislature may by general law provide that a portion of the value of any residence actually occupied as a homestead by any classification of owners as determined by the legislature shall be exempt from taxation. I think there is broad authority for the legislature to take something like that. I'm out of time. Happy to answer any questions you have.
It's not exempt from taxation.
It's
It's taxed, we just pick up the bill
Well,
on homestead exemption. It's not exempt.
what the Constitution provides, it doesn't provide you to do a reimbursement. We do that. I'm assuming my predecessor did a wonderful job of negotiating that with the legislature. But homesteads don't have to be reimbursed. We've done that as a mechanism to say we're going to make up the tax loss, not according to the Constitution. And maybe I'm going to regret having put that idea in the revenue committees.
Thank you very much, John. What happens when we stay late at night?
Can I rewind my prior testimony? I need a mute. I need a rewind control and a mute button apparently. But the point is though is that any class of homestead you can decide is going to be exempt, and if that exemption is 5%, you can do that. And it can be a different classification of homestead from what we already have on the books. And so I guess the question is, do we want to go through the trouble of saying we're going to have a separate class of owner-occupied residential property? We can do that. That's not a problem. So that's all it is.
All right, any other questions? Yes.
Yeah.
Senator Bostick.
Can you remind me how much the state reimburses broadly for homestead exemptions?
I think last year was $142 million.
Thank you.
Yep. Please don't get rid of the reimbursement. I may not be the executive director of NACO tomorrow.
We had a bill to stop it at 100.
Yes, ma'am.
You testified against that too.
Yes, ma'am. Well, in really only from a procedural standpoint, I mean, there are ways that you could craft a general homestead exemption in a way that doesn't screw up the budgets, where we have a hole in the budget or anything like that. But happy to have that conversation.
Okay. Any other questions? Thank you.
Yep. Thank you very much.
Other neutral? Neutral? Yeah, you're not? Thank you. Any, no neutral? Would you like to close?
Any questions?
Yeah, I think this is very interesting, and I find it utterly amazing that there's no business people here to
Oppose it.
They don't work after 9 o'clock.
KDA that she had to read.
Smart move.
Read it really fast.
Corby Gilbertson. Representing Nebraska Realtors Association. I'm testifying today on behalf of the Nebraska Realtors Association in support of LR2CA. Since 1917, the Nebraska Realtors Association has served as a voice for real estate in Nebraska. The association has more than 5,000 members that take pride in the communities in which they work, serve, and live. Further, members have tremendous commitment to being informed and involved in legislative and legal concerns that directly affect homeowners' property rights in the real estate industry. For decades, property taxes have been the root of much consternation among Nebraska taxpayers and elected officials. Recent increases in taxes have drawn more attention to the issue, and everyone agrees that property tax relief should be a priority for the legislature. However, the form of that relief matters. The realtors, including myself, had the privilege of serving with many of you on the governor's property valuation working group. Governor Pillen stated at the very first meeting he did not want to see people taxed out of their homes. That was one thing the working group agreed with 100%. LR2CA provides a solid foundation for providing meaningful property tax relief so that no one will be taxed out of their home. Years ago, the importance of the agricultural industry was recognized by affording agricultural and horticultural property an independent classification and a special valuation via constitutional In statutory provisions, LR2CA recognizes another important population in our state, one that's been recognized repeatedly by Governor Pillen and other state leaders. People who work, serve, and live in communities and further invest by owning their homes. Realtors know that home ownership is a fundamental part of the American dream, and we need to make sure it doesn't turn into a nightmare in Nebraska. Homeowners contribute much more to our economy than just property taxes. However, property taxes have become an ever-increasing burden, and you have the opportunity to do something about it. LR2CA would give future legislators the ability to adjust owner-occupied housing assessments in a manner that best fits the economic conditions of the state. This flexibility is important as we know property valuations may vary in future years. Without LR2CA, we're restricted to treating all residential property the same whether it is owned by lifelong Nebraskans or multinational corporation. Nebraska Realtors Association applauds Senator Brandt for this novel approach to providing meaningful property tax relief. We hope that the committee will see fit to support and advance LR2CA to the full legislature for debate and passage so Nebraskans can vote on the measure in November.
Thank you very much. You had 3 letters for the record, one proponent, 1 opponent, and 2 neutral.
And for the Nebraskans that are still watching, you ought to be proud of these 8 people. They've had a long day. So thank you from this senator for what you guys did. I know what these days are like. Thank you.
Thank you very much. With that, we'll close the hearing on LR2CA. Thank you all very much. Can we just not leave these here tonight? We can. And
Tomorrow morning at 9:30.